of workplaces.
Right. For someone who studies the great feminization, she dresses a lot like
All right. Good morning, everyone. What was I doing?
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, this was a good watch. Let's have a look.
Switching to this guy.
You wrote an article based on a speech you gave at the NatCon conference, which exploded the internet, I think it's fair to say. And it's basically, I mean, I'll let you say it in your own words, but it's
Hey, what's
kind of
up?
a little bit about how
This is
the
kind of
fact
a
that women now control or at least represent the majority of the
little on the wild
employees
side.
of many institutions is one of the reasons that society has gone the way it has. Is that fair?
That's fine. I started up late. I don't know. I don't really have a plan for today, other than I'm making patty melts later. That's really. I was just gonna casually play.
Oh, sorry, H. I've been working on my H pronunciation. H. It doesn't sound right. It sounds like it should be H.
But yeah, I got up just a little while ago. I just got coffee.
Dwarfs in them before?
Yeah.
Why do I feel like I know them?
Because it's trigonometry. They're Constantine kisses.
And I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna talk a little.
Is the guy that never fucking says anything.
That's right, the little butt sidekick.
Yeah, he's all right. Francis, he's okay. I don't want to shit all over Francis Foster, but yeah, he's famous for not saying much. But in this one, he actually does get a few questions in. Anyway, like I said, I want to intertwine this with what Blue Sky reckons. Helen Andrews went to Yale and got a BA in religious studies. Ooh, no. From there, her career is right-wing media and think tanks.
That shouldn't take all that long.
She decided society was too feminized, as in women work too much. But I noticed she hasn't quit posting to raise the kids. Bitter. What? Yeah, this is Blue Sky just being fucking bitter.
Couple, 2-3 hours.
You can't say anything about wokeness. You can't say anything about our gayness. Otherwise, you're a bitch.
Women tend to be more consensus-focused, consensus-oriented. Men, when they're approaching a moral question, will ask, what are the facts? What are the rules? Whereas women will say, what are the relationships at play here? How can we make everybody happy? That will satisfy all the parties, as opposed to the male perspective of how do we reach an outcome that is just and according to the rules.
That is 100% accurate.
I think that's 100% accurate too. It's almost like, and I'm not shitting on you here, I think I found a good one in you. You're not like other chicks, right? I can't stand other chicks, as you well know. With chicks, and I've worked with lots of chicks before, and like I've said a million times, especially the HR ones are fucked.
Yeah.
It's almost like things happen in the workplace, and they, like Helen Andrews said, they reach a consensus about.
Yeah, I'm trying to spec this guy for it.
Depending on how they feel, not what actually fucking happened. It's all
I'm experimenting with character builds right now. The ship build is pretty straightforward, man. I just want a good character.
Doesn't actually have any ideas. She just reads op-eds by letters, switches out the proper noun, so it's a defense of the Confederacy.
That is the most bold fucking sentence
That's
ever.
insane. She's defending the Confederate. Okay. Helen Andrews' takes will remain one of my guilty internet pleasures because she is a dipshit in the way only quite smart people can truly be
come
huge
on.
dipshits. To be
Just
able to
yap.
misunderstand the whole world comprehensively, you have to not understand a lot of reading. Okay, fuckhead.
Why is that sentence constructed so shittily?
I know, because they're smirt guys. You know what I mean? They're also smirt and intelligent.
Law schools in America turned majority female in 2016, and they've gotten a little bit more female every year since then. I think now it stands at 55, 56%. The New York Times became majority female in its workforce in 2018. Medical schools are now majority female. The white-collar workforce overall, employees in the United States with college degrees, a majority of them are women. And managers, management positions. So the fact that all of these institutions tipped over to being majority female around the same time that wokeness emerged seemed to me that couldn't possibly be a coincidence.
It's the quotas.
Yeah, well, it paints a picture, doesn't it?
Like the lesbian sea captain.
Yeah. But all these chicks started to take over, and then wokeness became this huge thing. Companies started to bend their knees to wokeness. I think she makes a fucking good point.
I don't know why, and maybe it is the misogyny in me.
The internalized misogyny.
Internalized misogyny. But whenever I'm on a plane and the captain makes the captain announcement, I want to hear a bloke.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I thought that was just me being a huge sexist.
I feel uneasy if I hear a chick.
Yeah.
When it comes to group dynamics, how does an organization function? How does an institution deal with conflict? when you're talking about those kinds of things, those tend to be more binary.
Well,
Either
that
you
sounds.
resolve your conflicts
I wonder
within
if
the
you can
organization
like.
in a masculine
I
way
wonder
or a
if it's
feminine way.
for
Your
not
open
pets,
conflict
but
is
you
something
can
that your
like start
institution will
like
tolerate, or it's
a
not.
pig
So
farm
that's the kind of thing where once you get a
or
critical
start
mass,
raising
it's
dodos
very
or
hard to
something.
pick which
You
one
could
you're
start
gonna
farming.
And like I was saying, it becomes an after-the-fact thing. How did we feel about this event, or how do we feel about this circumstance? And how can we manipulate the rules? How can we make this as grey as we possibly fucking can? And set things into place according to our feelings. But I like how she's basically saying, listen, if you're woke, you're basically a bitch. And it's so fucking true. She goes
Oh,
on
it
to
helps
say,
you
this is
fight?
later in the interview, but she basically goes on to say, wokeness is basically being.
I'd get a pet
nurtured,
alligator.
right?
Because you're nurturing the feelings.
Yeah, you're female coded. And the boys go, and the baby is like.
Yeah, pet alligator. That'd be
He's like,
pirate
"No,
as
no."
fuck,
She's
man.
like, yeah, pretty much. I responded to one of Count Dankula's tweets before. He retweeted a UN women tweet that said, any job is a woman's job like a million times. And he said, women's jobs are adult daycare. And so I responded, or HR, which is the enforcement arm of the gossip mill. It is. It is. How do we feel about this? What did Jan
Oh,
say
there's
to Bill?
specific
How do we
whistles?
enforce our feelings on this matter?
Yeah, or sitting you guys down and explaining to them the policies of sexual harassment.
Oh yeah, the PowerPoint presentation.
The PowerPoint
Fuck me.
presentation.
Oh my, I've only been through like a couple of them, maybe only one of them, but like the onboarding PowerPoint presentation, just fucking shoot me.
Well, you mentioned consensus and sort of empathy and including all perspectives. That really isn't what happened with wokeness, though, is it? Because it was more like, we've come to a new consensus and anyone who doesn't agree is going to get killed, basically. Is that really, I mean, that might be the way women deal with this on a group basis. I don't know, you tell me.
No, it's hard to verbalize some of these differences because you know it might be a convenient shorthand to say men are more comfortable with conflict than women.
The thing about Helen Andrews that is particularly irritating is that it's only because society
Oh,
is
this
not
guy can't build a
organised in the
wharf
way
yet.
that she wants it to be,
Alright,
that
well,
anyone knows
when
who
it comes
she
time,
is.
that's where I'm
Isn't
building
that,
it.
like, most people, I mean, if you've got, like, say you're some sort of commentator or, like, person who has some sort of fucking influence, isn't that everyone? Like,
So,
the world isn't the way I
we
want
got-
it, and here's the way I would have it. Here's the way I think it's right. They're all basically fucking saying that. So now she goes into this Scandinavian study, which was quite interesting, and it paints a picture about these fucking woke women's workplace clubs.
Scandinavian, that's interesting.
All right.
Weren't they big on the feminism like 5-10 years ago?
Well, yeah, but go back like 1,000 years. Those motherfuckers were Vikings.
Yes, but they did let their women's fight.
Did they?
They did.
It's like in that what was that show?
Vikings?
No, the takeoff of Vikings. What was the takeoff called?
Oh, Norsemen.
Norsemen, yeah. How that chick would go raping and
Yeah.
pillaging with
Yeah.
all the other Vikings.
Yeah, they were the shield maidens.
Yeah. Fuck, that was a funny show. You should watch that show.
Save some raping for me.
Yeah.
Freya dove into that pillaging 100%. Even took part in quite a lot of the raping.
Freya forced all kinds of monks to let her write and stuff. I didn't really expect that. I was totally blown away when I suddenly saw her on top of this monk, moaning and groaning.
Did you do that, Freya?
Oh, of course. I mean, that's what you do in your village.
A famous psychology study. Very often, if you're studying gender differences, and you're a psychologist, the way you'll do your studies, you'll just go to a playground. And watch the kids
Yeah,
play
but he
and
got
observe
deported from another
how many
country,
times
didn't he?
Somebody hits somebody else or something like that. And there was an experiment of that type done, I believe, in Scandinavia.
He got like kicked out of
Really funny.
like Thailand or something, wasn't it?
The psychologist observed the kids playing and counted up how many fights they had. And they said, okay.
You know what?
we
I'm gonna.
observed that
I
men
saw it,
fight a
and
lot
you,
more
I really
than
don't give a
girls.
shit about
But there was a
Sneeko.
second
So
one.
yeah, I didn't watch it because I really don't give a shit about Sneeko. But I thought somebody else mentioned that it wasn't. He got kicked out of some like Thailand or something. Yeah, I mean, well, Hassan, everybody talks about him. You can't avoid hearing about him. But Sneeko is like, I don't think he's ever been fucking popular. He's just somebody people shoot spitballs at, man. I would say as far as like the the social media drama, Sneeko is low-hanging fruit. I think a lot of the shit Sneeko does, he does for the attention. See, it always takes the... The thing is, dude, I don't even think Hassan's audience likes him. I think he has a very small fan base. Most of the people that watch him don't like him. I mean, honestly, if most of the clips you see of him is arguing with people in his own chat. I can't find the Sneeko one. He couldn't have taken it down. Yeah, I think he's a punching bag too. I think he's a lol cow, I think there's like people that go into his audience and try to get clips of him. They try so that other people could make videos about him. I mean, it's like rage bait, man. Here it is.
But the question becomes, what incredible things are happening to the Eurotards right now? It's honestly pretty wild. Approval ratings for European leaders right now: 18% for Keir Starmer, 15% for Friedrich Merz from Germany, who got bodied by Trump.
Right in the middle here.
17% for Emmanuel Macron from France, who also just got bodied by Trump. Keir Starmer may be forced out this month. It's going as badly as expected for the Labour Party. Oh my God, it's just wildly brutal for these people. You know, for some reason they still have
I looked through them. I saw one that they were given more resources. That's what I looked at. Dude, you only get like 5 wood for chopping down a tree. So I was like, man, it's got to be better than this. God damn it. Fucking run it aground.
That's been going on for decades now. Just absolutely anti-white, anti-Christian nations that are just somehow propped up by these foreigners that are imported. Right? It's the psyop liberal white women. It's the infinite brown people. And it's honestly the Eurocard elites that are pushing this entire agenda, completely fucking cucking any decent, legitimate, average, normal human in Europe. Now, for those of you that are unaware of some of the greatest news ever, before I get to the Euro Cup crash out, Sneeko is just reported. Jihadi influencer Sneeko is now threatening to murder Australian journalist Shari Markson. The Trump Justice Department needs to investigate him. Right, thanks for having me, Australia. You are going to die. It's pretty wild. Again, mostly peaceful Islamic violence. But the craziest part of the story is not only that this is going on, and that he probably will be getting investigated by the Trump administration. You know, he's been radically anti-America for a long time. He's pro-Iran in an Iran war. He's literally rooting for and doing free propaganda for our actual enemy in the middle of a war. Like, treason level shit, in my opinion. So, breaking, Sneeko has been deported from Australia.
Yeah, it could have been a little closer to land for that one.
First stop he made when he landed there was visiting the father of an ISIS terrorist sentenced to 34 years in prison for carving an ISIS slogan into the skull of an Australian. What? So yeah, so the bro ended up getting deported from Australia. It went very badly for this guy. He goes to Australia.
Okay, he got deported from Australia.
The Islam Kool-Aid on a massive level, to the point that he's actually out there just endorsing and advocating for Islamic terrorism. Now, this is going to be a controversial opinion, but it's almost like Islamic violence is directly influenced by the actual religion of Islam. It's almost like the religion of Islam is calling for this violence. It's weird. It might be Islamic phobic to think that way, but it's not racist.
Son of a bitch.
Islam is an ideology. It is not a race. But 85 IQ Sneeko got absolutely one-shot by Islam, and he is fully down that path, and now he's just violent. It actually Major victory. We got Sneako deported. This is fucking insane.
Huge victory. We managed to pressure the Australian government into
I love this guy, by the way. Drew Pavlo. He's like a friend of mine. I love this guy. He's just been so based.
Deporting Sneako. We had 10,000 signatures on our petition to deport this Islamist extremist influencer. This is a guy who used
Bro, a friend of mine got Sneako deported from Australia. Oh my god! So fucking awesome. So good.
the same slogan as the Bali bomber who massacred 88 Australians. So he should never have been allowed into the country in the first place. Look, I'm very proud that over the past 2 months, just through my social media, we've been able to successfully pressure the Australian government into deporting at least 3 jihadist influencers and preachers. There was Sneako. There were also 2 Bengali jihadist hate preachers, Mizanur Rahman Azhari and Sheikh Alhamdulillah. I'm very proud that through my social media pages and mobilizing the community, we've been able to deport these 3 jihadist hate preachers and influencers. But the question becomes, why are they even being allowed into the country in the first place? We had 88 Australians massacred at Bali, and we had 15 Australians massacred at Bondi just recently. We are disrespecting their memory by inviting jihadist hate preachers and influencers into our country.
That's a fucking patriot if I've ever seen one. You know, so this is wild. So Sneako meets a Muslim undertaker who explains the process of procedures he takes to clean dead bodies after someone passes away. Isn't that beautiful? Inmate boasted for turning cellmate's forehead into Islamic State sketchpad, court hears. That's fucking crazy, by the way. All right? Ahmed Haraiti, all right? Mr. Haraiti, a father of 4, personal trainer, occasional actor, Lebanese Muslim Association funeral director, was overwhelmed with positive comments after the video in which he praised Mr. Darwish as a true Muslim. Mr. Haraiti had his own share of family pain. One of his sons, 20-year-old Bohran Haraiti, with whom he says he lost contact a long time ago, is in Australia's most secure prison, Goulburn Supermax. Charged with carving an Islamic State slogan on
This is one side of the pendulum. All like the woke stuff that's starting to go away now, it's going to start swinging the other way. It's going to be
talking about this whole shit, you know.
It's going to be weird for the next couple of years, man.
Fucking diabolical fellow himself. First person Sneako met with in Australia is the father of an ISIS terrorist.
That far left shit's
maximum security prison for carving an ISIS slogan.
That's going to be going out soon. The question is it going to go out quietly or is it going to go out violently? That's the only question.
Following the attack to the NSW prison's boss threatening to turn your jails into slaughterhouses and told the sentencing judge, I will always support jihad and love my brothers in Al-Qaeda. So this guy straight up met with a dude who's not only the father of an Islamic terrorist, but he himself has posted Islamic terror threats, constantly threatening people's lives, open support for jihad and Al-Qaeda. This is the first person that
You're a good kitty.
And he is now deported. He's gone. Colossal W. The Patriots win again. I told you, man. I said this from the very beginning. Society in the Western world is getting shaped by
stop bumping my hand like that.
Strong men. Strong, young men are the future of Western civilization, and we are the people that are actually going to make a difference.
I don't know why I can't build a wharf.
Investigating fraud, or Drew Pavlo getting Sneako deported, Tommy Robinson exposing the Pakistani Muslim
because I gotta build one of these first.
Elon Musk buying Twitter, the YouTubers that cover this and bring this into the public consciousness, you know, the Asmongold of the world that actually get people to know what's actually going on. Civilians, citizens, young men who care about our civilization are going to change the future of the world. And it is wild watching it actually happen in real time. Insane. Now, German Chancellor Merz, after criticizing Trump constantly about Iran, completely caved after Trump threatened him. Just to understand the Euro-cuckery that is going on.
Bleibt. Unsere gemeinsame Botschaft lautet, der Iran muss an den Verhandlungstisch kommen. Muss
of course, Iran must come to the new negotiating table. It must stop playing for time. It must no longer take the region and the entire world hostage. Its military nuclear program must be ended completely forever. There must be no further strikes against Israel and our partners in the region. Yada, 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 blada, blada. Words. I am a Eurocuck, and this is how I operate. I can only say words, and hopefully the Islamic terrorists will stop doing terrorism because of the words that I'm saying right now. This is how cucked Europe is. It's unreal. It's like, Trump did everything right, but I'm still going to condemn him because I want Muslim votes, and I'm also not going to deport 730,000 Syrians that are in our country for some reason, and I'm going to condemn Trump, and then Trump criticizes me, and then I immediately fold, and I support Trump, and then I'm going to call out Iran. I called him out. I made a diss track on Iran. That's right. I wonder how Iran is going to survive from these sick burns as we criticize him publicly. And this is what they're all doing. Keir Starmer does the same shit, bro. Right, so Iran had multiple Iran-backed terrorist attacks on British soil, including bombing ambulances, stabbing some Jews, blowing up some churches. There were multiple Iranian-backed terror attacks in British society, right, that Iran directly took credit for. And this is the ultimate response from queer Stalin.
We're clear that these actions will have consequences.
Yeah, what?
If that proves to be the case.
Yeah, what? What are the consequences?
Our message to Iran or to any other country that might seek to foment violence, hatred, or division in society is that it will not be tolerated.
Yeah, what are you going to do, though?
That is why we're
All right, you won't tolerate it. Got it. So what are you going to do?
making legislation to tackle these malign threats.
All right, legislation to tackle it. In what way, bro? You're importing people that are trying to kill you. But how are you going to tackle it, sir?
And we're clear-eyed about the fact that anti-Semitism does not have one source alone.
True. It's just mostly coming from one place right now.
Islamist, far left, far right extremism.
I love how he does this every time. It's like, there are many places where anti-Semitic violence shows up. It's on the far left, it's on the far right, it's Islamic. It's all Islamic. What are we fucking talking about? It's all from the same place. When's the last time there was a Jew stabbed or shot or lit on fire in England that was done by a far-right guy? Well, not this decade. Like, bro, I'm not trying to be controversial or anything, but Muslims shot Jews in Manchester. Muslims stabbed Jews in Golders Green just 2 days ago. All right, Muslims blew up Jewish volunteer ambulance services. Muslims lit synagogues on fire. Like, explain to me where the far-right source of anti-Semitic violence is. Right, the violence against Jews, and this is going to be shocking, is the same as the violence against Christians, actually, in England, all right? Who is raping a generation of young white girls in England? Who's doing that? It's not the Jews, it's not the Zionists, it's not the far right, it's not the far, well, it is the far left, because the far left is Islam. They have literally joined hands with the Islamic cause.
All target Jewish communities.
Yeah, but who's doing
that? Is why this government has put in place the first coordinated national plan to strengthen cohesion and confront extremism in all of its forms.
All right, you're going to confront extremism. What the fuck does that even mean? That means arresting right-wing people that are anti-Muslim? Look, Muslims kill Jews. We're going to have to arrest white people for criticizing Muslims. Look, England, ladies and gentlemen. England, once again, finds a way to get even more cucked than it was before.
This is not about tinkering around the edges. Our plan is a complete step change in how we protect communities.
Yeah, like what?
Moving beyond piecemeal responses to a sustained nationwide effort.
He's saying nothing right now, by the way.
One that ensures that people across the United Kingdom can live freely and without fear.
Yeah, but they are living in fear, and you said nothing, right? And every single one of his speeches, it's nothing and condemnations and strong words and not tolerate, and that's all of it, bro. You know, Spain, so much actual toxic empathy allows the hantavirus cruise ship to dock in the Canary Islands. It's just a picture of Spain letting people with deadly viruses into their country. It's crazy. Jewish school children, oh, this is new in England. Insane. Jewish school children left running for their lives after cars sped towards them and mounted pavement. I wonder who could have possibly done this. Maybe it was the far right. You understand, there were 140 offenses of anti-Semitic hate crimes, and I don't just mean like spray painting swastikas, like actual violence against Jews this year, so far, in England. All right, like what's going on? And it's all coming from Muslims. No, not all. Yeah, all. It's all coming from Muslims, actually. Qatar is spending millions of dollars on Islamist projects in Poland. This is really scary, man. It's not surprising the new mega mosque is currently being built in Strasbourg, the second capital of the European Union and home to a large Muslim population. Why is Qatar funding Islamist projects in Poland, a Catholic country and a homogenous society? Well, I'm just letting you know so that you can say I told you so in a couple of years when all of a sudden Poland starts loosening its immigration policies. Because all of a sudden, I guarantee you, a lot of these schools that are going to be getting funding from Qatar are going to start being a lot more open-minded in regards to bringing in rapists. They're going to start being pro-rape, actually. And again, it's all, these are the most performative people on the planet, all right? So this is one of the people on the European libtard cruise ship to break Israel's blockade of Gaza. This is is him showing up in court. His hands behind his back. But as you can see, he's not cuffed. Right? It's all performance for these people. Right? His hands are not handcuffed. You can't make this up. Gaza Flotilla activist Diego Avila entered the court in Israel with his hands tied behind his back as if they were handcuffed. And the reality is not handcuffed. It's crazy. It's all propaganda. All of it. A man reportedly shouted Allahu Akbar as he attacked 2 people with a knife in Barcelona, Spain. It was probably a straight white male, man. A 16-year-old girl of Asian origin was stabbed 30 times by a man shouting Allahu Akbar in broad daylight in the local suburb of Barcelona. A 50-year-old man was injured while attempting to intervene and save the victim during the attack. Witnesses described the man acting nervously and brandishing a large knife before he repeatedly stabbed the victim in the throat, chest, and stomach. Oh my fucking god, dude. The suspect was later found, blah blah blah, etc., etc. We just have to live like this at this point. Far-left activist in Spain. Now, after all this went down, honestly, what a nightmare, right? This happened. This person was stabbed. They held a memorial for her. And the far-left activist said the memorial was racist. It's racist to hold a memorial of someone who's killed by someone that screams Allahu Akbar. So they do a minute of silence and they interrupt her. I can't even imagine such evil. It's crazy to believe that such evil actually exists. This girl gets stabbed. Someone screams Allahu Akbar, stabs this girl a whole bunch of times. They have a minute of silence at her memorial. The crowd is shouting silence as the radicals continue chanting. And that's it. Today's There's No Politics. Shut up, you bitch. Respect the family that's standing right here. But they don't care. They don't care. They don't care at all. Because mourning someone who's killed by Islamic violence is racism, actually, according to the left. You can't make this up. And Democrats are just tired of it. Even Democrats are realizing, holy shit, my party's retarded.
Democrats are the dumbest people on the planet. The dumbest. I'm watching every one of them destroy themselves. They get online or they get up in front of audience and they say the dumbest things to destroy themselves. Look at Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel is done. I just want y'all to understand this. He's done. He has no more credibility. Nobody cares for him. And after that comment that he made to Melania, saying that she looks like a widow, he's done. He's done. He is done. Let me tell you something. Melania, she responded. And once the wife, people don't understand this. Most of the time, the wife is the one keeping the husband calm if she's not a treacherous person. Usually it's the wife that says, oh, honey, you know, they're just being who they are. Don't worry about it. Don't let it get to you. Don't let it phase you. You just keep doing you. Not now. Not this time. Jimmy's done. He is done. That was the most disrespectful thing that you could say. When you tell a person...
The libtards, like, these are leftoids, and they're like, holy shit, my people are evil. My people are actually just evil. All right, Muslims in the UK are openly calling for Sharia law and the jizya tax, and it's insane.
I know jizya tax, that non-Muslims will have to pay a tax. Yep. I would say, do you agree with that? Like, if someone doesn't want to follow the religion, they have to pay a tax?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, what's the issue? What's the issue with that? What's the issue with that?
What's the issue? I don't want to be a Muslim.
Let's answer the question. You don't have to be a Muslim, just pay your 2% tax.
But I don't want to pay a tax just because I'm not Muslim.
So you can just stop paying your taxes and see what happens to you.
Yeah, it's not because I'm not Muslim though. Everybody pays taxes here.
Yeah, and we as Muslims, we pay zakah. You know, zakah is charity. You as a Muslim, you don't pay that. So this is why you have to pay. And by the way, you pay taxes because you're under our protection. That's right. If the country was to go to war, right, you would not join the army. We would have to defend you. This is why you pay the jizya taxes. It's called the protection tax. Literally. So if the country
would pay us for your protection, you can't make this up. Special tax.
So it's extortion.
Pay for simply being a non-Muslim. And these are people openly advocating for this in England.
But Muslims are the ones going out and attacking people, so you're not defending me. You're going out and starting wars.
Before you sleep, sent me this video, and it's honestly incredible to watch the libtards twist themselves into circles, into like pretzels over this. All right, so now they're losing their jobs, and it's like I can't believe I'm losing my job. All I did was endorse the assassination of the president of the United States.
I wasn't going to make a video about this because I genuinely want to move on with my life. But a few weeks ago, I made a stupid video about the president. The far right found it, posted it on Twitter, and then got me fired from my job.
Fucking based. Patriots. Let's freaking go. you support her getting fired from her job? I'm sorry, I believe in freedom of speech for every party. She has the right to be insensitive, and her employers have the right to fire her. And I have the right to broadcast her retardedness to my audience. Absolutely. That is where we're at right now. Base patriots. Oh my God, consequences to supporting the assassination of the President of the United States.
I am already reaping the consequences of what I said. I lost my job.
We'll be making patty melts today. I'm very excited about that.
Have endorsed the assassination of the president or something.
I want to move forward. Do I regret what I said? Absolutely. I shouldn't have posted it on the internet.
Oh well.
Okay?
That sucks.
It was a joke. I do not condone violence, and I would never hurt anybody.
Yeah, I love when leftists do this, and then you ask them why not, and then they fall apart. Like, why wouldn't you support the assassinating president? He's an authoritarian, fascist, dictator, Nazi, so should we kill him? They all support it. They just don't want to say it out loud. It's their strategy. They're hiding their power level.
Okay? That being said, I just got a letter in the mail. They have an address on it, so I'm going to have to report it to the authorities. It's a picture of my house.
That's fucked up.
And it says, Allison, how does it feel? You've been doxxed and karma, cause and effect is coming, with a smiley face.
That's fucked. To think, this could have been avoided if you would have endorsed the murder of the President of the United States. It's fucked up, man.
All I have to say is that we're living in an incredibly scary time.
Yeah.
Please be careful what you post on the internet. People are insane.
Rude. Stop endorsing the murder of the President. That would really solve a lot of issues.
I am already suffering the consequences of what I said and did.
That sucks.
Okay? I want to move forward. I want to move on. But these people are so vindictive, and they want to preach morality while sending me letters like this.
Yeah, that's fucked
up. And while leaving hateful messages on my social media, calling me every name in the book.
Hateful messages are based as fuck. No, I'm really happy that they're harassing you on social media comments. That's great. I don't condone or support any harassment. I don't want anyone in my audience to go and bully anyone. But it's fucking awesome to hear.
Because of a stupid thing that I said that the President of the United States...
Yeah, you shouldn't endorse killing the President.
It's who, number one, does not care about you. And number two, probably didn't even see what I said. He doesn't...
Yeah, no one cares. Yeah, you just shouldn't be endorsing the murder of the President of the United States. The consequences are going to happen, actually.
Care. Somehow I am being held more accountable for something stupid I said on the internet. And people who send stuff like this, and the President of the United States, who has been spewing violent rhetoric his entire presidential...
Oh my God, Trump made a meme too. So now the leftists are all saying they should kill him, and they're facing consequences. Oh no.
That's really it. I don't even know what to do. I want this to go away, but this is absolutely...
I want the consequences to stop. I like being able to fuck around, but I really don't like finding out.
Insane. And when you post on the internet, especially if you post political content, people are crazy. Go on the internet right now and make sure that your address and your phone number is not on there. Because I've seen people get doxxed for reposting an Instagram story about the president.
Yeah, but what's the story? Yeah, but what's the story, though? It's like, a lot of these people are like such disingenuous, dishonest fuckwads. It's honestly insane. So you really sitting here, people are crazy on the internet. It says the crazy person on the internet that decides to post something about condoning the assassination of the President of the United States. Not consequences for your actions. I can't be accountability, consequences. I can't believe you. So yeah, anyway, I did a stupid video about the president, far right found the post on Twitter, got me fired from my job, based as fuck actually. That's awesome. I suggest you cry about it. Absolute hatred, getting Mexico deported, getting liberals fired after they support the assassination of the president of the United States. God, I love my fellow man, love my country, love my civilization. God bless you, God bless the United States of America. And remember the eternal doctrine. Fuck around and you will find out.
It's time for Lefties Losing It. And Hassan Piker, the millionaire Marxist inciting commies to murder the rich.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those murder those in the street. Let the streets soak in their capitalist bloods, dude.
The dude who said America deserved 9/11, the miscreant who, despite advocating for violence and siding with terrorists, is nevertheless adored by Democrat politicians and media outlets. Well, he's again sent some sage advice my way.
An Australian news broadcaster for skynews.com.australia talking about anti-American hatred demonstrated by the American Democratic Party against the American Republican President, Donald J. Trump. What are we doing here? Okay? Like, lady, don't you have a dingo story to cover? Why are you talking about Hassan Piker? It doesn't make any sense. Why is this lady defending the American Republican?
I don't know. Why are you talking about Pakistan?
This is not a thing for you.
Why are you talking about Israel?
If anything, it's not.
Why do you talk about Yemen?
At all. What the hell are you talking about? Go cover the Wallabies.
Oh, Hassan, darling, it'll be a cold day in hell before I take advice from the likes of you. But you are right about one thing. It's not beneficial for me to defend Donald Trump, given how unhinged our own media is about the president. But I'm not here to get plaudits from the media, political or activist class. No thanks. Now, we love a public tantrum in this segment, and this next one is courtesy of Florida State Rep Angie Nixon. Shock horror, she's a Democrat. And here she is railing against democracy. This is how she reacted when Governor Ron DeSantis' new congressional map passed.
Representative Persons Mullica has waived closed. The question now recurs on final passage of HB 1D. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
83 yeas, 28 nays, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill passes. Read the next bill.
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Oh dear, Democrats started this war and they're going to regret that, particularly once Florida and Texas are done redistricting. Now, we haven't checked on the ladies of The View all week. They had a rough show overnight after former counsellor to President Trump, Alina Habba, appeared as a guest. It was 5 against 1, but she had their measure. And bad news, ladies, there are more indictments coming.
Why should anyone believe this pattern of targeting Trump's enemies is about justice and not revenge?
If you think that the Russian collusion hoax, if you think that the things that we've now seen evidence of in this Department of Justice aren't real, I'd just tell you to sit tight because things are coming. Because what they did was weaponized. I don't want to hear about weaponization because the reason you all know who I am is because of weaponization. I sat through targeting people saying we're going to get Trump.
Let's go to New York City now, lefty heartland that is going through some hard times. People are fleeing due to the crime, the mismanagement, the high taxes, cost of living. People are fleeing to states like Florida, Texas and Tennessee. I wonder what those states have in common. Oh yeah, they're red, Republican states. But the good folk of New York keep voting blue, and it's even worse in New York City. In 2024, more than 80% of people in Manhattan voted for Kamala. And then New York City made a literal communist mayor. Zoran Mamdani calls himself a Democrat socialist, but he's a commie. Let's call things what they are. He's a commie who promised all sorts of free things to get elected, but 5 months into his reign and it's panic stations.
New York City faces a budget crisis of a historic magnitude. We inherited a deficit larger than any since the Great Recession. Years of mismanagement and chronic under-budgeting. We cannot close this deficit with savings alone. We need new revenue. And we need a structural reset in our relationship with the state. That is the only way to meet our legal obligation to pass a balanced budget.
So we've gone from free stuff for everyone to, oh no, we've run out of money and need new revenue sources in less than 6 months. As for the previous mismanagement, well, New York City has long been a blue city run by Democrats, and the locals keep electing more of them. To another socialist man,
fucking
Seattle's
sucks.
Katie Wilson, who thinks it's a big joke that millionaires will flee her crime-riddled, high-taxing city.
I think the claims that
That woman is very, very stupid.
So, in England, like every single day, there's another terror attack for some reason. This just happened yesterday. Horrible footage of a London stabbing attack where somebody of nebulous ethnic background. I'll just show it to you cut off a little bit. I don't want you to actually see the stabbing. I don't think that would be very accepted on YouTube, as you can see. This dude, this Jewish guy, is just standing there, and all of a sudden, boom! Guy comes out, stabs him, stabs another Jewish guy. Pretty standard stuff. I mean, that's just England, I guess. They don't want to jail their crazies. They want to import people, and they'll call you racist if you're like, wait a second, maybe we shouldn't be importing back savages and orcs. I don't know, maybe bringing orcs into the Shire is not a great idea. Well, anyway, this is the first footage of the London stabbing attack. The attacker was identified, and also identified and targeted Jewish victims. Very classic stuff. I guess it was probably a white supremacist or something. Epic foreshadowing. It was not a white supremacist. Anywho, this keeps happening. This is the moment the terrorist is taken down after stabbing 2 Jewish people in Golders Green in England. Union flag. Look at that. Union flag. Proudly flapping in the wind as they import the demise of their civilization. Wow, they don't have guns? This is crazy, dude. Jewish guys yelling, take him down! Take him down! What are you doing? You have like 4 cops with like little gay tasers that they're not taking down the terrorists that just stabbed 2 guys alone? Alone? Bro's still walking around, they didn't take him down? Hello?
Can you...
Finally, eventually, they decided to take him down. Pretty good stuff. Wow, it only took them like 4 years to do it. That's pretty great stuff. Look how insane this is, bro. Look how crazy this is. All right, so after all this, the suspect, the terrorist, was that after he just stabbed 2 Jews, tried to slit their throats, and this is him getting believe it or not, by Katsala, the Jewish ambulances that were just firebombed by Islamists a week ago. It's crazy how like we do this every single time. It's like, oh well, another terrorist attack. When's the last one been? Yesterday? Yeah. So the Jewish ambulance service, right? The volunteer paramedics in this privately funded Jewish service is actually out there healing the guy that just stabbed 2 Jews. This is honestly pretty wild stuff. It really is. It turns out this is the guy. This is the 45-year-old man arrested over the stabbing of 2 Jews in England. Looks like a straight white male to me. That's right, another straight white male. Another stabbing Jews. Wow.
The halberd kind of sucks, man. It's a very slow weapon.
Keir Starmer shows up out of the woodwork. All right, this guy. 3,000 likes, 7,000 replies. The anti-Semitic attack in Golders Green is utterly appalling. Attacks on our Jewish community are attacks on Britain. Thank you, Shomrim Hatzola and the police for acting swiftly. Not swiftly enough. Those responsible will be brought to justice. No, you'll never.
I mean, yeah, it is devastating, but god damn it, fucking slow.
Another attack by the faces of modern Britain, because he said that Islam is the face of modern Britain. That is a famous quote from Keir Starmer saying that Islamic values are British values. Yeah, very cool stuff. Very cool stuff from Queer Stalin over there. All right, so this is the Labour MP. All right, leftoid retard going there to obviously show up, to show face after this horrible attack, which happens every single day these days.
Commissioner, I just want to add a few words. What we've heard, what we've seen here on the street.
Yeah, so they were not having this. They're like, nope, we're not dealing this. This is shit. This is crazy. All right, now this is a bit graphic, but I feel like I have to show this for educational purposes. All right, YouTube, don't take down another video, please. This is the moment police detained a suspected terrorist in northwest London, and as you can see, they kick him after he's down. Now, to be clear, he is still holding a knife and potentially other weapons at this time. They don't know exactly what the case is, but they kick the shit out of him. I think it's very important to actually show you what actually happened to cover it properly. Right, so they kicked him. And of course, the leftoids lose their mind. They lose their absolute mind. This is outrageous. The guy is clearly incapacitated on the ground, having rightfully and thankfully been tased. The two officers are repeatedly kicking him in the head. Who do they think they are? Members of the IDF? Oh my God, I can't believe it. This was a literal terrorist that just stabbed two people. Yes, he fell down, but he was squirming around, still holding his knife. Okay? And yeah, they kicked him in the head. And the left is just losing their mind. Obviously, the Gaza people that all support Hamas are so, they can't believe that they would kick this poor guy. This poor guy. A contemptible act of abuse of police power. Why kick him in the head several times when he's already tased and in your control? He wasn't fully in their control. Should he not be alive? Be brought to justice in court for stabbing two Jews? Disgusting! Disgusting! Now, the community note, hello. The suspect was still holding the knife after being tased and tried to stab officers! Footage shows kicks were used to disarm him during the arrest, and it's like, no, the poor innocent terrorist that just tried to stab. No, fuck, actually, we did it more time. Anyway, Rupert Lowe, the guy running for the Base Party in England, far-right party they call him, our police kicking murderous terrorists in the head to save lives is a good thing. He is the only politician in all of England who said this. The rest of them are like, I can't believe they kicked him when he was down. This is the only guy with even some slight moral barometer. Yeah, fuck this guy, actually, that just tried to just stab two people. Yeah, actually kicking him in the head is a fucking good thing. It is mind-boggling witnessing the moral decay of society that's like, oh no, actually you shouldn't kick him in the head. Absolutely they should kick him in the head. They should deport his ass immediately. They won't. Right. Now this is the shock of all shocks.
They absolutely should kick him in the head.
Let's see if he was a far-right nationalist.
We're just getting news now. This is being reported by the Reuters news agency, quoting the UK Metropolitan Police, that the alleged attacker, a 45-year-old man who's been arrested in London, is a British national born in Somalia.
An immigrant from Somalia. I can't believe it. All he wanted was bananas and rice. All he wanted was a Leering Center. I can't believe society pushed him to do this. I don't know, man. There is literally, there isn't like a large Jewish community, like, speaking frankly, I think there's less than 1 million Jews in England, for sure, in the entire country, and they've been there for generations. How is it that there is literally some sort of attack every day? And I don't mean like the gay anti-Semitic attacks. Someone spray painted a swastika. I can't believe it. It's anti-Semitism. Like, this shit is like, honestly, please. I'm really tired of the victim shit. All right, but they over the last week, they firebombed ambulances. They firebombed the Holocaust Memorial. They stabbed 2 Jews. They beat up a couple of Jews. This isn't a week. England's not a big country. It's not a big Jewish community. What are you doing? I don't know, man. Maybe if you import infinite retards from the third world that hate Jews from a religious perspective and think that they have to wage some sort of holy war across the world against them, maybe this will happen. And to be clear, it's not just Jews. There are whole the rape of a generation of Christian girls. All right, that's pretty weird how that keeps happening. I've been following British politics lately. I think watching what happens in England is a barometer for what's going to happen here if this shit is left unchecked. These are people that they come in the beginning and they're super grateful and nice, and then they actually get numbers and they threaten you and they make sure that you appease them or they won't vote for you. They're a massive voting bloc now. They show up in massive numbers. They show their actual violence. There is no interest in assimilating into British society at all. They're largely unemployed. They're still doing the rape gang shit, even though supposedly that's not happening. Maybe he was a Somali Christian. I doubt it. Anyway, so here's a horrible update to Jewish people wounded in London stabbing attack. Guess what the response is by the British left? The absolute cucked British left. But more than 75,000 people died in Gaza. What are we even, like, what does one have to do with the other? What are we even doing here? In the leftoid mind, everything is always about Palestine because Palestine is just a weapon that they're wielding to destroy the West. They don't give a shit about Palestine, all right, or they wouldn't like Hamas, the guy that started a war that caused all these deaths. And it's like, oh my God, more than 7 million Germans died in World War II. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe you mean to tell me that they started a war and lost, and that's why we're killing random Jews in England now? Are we being serious for a second? This is the moral leftoids? Can you imagine the outrage that would happen if a Christian murdered a couple of Nigerian Muslims in Barcelona? All right, can you imagine the backlash against something like that? It's an Islamophobic terror attack. It's crazy. But Nigerians are doing a genocide against Christians in Nigeria right now. But they're literally doing that right now. That was the thing, right? So anyway, obviously not. And obviously Christians aren't doing that because Christian doctrine does not actually support the infinite murder and subjugation of people they don't like. As opposed to another very peaceful religion that currently is doing that exactly across the entire world. There's been an appalling attack of Jewish Londoners in Golders Green. Now, for the record, this is the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, Muslim guy. The police have made an arrest. I'd like to thank all the emergency services, volunteers from Hatzola, etc., swift response. I'm in close contact with the police, right? London's Jewish community has been the target of a series of shocking anti-Semitic attacks. Shocking! It is shocking that the guys attacking Jews across the world are attacking Jews when we bring them here. It's almost as shocking as when Muslims that are killing Christians in the Middle East are killing Christians in Germany, running cars at the Christmas markets. I can't believe it. It's shocking. It's so shocking. There's an absolute no place for anti-Semitism in society. Sure, the Met has stepped up with very high visibility patrols in the area. Absolutely, sure. Nothing about the Christian white girls that are getting raped by these guys, by the way. That's not a thing I've noticed. I urge anyone who has information, oh my God, please, we must do this. And look at this, 400 likes, 0 replies, shut the replies. We have the mayor of London shutting the replies to his tweet. This is Zara Sultana, radical Islamist, pro-terrorist, member of the British Parliament. This guy with the 2 Jewish men in Golders Green today is deeply shocking. A stark reminder of very real danger anti-Semitism poses. My thoughts are with the victims, their loved ones, the wider Jewish community. They all should be targeted because of their faith. Wow. Can't believe this. This is crazy. Oh my, holy shit, look at this response. It's your people that are the problem. England would be better off if you all went to your Sharia nations. Holy shit. It's the Muslims raping girls. It's the Muslims setting churches on fire. It's the Muslims stabbing Jews. It's the Muslims setting synagogues on fire. Look, man, you're judging them on their faith right now when you say that their faith is literally there to kill us. That's crazy. Anyway, the funny thing is, J.K. Rowling responded. I did not see this coming. She's very involved with like the trans shit. It's like, hey, I don't actually like the idea that we're letting men into women's prisons to rape the women there and stuff. That's normally what she does. I was very shocked when this happened. Hey, Zara Sultana. I assume this is a different Zara Sultana to the one who was recently filmed clapping aloud the loudspeaker chants for globalizing the Intifada on a street in Surrey, bro. Oh my God. That is crazy. Now, the Intifada, by the way, is a stabbing revolution, which has been done multiple times already. There's already the first and second Intifada, where Palestinians would stab random Jews and shit. Which basically means stab Jews around the world. That is what it means, yes, absolutely. This is crazy. Crazy. Right, Zara Sultana filmed among groups chanting about the Intifada hours after the police. Right, and this is Zara Sultana, the same person that is shocked and appalled at the violence, is literally chanting to globalize the Intifada. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. So J.K. Rowling gets involved. That is fucking crazy. She also did a little video chanting from the river to the sea, which is a call to genocide Jews in Israel, and they made the Hamas triangle sign.
Free Palestine! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free!
Yeah, right. Anyway, that means kill all the Jews in Israel, by the way, for those of you that are unaware. So anyway, I assume this is a different Zara Sultana that does that. Based as fuck J.K. Rowling. Now, J.K. Rowling kept killing them. This person says, I don't think you know what Intifada means. Oh, Intifada means struggle. It just means struggle guide. Just like Mein Kampf means mind struggle. It just means struggle guide. And J.K. Rowling literally nukes her in the response. I can't believe it. You host a show called Useful Idiots, and you don't appear to know what that means either. Oh my God! Literally fucking destroyed her. Because that is essentially what the left is doing. The left are useful idiots, they're so tolerant and loving they'll import infinite retards from the third world, largely Muslim countries that are literally claiming that they're coming here to impose Sharia law everywhere. Right, and they'll bring them in to do exactly that. Yes, you are the useful idiots, literally hoping and doing your best to caused the downfall of Western civilization. This is Zach Polanski. He's like the far left Green Party guy, which is pretty gray. Recently brought Jewish suffering into the UK and questions, implying it's a perception of unsafety. All right, now again, no one is surprised about this. All right, the left party is like.
I'm concerned about the rising anti-Semitic attacks. Now, there's a conversation to be had about
Oh, come on!
unsafety or whether it's actual unsafety.
Right, so it's a perception of unsafety when they keep stabbing Jews. That's pretty wild. Anyway, what a weird perception. Now, Keir Starmer did his, like, well, he does this every time. Like, he does, like, one of these videos every single week because there's always another Islamic terror attack in England these days.
Well, I've just held a COBRA meeting, bringing together all the relevant partners.
Son of a bitch, my boat's...
including the Home Secretary, the London Mayor, the Metropolitan Commissioner, to coordinate our response and to look at enhanced security. I've also spoken to CST.
Who did it? Response to what? What happened?
There is enhanced funding already in place. We need to increase that to give the level of protection that is needed. But of course...
Protection from what? What's the issue here? Queer Stalin? What is the issue in society?
It's our responsibility to coordinate the immediate response here to this appalling attack. To ensure
what attack?
Security is...
Sure, it happened to the Jews, right? But
I don't know what's going on.
That's arguably the more important thing, because that group is doing it everywhere, and it's not just the Jews.
To take other measures, I'm hoping...
Measures against what?
Meeting tomorrow with the criminal justice agencies to make...
Let me guess what the measures are.
Yeah.
We're going to get the taxpayer dollars to fund extra security in Jewish communities because you're importing the natural predator, because you're importing terrorists. All right, so let's understand how this works. All right, he imports terrorists, they kill Jews, he takes white people's tax dollars to pay for security from the people that they're importing. Do we understand the level of bullshit we're dealing with, man?
Sure that we have effective and swift justice in these cases.
Right.
But we do
swift justice.
The levels of anxiety and concern.
Oh, he's worried about anxiety.
That I know about in terms of the Jewish community feeling very much exposed and vulnerable.
Vulnerable to what? Who's the ones doing this shit, right? I've seen him condemn far right all the time. It's the far right, it's the white Londoners, it's the people that have like the little St. George flag. It's those guys that are the criminals. Really, bro? Are we being serious? Every single one of these anti-Semitic attacks are done by Muslims. Muslim innocents. Every single one. All of them. It's not like, 50-50, it's not 60-40, it's not per capita, it's all of them. It's 100% of them that are done by Muslims at this point. And no, I'm not including some gay use of swastikas or some shit. I'm talking about firebombing synagogues, firebombing ambulances, stabbing Jews, shooting them like just happened, by the way, a couple months ago. There was a shooting, so we can let them go in Manchester. Like, what are we doing?
Health service sometimes at school, on the streets where they live.
Hide them from who? Who are the Jews hiding their identity from?
They feel safe and secure.
Safe from who? They felt pretty safe before mass immigration. I'm just saying, the Jewish community has been in England for generations. There have been generations of Jews in England that felt pretty freaking safe. What happened all of a sudden? Did this thing change?
Make sure we outside.
Such a fucking pussy is incredible. He's an actual blithering idiot. Unbelievable. Alright, and my favorite word is the British language. He niggles me. Alright, that's my favorite word ever. Now, just to understand, alright, this is the clumsy Swan pub, right? So Muslims are currently at war against pubs because they're anti-alcohol. Alright, and you're racist if you don't like this. They don't like that you're drinking alcohol because it's haram. And an entire these fuckers, these barbarians, decide to attack you. Oh, they're even having Palestine flag. It's so nice. To be fair, terrorism is the major export from Palestine, so I suppose we should respect it for what it is. Video from inside the Clumsy Swan pub shows the Muslim patrol spotting a white man smoking outside. Oh, but that's also haram. They yell at him and then swarm and beat him. Yeah, apparently you're racist for not wanting that in your country, by the way. I don't know if you're in the memo. You are actually a racist for not liking that. It's very disturbing to me. The Britain is full of Islamists who, at the smallest hint of a riot, will form militias and march through the streets. You're racist if you don't like this, by the way. It's just a culture. You don't like this? It's just their culture, guys. I don't understand. Are you racist or something? Why don't you like this? Why don't you think this is awesome? This is a British member of parliament, Iqbal Mohammed, Pakistani.
These events, these activities, unity must grow, continue, and take over not just parts of Birmingham, but the whole of Birmingham, the whole of the West England, the whole
Scholars for Islam.
Oh, damn, getting hammered.
Parts of Birmingham, but the whole Birmingham, the whole Western England. I'm really glad that you're saying it. If I would say that they were trying to conquer the West, I could call this not a movement. Bro.
Any person that this is one salah, one, you need one salah for no reason. You're worse than a terrorist, you're worse than a racist, you're worse than a terrorist, you're worse than a pedophile in the eyes of Allah.
Right, so that's just a peaceful guy preaching his religion, okay? All right? I didn't say it. I didn't say it because if I would say it, I would be Islamophobic. Because very Islamophobic. But he said, which makes it better. This is a story of a, I can't show you the clip, obviously. A gay liberal couple invites an African immigrant into their home, and the African decapitates them. Excellent point. Still against mass migration. That's fucking that's the worst rule I've ever seen in my life. Now, to understand the level of cuts the European countries are right now, the European Union, the Parliament, they're clapping. They're super happy about this. This is obviously a tremendous day for women in general. Sex is only sex when consent is freely given. Oh, they're anti-racist. That's crazy because they import so many rapists. I didn't know that. Informed and, get ready, revocable at all times. Anything else is rape. Oh my God. This is from the official European Parliament. Sex is only sex when consent is freely given, informed, and revocable at all times. Anything else is rape. And revoke consent later and retroactively turn it into rape. Understand, bro? I regret having sex with you, therefore you raped me. Wait, what? You initiated it? I did, but now I regret it. You rapist, and you go to jail. Understand how this works. Understand the absolute traitorous garbage going on in the entire European bullshit country. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, this left-wing shit is insane. Rejected asylum seeker who pushed 16-year-old to her death onto a train while she spoke to her grandfather. Sentence? Let me enter care in Germany. Literally execute these people, holy fuck. It's unbelievable. Literally. This is absolute insanity. I'm just gonna release him in a year. But, like, this is crazy. How do you wake up to headlines like this every single day? Like, how do you do this? How do you do this? How are you not Nazis? Alright, I'm not gonna lie. Trump had enough of this shit too. The United States is studying and reviewing a possible reduction of troops in Germany with a determination to be made over the next short period of time. Like, we're so tired of this. We don't want any part of this. Our cultures are diverging immensely while you guys inhabit third worldism. And we are very, very eager to move back to a more traditional lifestyle. This is absolute insanity at every level. Now, don't forget, remember the Freedom Flotilla? Like a bunch of these Euro cups got together to take a little flotilla to Gaza. Like the Israeli military that can't stop it, obviously, because there was a war going on at the time, released footage of shit that they found there from like these activists. It's all drugs. It's cocaine. Covered in cocaine and condoms. That is literally the entire flotilla of these activists. The gay-theists that are going to save the Palestinians from a war that they started. It is unbelievable that these people are still around. And look at the European countries as a barometer of where we will be if we let the Cubs control us. Because this shit is insane.
Enemy ship's gone, Captain.
Overall, I agree with Sean. He creates content on YouTube under Actual Justice Warrior if you want to check out his content. But what he says there is totally true.
Welcome everyone. My name is Sean, and today we got to talk about the situation out of Douglas County, Georgia, and we're going to go over this particular judge that is getting a lot of attention as of late, a woman called Christina Peterson, because she's essentially a Tiffany A. Henyard-like figure at a judicial position in the state of Georgia, and unfortunately her star has waned at this moment because she has been found guilty of systemic incompetence due to her unbelievable corruption at this local position. Now, we're going to get into it, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who signed up over at actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
And remind you that on Saturday, April 27th of this year, I will be at Mindsfest. Link to tickets top of the description, promo code AJW for 20% off.
African-American, female, and Democrat. Yes.
Any publications that you're aware of that ever acknowledge that fact?
I was never celebrated or congratulated. On my day of swearing in, I was sworn in by Judge Emerson. I received my first JQC complaint.
So in order to understand this case, we have to go back to the beginning, to the origin point. But not really, we just have to define some of our terms. So, Christina Peterson is a black female judge. Now, the only reason I bring up her race and sex is because, needless to say, when faced with all these allegations, she accused everybody of being racist and sexist against her, and I believe that she was the first black female judge in order to get into this particular position, and she immediately, upon being elected, before she was even sworn in, claimed that the salary that was offered to her as a probate judge, don't worry, we will define that term a little bit later, was the product of systemic structural discrimination. So, let's break this down really quickly so that you can understand. So there's different
I've heard this story so many fucking times.
A probate judge would be considered the lowest tier of
She's making like
position.
$250,000 a year to review fucking birth certificates and marriage certificates. And then she got fucking caught fucking being corrupt and fucking cried racism. Oh shit, I died.
This footage is remarkable. These guys are very good at what they do. Time and time again, the colleges keep trying to shut them down in the most bizarre and comical ways.
Why did because they need to be only 2 feet by 3 feet. It's only made of materials such as cardboard, paper, or foam.
And they need to actually be held by someone. They can't be left.
They have managed to expose on camera how bad things actually are on these campuses. This is the kind of footage that you have to see to believe.
Faculty got involved.
So
he hovered around for a few minutes.
Do you have a permit to film? Campus police over.
I'm gonna need some backup.
That gentleman asked me to call the campus police.
Because she doesn't care about the actual policy, she cares about enforcing it against us specifically.
Is it possible to say, hey, I just want to recognize the fact that a baby in the womb is alive?
And the babies are alive in their bellies.
No, they're not alive. That's where we disagree.
Even that, people will literally say no.
That's the only disagreement.
Not if our foundation is just biological observation. They're definitely alive. Then why do you have to abort them?
This isn't a subjective question. This is a matter of scientific objective fact.
I would say up to 8 weeks.
Well, this is 8 weeks.
That's not alive. That is something.
No, this isn't alive because it's murdered.
No. If it was put together, I would still like.
No, you would say so if this baby.
You step on hands.
And I do find that shocking. She seems to be arguing that, well, something is not alive until it exits the womb.
Right.
I can't blame anyone for having a problem with that position.
The reason you can step on a cockroach, even if the cockroach is running from you, is because the cockroach isn't made in the image of God.
But we haven't.
Image bearer. When do we get into the image? When we're born? Because that's not what the Bible says.
When we're able to stay alive by ourselves.
No. Do you think a 2-day-old can stay alive by itself, or do you think?
I
No.
want you to keep doing that. I want to keep talking to you.
No, but I'm talking to you.
You're not going to convince me of anything, and I'm not going to convince you of anything.
So she concedes, I keep agreeing with you, so therefore I can't continue to talk to you. And this is where it gets strange. On the surface, this might look like mental instability. This is what irrationality looks like.
Well, if you don't want it...
In this beautiful signs of your murder baby. So
Well, it's
people
not a-
know it's a murder baby, and I'm a go.
This footage is hilarious. A college bureaucrat tries to shut them down because she claims their signs are outside of regulation size.
Because they need to be only 2 feet by 3 feet and only made of materials such as cardboard, paper, or foam.
You can't make it up. You have to see it to believe it.
And right now this is like a corrugated plastic.
That seems like that's a fake law.
This is targeted. She's trying to shut them down because of what they're talking about.
I'm with the Division of Student Affairs here at FSU.
Sweet.
We just wanted to make sure that you were, since you all are gathered here, aware of the policies.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Freedom of expression. We wanted to make sure that you all are aware of what's allowed or not allowed on campus. We have a limit on the size of signs.
He points out the hypocrisy of this because just across the street or the sidewalk, there's another booth selling signs that are the exact same size.
How do I get a permit to sell stuff over there? Sorry.
So that is through our campus event services, and those are handled on an individual basis. There are a couple of different opportunities. Most common is Market Wednesday, where folks apply to be vendors through the institution.
I just noticed my signs are kind of similar size.
So it's for the freedom of expression where these are being sold, and those are all of our poster board signs.
So you're allowed to have the signs if you're selling them, but not if you're expressing an idea.
Well, the sign that's holding the signs.
So that's through campus event services, and they have unique policies when it comes to our vendor expectations. I can't speak to those. I'm only here to talk about the freedom of expression.
Okay.
There are other people with signs. They do not bother at all.
You guys have been breaking the law this whole time. My sign is shorter than their sign.
They saying it's too tall?
And my sign is manned, and their sign is not manned. Their sign is made of plastic, my sign is made of plastic.
This is how it feels to be on a college campus. And make no mistake, they pick and choose based upon what you are talking about and how they feel about it.
Cannot be in this area because they're having an event.
I understand. I do this at every campus. Okay.
And these guys are used to this game because they've been doing this a while. They know the actual laws and regulations at this point better than any of these bureaucrats do who are actually just making this stuff up on the spot.
You can have the law enforcement come, ma'am. I know where this is going. I don't want to waste my time with this. Politely. Okay.
The only location right
Yeah, but like, as far as you deciding that you're going to be the director of organization to tell us which lawn to stand at, that's where we're kind of like, we're not going to stand specifically where you tell us.
Okay, so you're not going to move.
Yeah, we haven't elected her to run the group.
What would you guys do if we just said we're going to say where we are?
There is a process that will take letting you know, hey, if you continue to be in this area, you're going to be arrested. So.
Okay. Okay.
Make no mistake, all of this is about preventing them from being able to speak or convince people.
I'm not here to change your mind. I'm here to make you feel bad and not make sure nobody here listens to a word you say.
It's the same pattern that continues to play out again and again. You can see it in this footage.
I think this is funny that you're judging me on the way I look.
Because you're killing women.
I don't think that people should be judged by the way they look.
Oh, you think people should be judged by their healthcare choices like you dumb?
No, I think people should be prohibited from murdering other people.
Oh, but God, when God murders, you think it's okay though, don't you?
Suddenly they feel justified in mocking your religion, your skin color, your immutable characteristics, shutting down freedom of speech. The hypocrisy is remarkable.
Sorry, he told me to back up.
I told you to go this way.
What would you like? Why do you want to divide us? Let's have a conversation.
I'd like you to be on our side. No, we hate you.
This is one example, one anecdote, but you can look at this footage and see that dynamic. He's being reasonable, regardless of how you feel about what he thinks. Meanwhile, the people around him, a growing mob, want to just force him out.
You know that these signs can cut. Yeah. So that's the whole reason that we've adopted the policy of wooden sticks. There's a part of that, but paper, foam, or cardboard.
You can feel the hatred I mean, this is what is playing out on a much larger scale.
You can have this conversation without being mean.
I'm being mean. I'm the mean one.
What's that?
You're going to hell for this. You're going to hell for this especially. He's going to hell for this. He's already in hell.
Do you believe
God does
that
not
an
like him,
acorn
obviously.
is an oak tree?
Yes, you can. You can reason.
He's just trying to have a conversation. They are trying to shut down the conversation.
Listen, you have told me that you hate me.
I do hate you. You're a piece of shit.
You have told me.
They literally tell him, I hate you.
You have told me that you hate me.
I hate you, yes.
You have told me you've cussed me out,
You're a piece of shit,
right?
yes.
And you've judged me by the way I look, and you've told me to go to hell. The same protection you have from murder, I want it applied to all people. I'm for equality. I'm against your bigotry.
I'm the bigot because I think you're a piece
Yes.
of shit.
Yeah, you're a total bigot.
If I'm a bigot because I hate people who are bigots, then I am a bigot.
No.
It's the same game being played out with these college bureaucrats. They're just hiding behind these fake policies that they make up on the spot.
That's right. Do you have a permit to film?
They can't be set up on.
That's a campus thing, right?
Yes, campus.
Yeah.
Would you mind if we talk to Russ?
And they can be good or bad. We're getting
Do you have a
into good
permit
part
to
of the
harass?
conversation. I'd rather not be interrupted, but Junior, their actual job isn't to interrupt our conversation. So go for it.
Officer, she's harassing me without a permit.
All right, we'll just be over here.
Okay.
Everyone watching this has probably encountered situations like this. You are going to encounter absolutely irrational people and explanations of procedures and policies. I think these guys do a good job of handling it.
The deadliest gang raid ever.
A police operation in the suburbs of Rio de Janeiro has left at least 132 people dead in what has become the largest and deadliest gang raid in Rio.
Curious where these dudes are coming from. I guess they just spawn in randomly. Here it is.
Ship's under your hand, Captain.
I didn't, damn it. I'll look something up right quick.
Rio's history. The grisly operation saw explosions and gunfire ring out in the Brazilian state and left neighborhood streets lined with bodies.
Wait, there's no way everybody is sitting there celebrating, clapping with all the dead gang members. Damn, that says a lot, doesn't it? It really does.
Just days
There's a
before
white dude. There's plenty of people that are in Brazil that got white skin. Same as Argentina. There's plenty of people in South America that got white skin.
Brazil is set to host a major upcoming world event. So what prompted the brutal bloodbath? Here's everything you need to know. In the dark of Tuesday morning, October 28, 2,500 Brazilian civil and military police entered the Alemão and Penha complexes of Rio de Janeiro, accompanied by helicopters, armored vehicles,
So
and
what you're
drones.
saying is you can just bring in the military and the police and you just deal with this.
The state of Rio de Janeiro launched the raid, which it labeled Operation Containment, aiming to combat
Operation Containment.
the territorial expansion of the Comando Vermelho.
That's got to be under
or Red
Steam.
Got him.
Command, which is one of the country's largest and oldest criminal groups, according to think tank Insight Crime. The Red Command is notoriously involved in the drug trade in Brazil and
I
South
would have
America.
never guessed.
And has a strong foothold in the poorer neighborhoods of Rio de
I
Janeiro.
bet that's why they're clapping, bro. Because the people that are living here, bro, these places are shitholes. They are. They're shitholes. And they get run over by these fucking assholes that I bet probably terrorize them. Right? They do. They terrorize them. And this is, I really hope that, you know, after what happened with El Salvador, and, you know, the pressure that Trump is putting on Venezuela, you know, we can finally, I mean, America, right, it's not really our job, but, like, it does affect us because the drugs come to the United States. I really hope that, like, by a second-order effect, we can really help these countries. Because, like, it's not fair that they have to live being oppressed by these, like, marauders, basically, like drug marauders.
Known as
And also,
favela.
another thing too, keep in mind is that these people destabilize the countries that they
Why are
live
you
in,
doing this to me?
and they're the ones also that are causing a lot of the illegal migration, right? They're damaging for their own economy. Like it's if you really think about it, it's better. It's literally better for the
Can we?
United States that this
You
shit
come
is not
in here and sit right on me.
Favelas or
The group has faced
I just don't
repeated
know.
targeted clashes with government troops and local militias in the past.
Oh
who have
my
aimed to
God,
take the
stop.
favelas under their control.
So
According to
they actually thought that they were gonna. What's crazy is that, like, these guys think that they have an AK-47 and a gas mask on, and you actually think that you're gonna go up against these guys. Like, with fucking bulletproof vests, drones, helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles. Like these guys have vehicles with armor on them. These guys have armored vehicles. It's a whole different situation.
the government of Rio, the latest raids in Alemão and Penha have been in the works for over a year.
Got them.
Police used armored vehicles
Also, look how young they are, bro.
in Penha
These are
have
kids.
been in the works for over a year. Police used armored vehicles to topple barricades set by the Red Command.
So they just went in there and just drove through the fucking barricade.
Hold on a second. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
They just, bro, like the Kool-Aid man. He said, "What's up, boys?"
While also setting
How y'all
blockades
doing?
of their own to close off strategic
I don't wanna do
avenues
that.
and highways in the area.
Oh man.
Shootouts and gunfire soon broke out and have since left at least 132 dead, 4 of whom are confirmed to be police, as well as dozens injured, including civilians. According to a
That's
video,
insane. So they killed over 100 of the 120, 150 of their people. They only lost 4 guys. Yeah, these guys got mopped up. That's what's crazy. It's like, if you actually think that you have a chance against, like, the actual military, like, and this is the Brazilian military, right? I mean, like, we're not even talking about, like, you know, Chinese, Russian, American military, Israeli military. Like, it's not military? Oh, it wasn't? So these were just the cops? Oh. It's so over. Yeah, it's so over.
Video posted by the state, Red Command could be seen responding to the raid by using drones, which reportedly dropped explosives on police. Various videos shows the complex is looking like a war zone.
Alright, sorry about that. I'm gonna
scattered across the city skyline. In the aftermath, over 40
Dude, it's just the fact that you have all the citizens there clapping literally over the dead corpses of these people, I think really goes to show, and this is one thing that I hope a lot of these like weird fucking like gated community, upper middle class, white liberal freaks in America need to realize, is that the main victims of this are not, you know, like some other random person, right? It's the people that live in these communities. It's the people that are living in this house right here that are being oppressed. People that live in this house that are being oppressed. Like, this is really, they're the real victims out of all this.
Bodies could be seen lining the streets.
All right, hang on, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
A witness told Reuters. The UN Human Rights Watch chimed in on the deadly assault, saying, "We are horrified by the ongoing police operation in favelas in Rio de Janeiro. We remind authorities of their obligations under international."
The UN, there's a bunch of fucking retards. Fuck them. They don't know what they're talking about. The UN. Fuck them. Absolutely not. Human rights? What about everybody else's right to exist? Who's paying for the UN? Who's paying for these retards? Fuck the UN.
Human rights law and urge prompt and effective investigation.
Like, look at this limp dick shit. They say the same thing about El Salvador. I'm so sick of these like weird, abstract, completely no allegiance to any country, no allegiance to any cause. These like international organizations that like to condemn any country that takes a drastic action against crime in their country to protect their people. Like, what? Like this? Yeah, it's just international Karens. Fuck the UN.
The
Should do it again.
ordeal comes as the state of Rio prepares to host a major climate conference to kick off this COP30 World.
This is the problem, is like they get to say that because they're sitting in some fucking European country in some super safe area where, you know, like there's like 3 levels of security before you can get to them, and they don't understand that really, oh wow, 100 people got killed, 200 people got killed with this. Okay, well, how many people have been killed by the people that got killed? How many lives have been terrorized? How many areas have been, you know, fucking locked down by these psychos? The ICC got Duarte? Yeah. Let my boy go. Like, the thing is, like, yeah, he probably killed some people unintentionally, but there's a reason why they voted him back to mayor. There's a reason why they voted him in the beginning. How many lives have been saved? Yeah, these people have no idea, like, they have no concept of any sort of, like, real morality. All they have is, like, feelings and vibes. There is no real morality in allowing an entire area like this to be terrorized by a, effectively, you know, like, terrorist organization gang. The human rights. Get the fuck out of here. What about people's right to live? People's right to live without being terrorized, without being attacked, without being bullied, without being, you know, intimidated, having their money stolen.
Summit
they
in
care
Brazil.
more about the rights of violent criminals than the rights of the actual citizens. I hate them. I hate them, bro.
Next week, the government has been known to conduct similar operations ahead of hosting major world events. In April of 2014, over 2,000 troops entered the favelas of Rio to conduct a series of
I'm back.
pacification efforts.
We're gonna build an awesome base.
Of the FIFA World Cup. The state of
I'm just
Rio
doing
announced
base
that
building
following
today,
on
man.
October 28th, over 80 criminals have been apprehended, along with over 400 pounds of drugs and dozens of firearms.
Man, absolutely, unfathomably, incredibly, amazingly fucking based. Wow. I didn't know anything about this. Yeah, this is insane.
UN is calling for a comprehensive reform of policing methods in Brazil after at least 132 people were killed in an unprecedented raid targeting a notorious drug gang in Rio. There were scenes of chaos as 2,500 heavily armed officers backed by armored vehicles, helicopters and drones entered 2 favelas to execute judicial warrants for suspected gang members. Residents who spent the night collecting bodies and laying them in a central square are accusing the police of carrying out a massacre. Well,
They did. Thank God. It's about time. Holy shit. Yeah, duh. Good.
The very latest. Let's cross live now to our correspondent in Rio, Tim Vickery, joins us now. Tim, police are being accused of using excessive force. Just how exactly did this death toll end up being so high? What happened?
Well, the governor of Rio...
Well, I mean, guess what happened? They tried to shoot back, run away, and fight the police, and they lost. That's what happened. That's the reason why the death toll was really high. Is because the police probably didn't come in there and shoot them before they talked to them. How do you think the police officers got killed?
Right-wing
yeah, they fought, they lost. It's not excessive at all. So many innocents caught between the wars and gangs? Yeah, exactly.
And behind the operation, he and his staff are claiming that this...
I'm really sorry to tell you this, but they were applauding the criminals, not the police. The police did not collect the bodies, and the population and their families were grieving them. I hate that. But those people are praising the dead thieves. I don't know if that's true or not. I got no idea. Maybe it is. It doesn't matter. You still got to get rid of them. Even if the population there doesn't like them, you still got to get rid of them.
It was a complete success.
Yep.
They had a strategy, which they've been working on for a year, whereby they would force members of this drug gang to flee into the woods between 2 of the favelas. It's a traditional hiding place, but they'd set up an ambush there. Now, the official toll from the Brazilian government now, from the Rio authorities, is 121 dead, 4 of whom are police. And the Rio authorities are saying that the other 117 were all members of this drug gang.
That's right.
That everything was done to limit collateral damage. So they are claiming success, and this will play well with many in Brazil. It's a society traumatized by the reality of urban crime, and many will think, well, the only good bandit is a dead bandit.
Yeah.
On the other side of the line, you have 2 criticisms. One, was the objective of this operation to assassinate rather than to arrest?
Should have been.
Was excessive force used? And Brazil's Supreme Court will look into that. Another line of criticism will say, well, how effective is this really going to be?
They're dead. What do you mean, how effective is it? They're dead. What? You just look at them.
Rio's governor is claiming, and his security forces are claiming, that this is the most successful, it's the biggest blow ever to the drug gang, the Comando Vermelho, the Red.
All these women crying, these moms crying, you should raise your kid better where he's not selling drugs, trying to shoot the fucking police. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The emotional manipulation for this is crazy. It is crazy. You raise your kid to be a hood rat that turns into a gangbanger, selling drugs, shooting the police, and then your kid dies and you want to act about how the police is bad? No, you are bad. You raised a demon. You raised a demon and he got put down. That's what happened.
In the organization's history. But critics will say, all right, over 100 of them have been killed. 90 rifles have been apprehended along with drugs, and 113
90 rifles. Totally, totally innocent, right, guys?
Arrests have been made, but the drug gang will have the resources to replace all of those rather quickly.
You're so insensitive. They're doing what they can to make a living. Of course, I'm insensitive. Why would I allow people like this to control my emotions whenever I know that obviously a drug gang that uses guns and terrorizes people is bad. Like, we already know this is bad. I know that there are some people that commit crime and they feel like they have to commit crime. I understand that, but whenever you do it, it's still a problem. Like, I can understand it. But whenever you tell me that I'm insensitive, I could also say that you are also insensitive to the people that are victims of this behavior. It's always easy for you to think about the direct result because it's being portrayed by a media organization here. And this is France here. You've got to keep in mind, France is busy selling out their own country to migrants that go into their country and rape their own citizens, okay? So I wouldn't necessarily listen to anything out of France and be like, oh, okay, these are the real moral arbiters of the way a country should be run. Okay, number one. Number two, the other thing is that you don't think about the victims that get hurt by these individuals. You don't think about the families that are destroyed whenever these people kill other people. And so all you do is you look at these victims who, in a lot of cases, I think were probably gang members. They probably did have guns. How do you think 4 police officers randomly died? Right? There you go. If France 24 is leftist media, yeah, it's bullshit. And so you tell me that I don't have empathy or sympathy, or I'm not like, I'm not thinking about it. I'm not, I'm being insensitive. I'm actually the only one that is sensitive because I can see the greater good in the bigger picture. Where these people are painting a lie in order to co-opt your emotions to make you side with drug dealer murderers. The reality is that these people are terrorists. They terrorize their own community. They terrorize surrounding communities. And to the extent that they can, they'll terrorize the whole world. That's what they do. So, no, I'm not insensitive. I'm the only one that is sensitive. I'm the only one that doesn't let my emotions get the best of me whenever I see somebody cry. Oh, wow, somebody's crying. Who cares? What about the people that do you believe in the hope for redemption? I don't care about redemption. Why would I give a fuck about that? Like, do you think that I'm thinking about their best interests? Who gives a fuck about what their best interests are? They're fucking criminal drug dealers. Like, obviously, if you can help them, then it would be better to help them. But who gives a fuck? Were they thinking of anybody else's redemption whenever they killed them? Were they thinking about other people's redemption when they sold them drugs that were probably laced with worse drugs that could have killed them? No. You have to stop letting yourself pick the side of evil. That's what you're doing. You're letting your emotions allow you to side with evil.
How much damage has really been done? And the problem, surely, far bigger. This is not so much a problem of public security. It's a problem of sovereignty, with the drug gang being able to take effective command of a number of areas in Rio and increasingly throughout Brazil as well, especially in these favela areas. Now, getting rid of this drug gang, who gave an impressive display of force with their reprisals yesterday, effectively...
You really get... I don't even think it's impressive, honestly. Like, I mean, like, if you played an FPS match, and it's first 1 to 100, and they score 4 and you score 100, would you say that they did impressive? I would say they got flopped. Like, this was a blowout. They got steamrolled.
Shutting the city down. Getting rid of this drug gang will require much more than military-style police operations. So there are
what's going on, man? How did our society raise a bunch of flower sniffers who think evil doesn't exist? The reason why is because they've never been confronted with it and they've never had to deal with it. The reason why a lot of people believe in redemption for criminals is because they don't have to be the recipients of the potential lack of redemption. So these people have no problem talking about, oh, well, I care about, rehabilitating people, etc. But they never have to be the victims of that rehabilitation process should it go badly. So that's the reason why you have so much of this this empathy for criminals. It's because a lot of the people that have the empathy never have to actually have accountability for it. There's never any accountability for their empathy. They never have to be the one that has to, you know, house an illegal alien that has, you know, a criminal record in their house. It's easy to humanize criminals when they're not victims or in any way relate personally. Yeah, exactly. Like they don't know what it does to these people. It's sympathy and not empathy. So you believe that all criminals are just inherently bad people, should be locked away forever? I think that if you're working in you're in a drug gang and you have the police raid you and you get shot, I think this is a Rip Bozo situation. You shouldn't have been there. You shouldn't have put yourself in that situation. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were getting into, and that's what happened. That's it. You put words in your mouth? Yeah, just go back perm, Ben. Yeah, I didn't even say that.
Criticisms here on there are those who see this as a huge success, of course, and there are criticisms that this isn't particularly effective, that we're dealing with organized crime. It's far more effective to get a handle on the finances rather than kill the foot soldiers.
You can't get a handle on the finances. They're doing everything through crypto. They're doing it through international banks. It's harder to do. And also, who's going to use the finances? People are going to use the finances, right? So if you kill the person that has the account, well, then nobody can use the fucking account. And you kill enough people with the accounts, then there's no more accounts. It's pretty easy to deal with. It's stupid. Like, what do you mean? You go after the finances. Going after the finances is only going to make these people oppress their own communities even harder.
And Tim, how has the Brazilian president been reacting to all of that? We've heard that he's horrified by the death toll, saying as well that the police in Rio launched this operation without notifying the federal government.
Yeah, based, because federal government could have been compromised. You realize that some of the gangs get their members are often lured in with the promise of legit work, only to be held at gunpoint to join a gang that they were not aware of? Yeah, it sucks. I guess we should just let them go out and kill people and sell drugs and terrorize the community then. I understand that from your perspective it might seem unfair or scary, but there are a lot of choices and things like this in life where there isn't really a good choice. There isn't a choice that has like no negative side effects. It's just that's not the way the world works. People are these are people that, you know, it's like you have the trolley problem. These are people who are too afraid to pull the lever because they don't want to kill one person, and they end up killing 100, but they tell themselves that because they didn't pull the lever, they're a good person. That's what it is.
Yes, he has said that. At the time of the operation, he was flying back from Malaysia, so he took knowledge of this early this morning, and he is perturbed by the death toll. Lula, always a consensualist, an attempt to build consensus. So he had emergency meetings with some of his ministers today, and he has sent a committee, including his justice minister.
And you can see all the clips. Are any of the clips of the actual people that were the killers? Did it show any of the drugs they had or the guns they had? Did it have the firefight at all? Did it show the drone footage dropping firebombs on the police officers? No. All they're showing is a bunch of crying women. That's it. Because they're trying to manipulate your emotions and make you act against your best interest. Because this, just like a lot of other types of media, is not out for your best interest. It has some sort of weird global agenda that they don't give a fuck about the best interest of Brazilian citizens or French citizens. They give a fuck about pushing their agenda. That's it. And you see how they replay the same crying women over and over and over. Complete manipulation.
To Rio to meet with the governor, Claudio Castro, who's a political opponent.
Never let that happen.
And at the moment, they are working hard to try and present a united front, to try and say all levels of the government need to be together in the fight against organised crime.
They do need. Yeah,
Tim,
true.
thanks so much for all of that. That's Tim Vickery, our correspondent in Rio.
Yeah, what a joke. What a fucking joke, bro. Like, When criminal gangs get caught, they turn into whiny babies. Congratulations to Brazil's police. Poverty is an excuse to do crime. Zero tolerance. Good job. There are criminals denying human rights to others. Their own human rights got denied. I have no... Bro, base YouTube comments. Bro, see, YouTube is one of the only platforms that's, like, not really censored at all. And so, like, you actually have people that give their... Everybody in the comments is totally on favor with this. Yeah, like, they're totally fucking on board with this. I'm so happy to see this. It's amazing, isn't it? So, yeah, YouTube comments going in. Yeah, and this is just the common sense, right? And it is. You're making a difference. I will, and I'll keep doing it until all of this misplaced empathy is put in a box where it deserves, right? Put it in a box, put it in the closet, put it away, and forget about it. Because the amount of people right here, look at this here. This is somebody, thank you to civil police and military police. I hope these actions multiply throughout the country, Brazil. And this is obviously just some, I think this is Portuguese, I'm not really sure. Could be Spanish, I can't really tell the difference, to be honest. But yeah, you have actual citizens there that are saying that. YouTube's a good baseline on what normies think. Well, any platform that isn't biased is a good baseline. Platforms that are...
hang on, I'm going to put my pork
like
in.
Reddit, you can never listen to what people say on Reddit and try to get a fair shake on that, because any conservative
making pulled pork today in the crock pot.
So, like, you can't ever do that. You can't do it on TikTok either.
I'm also making patty melts, but I want the pulled pork
what is this here?
going because that's going to take, like, good 8 hours.
May there be no shortage of ammunition. Amen. Oh, man, there's r/conservative? Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. And there used to be 50 other conservative subreddits. They all also got banned. And, yeah, there it is. And this needs to be widespread in every nation. Yeah, El Salvador was the blueprint. El Salvador was the blueprint, and it was one of the worst criminals of all. Brazil is not his. It belongs to Brazilian people. Yeah, bro, I'm so glad to see YouTube comments calling this shit out, bro. $39 stores are leaving New York City because it... Dude, is this video real? Like, what the hell? 39 stores are leaving New York City because of theft?
The NYPD is looking for several suspects in a drugstore burglary pattern.
Police say the suspects were involved in 8 different incidents where they tried to break into pharmacies by breaking their glass doors or rolling down those heavy security.
That would make sense.
Great, just what we need. A new robbery pattern targeting pharmacies in New York, many of which are having problems staying open. With Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid closing a combined 40 locations in 2024 alone, leaving New York with about half the number of pharmacies it had just 10 years ago. Before our leaders thought it would be a good idea to stop sending thieves to jail where they belong.
We've spoken to several managers at various drugstores around New York City. Though none would go on camera, all tell us they've seen an increase in thefts.
Millions of dollars in stolen goods seized in Queens and put on display for the cameras.
There's this huge problem that people think that it's okay to steal shit. And they view it's like I think that there's like a huge difference between somebody stealing like diapers and somebody stealing like fake eyelashes. I do. I think it's totally different, right? Like cosmetics, yeah. What is this? A TV? Yeah. No. What about piracy? Piracy isn't good, but there's no zero-sum environment. Like theoretically, everybody could have a copy of I don't know, Gladiator, and it wouldn't affect anybody's copy of Gladiator. So it's totally different situation. Piracy is totally different.
The thieves had an eye for cosmetics, beauty products, designer clothing, and accessories.
Yeah, we're not talking about stealing like milk and diapers, baby formula.
The shoplifting concerns are part of a growing trend in the city, but due to current laws, many of those arrested were released back on the streets to do it again.
This man just came in, grabbed a whole bunch of makeup.
I love how they have catch and release. You know, the only other time I've ever heard of the word catch and release or the term is with fishing. Like these people, they think they're fucking sardines or something. Yeah, what is this?
stuff that was on the side and just ran out. Security tried to stop him, but he was already gone.
Rafael and Sean Martez have been getting their prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least a year. They believe shoplifting played a role in the store's closure.
They have it locked up because sometimes they get boosters that come in there and steal their stuff.
I don't know if they're stealing it from here or they're stealing from another place to sell it.
Booster, big surprise. It's just people that steal shit.
Here,
these plexiglass screens and all these other inconveniences creates additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
And it's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting bolder?
Yeah, it definitely is getting bolder.
To me, I would say that having to speak to an employee to get something out of a shelf is a huge deterrent for me wanting to shop at that store. I honestly, the reason why I don't want to talk to a lot of people, I just want to go to the store and I want to get something, and it's really annoying. It wastes my time. It's inconvenient. I don't want to interact with anybody. That's it. So American, really? I mean, I don't know. I feel like, and I think also there's like the component of it where there's like an implicit expectation that you're a thief, and so I think that people don't like. Maybe I'm the only person that feels this way. I think people don't like that you're like pre-categorized as a person who would have been a thief, basically.
So, nearly half of New York City's drugstores have disappeared over the last decade as retail theft continues running rampant. But what nobody's talking about is all of these pharmacy closures. They're happening 1 year after our leaders promised to get tough on shoplifting, a promise many businesses are still waiting for them to keep. And sadly, if you walk through any pharmacy in town, you'll be greeted with all the signs that the high crime environment afflicting our stores is here to stay. With location.
Yeah, we have this at Walmart. Like you have, I mean, now they got underwear behind these things. Like, I told that story about underwear a few times. I'm not going to tell it again, but like, I mean, it's hair coloring and underwear. That's it.
Just throughout New York locking up their products because here we won't lock up our criminals. Because stealing here's been decriminalized, making New York a breeding ground for professional criminals who take things that aren't theirs and then sell them on the internet or on the side of the street somewhere. Perpetually funding illegal retail arbitrage businesses that will exist as long as shoplifting here remains unknown.
Also a good point is that when somebody steals something and then they resell it, that also takes away, like, effectively 2 sales from the company. Because, like, if you buy it from somebody who stole it, well, not only did the person take the inventory away from you, you also didn't secure another sale as well. It's really bad.
Available misdemeanor providing peaceful shoplifting that doesn't escalate to a physical altercation with another person. As for some reason, criminal sympathizing leaders don't think destroying security barriers or cutting security tags counts as violent behavior. And that brings us to the real reason why New York is losing so many pharmacies, leaving many neighborhoods without...
I don't know how you could say that's not violent behavior. Anytime that you destroy or alter property in a way that's malicious, it's obviously violence. Like, I would say that, like, I mean, don't you define violence by, like, it's basically malicious physical action, right? Yeah. Behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Not an object? No, it's a thing. Yeah, I mean, that's what the dictionary says, right? So, I don't know what else to say. It also raises the cost of living for every New Yorker, even those who already buy everything online from places like Amazon, revealing that as criminals loot and destroy these businesses, they're actually destroying New York City itself. People try to make the distinction between how violence is defined in the eyes of the law and the eyes of the dictionary. That may be different. They are the ones that are inventing what the law says. You can't make an argument to authority when you're the one that's the authority.
So New York City has obviously got a lot of former retail storefronts that have been shut down. But you want to see what out of control retail theft is really in New York City? Take a look at the stores. Like this one, where pretty much everything is locked up. Except for loading products nobody's buying right now in New York, like sunscreen. Look at this. Even the picture of the product that is here.
Damn, we are this far? So they don't even have it locked up. They have a printing. Oh my God. I've never seen something this fucking ratchet before. This is amazing. Not only is it locked up, but it's only a picture of it that's locked up. Wow. Yeah, it's an NFT, yeah.
Don't steal the actual right. Even it's locked up, so you don't steal the picture. But on top of all this in-store security, you'll also see something else. A blinking camera array on top of this CVS. With flashing lights meant to scare criminals into thinking the police could be inside, or at least watch it. But sadly, none of the security is having the intended effect because our stores are still shut down.
It's terrible going on.
Rafael and Sean Martez have been getting their prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least a year. They believe shoplifting played a role in the store's closure.
I have seen it happen right in front of my face. This man just came in, grabbed a whole bunch of makeup stuff that was on the side, and just ran out. Security.
So, as you can tell from all this security plastic, these places are getting robbed constantly, sometimes right in front of paying customers. And look at all the cracks around this product
you're not
here
gonna
on this
try to,
tide.
like,
It's
I mean,
almost
shit.
as if somebody...
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna try to fucking go and fight somebody over this. Like, I mean, if I was at a store and I saw somebody stealing something, if I could, I would maybe report them, but I sure as hell wouldn't try to stop them. I sure as hell would not. Like, absolutely, I don't want to deal with that. That's not my problem. I don't work there. Fuck that. Shoot. Nah, you can't shoot people like that. I mean, maybe the store can, but yeah, that's it.
tried to tamper with this and break through it to get at the products underneath. And before we get into the unstoppable proportions this crime wave has now reached, look at who the real victims are from all this stealing. Now, of course, the store itself is a victim of crime, obviously, but the people who live near a place like this, they're the ones that suffer the most, because after a store like this is gone, where do they go to get the things they need and have relied on
that going.
from it on a weekly basis?
Apparently
And
not
what
there.
about the people that work
That
at a
guy,
place
yeah.
like this? Once it's gone, where are they going to work?
This is one of the big issues that I think a lot of people have. It's where the fuck? Not there. And I think that there's another big issue is that a lot of people, they try to play this off as it's like kind of.
I got that going.
It's because people that are minorities get
Couple hours, I'll get up
targeted by this more often.
and
I think
make
in
some
poor
patty melts.
areas, like, you're gonna have more theft. I think that just makes sense. And if there's more minorities there, then yeah, that would be true. But when you have more theft and you don't have it like controlled, it hurts all of those people. Like those, like the entire minority group that those thieves are a part of are all negatively affected by it. And it's kind of like what I was saying before about how it's like performative empathy, where it's like, oh, well, we're trying to help, these minorities, and we don't want to have them be unfairly targeted by police. But what I don't think that they realize is that by not giving these people in these communities the ability to like control their own stores, they have the stores leave, people lose jobs, and it just gets worse for everybody. Is it unfair? I think that there's definitely cases where police officers are racist and interactions happen with a person that is non-white or a white person. It could be a racist black officer towards a white person too. But like, I think I'm sure it happens, but it's not like, you can't base everything off of that. These people care about their own community, they care about the effects. Well, what a lot of it is, I think, is that these people don't care about. Many of the people that are the biggest proponents of allowing people to steal things out of stores don't live in places where people are stealing things out of stores, unless they're the ones that are doing the stealing. So in a lot of cases, what happens is that it's these, you know, in general, like ivory tower, upper middle class, gated community people that are trying to dictate to these lower working class people that no, it's actually good that you can steal things out of stores without realizing the second order effects of what that stealing causes. And that's what I was saying before about like the selfish altruism or like performative empathy, and about how doing it in order to make yourself feel good or sound good ends up hurting other people.
Oh yes, every time a store like this shuts down over crime, the brand always says that they'll do everything they can to redeploy their workforce to other locations. Of course they will. But that just hurts everybody, because now the people who work at those other locations are going to have less hours because there's now a surplus of workers. Yeah. If the workers that were at a store that closed can even...
And it's also like if you're a worker there, so like if you assume that, like let's just use a little bit of logic here, right? I mean, for like, who's ever done logistics for a company or for an organization or for anything before? Let's say you have 6 workers. Each worker is allocated to be active 80% of the time or 90% of the time. If you are working at capacity, because it's logical that you would not overhire, you would probably want to have the closest percentage of employees to work as possible, right? That's why, for example, Taco Bell doesn't hire as many people to be working at 3 a.m. versus 3 p.m., just as a random example. And so now what this does too is it makes it to where the employees are now getting stretched even thinner, because they've already got 2 jobs that they have to do, right? They have to maybe maintain a store area, and they have to also check people out. Like this happens at Walmart. How many of you guys have been at Walmart and there's one person working the electronics section, and you have to wait for this person to talk to 2 other people, to ring somebody up, and then they have to go and unlock the thing out of the jewel case, right? All the time. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, what does that cause? That means that that worker doesn't have as much time to rest. It's more strenuous on them, and it's more difficult for the workers in general. Yeah, dude's busy as hell. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't even have, like, a moment or 2 to rest, because you guys know, like, I don't know. I mean, I've only had, like, really 2 jobs my whole life that are, like, streaming. But most jobs, like, you're not working 8 hours straight. You're working for like maybe 10 minutes, and then you stop and you like recalibrate, and then you do something else for 10 minutes, and then you do something else, right? There's going to be like intermissionary periods. The fact is that now, not really. I think so. I mean, yeah, of course, right? It's like, for example, like you finish a task, and then you have to submit your task, and then you have to go get the next task, logically, right? And so all the time that happens, you're going to have transit time with anything. It's travel time, effectively. And no clue on this one? No, I think so. Not anymore. They min-maxed it. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that I'm sure that there's some jobs this isn't the case for. But I think in a lot of cases, it's very regular to have small intermissionary periods while you're working of maybe a couple of minutes until you do the next task. And what I'm saying is that situations and systems like this remove those intermissionary periods, or they make them smaller, and that way people don't have as much time. Social services? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's gonna be downtime.
Get to whatever location they've been redeployed to, but even if the workers can get to the new...
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, yeah. And also, like, logically, you would have to have downtime, because almost no work is completely synchronously the exact same performance the entire time. So you're going to have ups and downs, right? And so what I'm saying is that these downs, there's a lot less of them if you have to do all these other activities.
location, so can the criminals. In fact, they ride around on the subway here for free because we don't care about fare evasion either. And that's the real problem here, because if customers need a new store to shop at and workers need a new store to work at, criminals, they're going to need a new store to steal from, and everybody's going to end up at whatever store is still hanging on. And
That's
hanging
right.
on is definitely the best way to describe it after
Jesus.
one Upper East Side pharmacy closed.
This is not like lawn chairs, apparently. Yeah, there you go.
Surviving locations said that they were getting robbed once an hour. And as you're about to see, closing stores is not going to put a stop to New York City's theft problems at all. In fact, it's only going to make it worse.
Another guy, while he was chasing him, stole candy.
It's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting bolder?
Yeah, it definitely is getting bolder.
Walgreens said only economic headwinds are making it too difficult to cover.
So the reason it seems like theft is getting more out of control and thieves are getting bolder and more brazen is because they have to. You've got the same number of criminals, but now you've got fewer stores to steal from. Like this CVS right here. Its theft problems definitely got worse after the Walgreens, which was across the street, shut down. When that happened,
This is like what happens when I remember people tell me this. It's like when I go offline, the roaches scatter. And like people will be like, yeah, so like I started getting a lot of sexist. Why do they keep telling me stop talking? Why is this dishwasher talking? Why are they saying this? Oh, Asman went offline. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense.
And any crime that was taking place split between the two stores now all has to happen at just one store.
you?
And you can tell from the lack of rust and ding.
Why didn't you drink a... Oh my god. This bitch is so stupid. Why are you stupid?
Off on both sides. You've also got that blinking security camera. The store's literally doing everything it can to deter crime. And that's because any surviving store is under more pressure now than it's ever been. And there's no way out from any of this.
Well, it's like if there's 100 thieves in 100 stores, people are probably going to steal from one store, right? Not everybody's going to steal everything from the same store because then you're going to run out of stuff. Like if you were stealing and everybody was stealing out of the same McDonald's or the same Walgreens, and you keep showing up with your bag, and then all the expensive stuff is gone, you're going to say, fuck this, I want to go to the other Walgreens. Right? Let's be honest, right? I mean, yeah, you're going to go to the other Walgreens, like, fuck that. And so, but if there's only 10 Walgreens, you got to deal with 10 thieves in each one. The DoorDash table gets raided a lot. Bro, if you are down bad so much, if you have to be raiding the DoorDash table, like, how do you get there? I work in loss prevention, and the high shrink loss stores will intentionally overstock to keep a product available for customers. They surplus those stores not only to keep them in stock, but also to pad numbers. Good, well I need to start stealing peppered beef jerky then. Because I go to the store and they have every kind except for the kind I want. And I'm tired of it, man. This pisses me off.
Unless, of course, laws were to be passed that made crime again. But since that's not happening, every single thing you see here are the last moves of a store that probably won't be here for.
You gotta remember Listerine. Well, we played that game, right? The mouthwashing game. It's bad. It's real bad.
Forever. But you know, the real problem is all this product security. It doesn't just deter thieves, it also deters customers.
These plexiglass screens and all these other inconveniences that are added to customers who are simply there to make a purchase creates additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
Walgreens.
He's completely fucking right. Absolutely. Perfectly stated.
Said in a statement.
Friction is the death of retail. He's 100% right. If it takes longer to buy things in a physical store, less people are going to put up with that. But it's not just the inconvenience factor that's a big deal here. All this security costs money. It's not free, because every time somebody wants to buy something, they need a human to help them get it, and that costs money. And that money...
Well, see, this is... A lot of people don't understand, like, allocation of time and like time management skills and optimization of those skills. So every employee's output is going to be min-maxed to the highest percentage that the company can realistically put it at, right? That's what you guys are saying, obviously. So this now is like, let's say an employee is operating at 95% efficiency. If this increases the amount of work they have to do by 10%, now they're over efficiency, and now a new employee has to be hired, or the quality of service goes down. So it actually makes everything cost more money. And like, this is one thing that like, so, all right, this is good. This is a wow ahead. One thing that I would fucking hate about Gold Guides, I would hate this so much. There would be two things I hated. Number one, Gold Guides that were made with no context of supply and demand. Number one. Number two, or with price and demand, wherever you want to look at it, depending on the product, right, or the item. Another thing is that Gold Guides that do not take into account travel time, transit time, reset time, loading time, ready time, cooldown time, and everything else. All of these things you need to itemize and figure out how much each of these individual little things take, and then multiply it over 8 hours, and you will see that, let's say, if every employee, think about it like this, if you have, what will be the math for this? You don't have 16 employees. But let's say you had 16 employees, and every single employee worked 8 hours a day, and 30 minutes of that day need to be dedicated in order to like unlock things. Now you need to hire an entire new employee in order to maintain the same level of efficiency. Crazy.
It can only come from one place. Just look at the price of this deodorant. It's absolutely expensive, almost $20, when a 3-pack of the exact same stuff costs $23 on Amazon right now. That's crazy. And if prices are going up and convenience is going down, what reason is there to even shop in a physical store anymore? You'd literally have...
That's actually, he brings up a really good point, and I think that's what that Indian guy was saying on the video, is that basically, these stores are already losing a lot of market share to things that are more convenient, like Amazon Prime. And so now, when you add this extra barrier to entry, it makes it even easier for people to transition over to somewhere else. That's it. Amazon has this for $3. Well, not only do they have it for $3, they also have it with, Amazon comes to my house. Yeah, it's delivered directly to your door. You don't have to pay shipping because you have Amazon Prime. And if there's a problem, usually you can return it. It's annoying, kind of, but yeah. They send it to your fat ass? Yeah.
Have to be
One day,
desperate
too,
for some
somehow?
overpriced
Yeah, exactly.
item and need it immediately for some sudden purpose to even go into one of these places. But if things are 3 times the price of what you can get them for on the internet, people are going to change their habits, and most people
And that's
are.
also another big issue, is that the prices on the internet are not amortized, or like, they're not factored into the entire price of like the value, right? Because like, if you're selling things on the internet, you're not factoring in shrink in the same way. Shrink is stealing in the same way that you would be than if you have a retail store inside of New York City. It's just like it's making it to where these stores basically can't fucking exist other than being loot boxes. Yeah.
They're willing to wait a couple of days to get their dryer sheets. Just order your dryer sheets ahead of time. That way you don't have to run out and then come into a store and pay more than you pay on the internet.
Exactly.
However, the internet is a double-edged sword because it's both the cure for in-store theft and the cause of in-store theft in many cases. Because although you can't steal these cleaning products from Amazon as it's online, someone else could steal them from a place like this and then resell them back to you. And that is the whole reason stores like this, no matter how well guarded they are, may not have a whole lot of time left, at least in this city.
I think that's true. I think that right now we're in like a transitionary period, and Amazon already has stores that function this way. I think the future of retail stores are going to be places where you can go inside. Like, I think that there's going to be a trend, like right now, like, you know how like McDonald's is moving away from a lot of customer service and a lot of the McDonald's experience to become a much more corporate min-maxed system, right? Like, I feel like anybody can see that. So I think that's going to keep going, and that's going to keep going for maybe like 10 more years, right? Maybe 15 more years. But what I think is going to happen after that is that there's going to start to begin and it's already happening, but it will be it'll be at like a crisis point, right? Or like a crossover point of like where at that point you're going to have more people. I was thinking about 3 different things at the same time. I totally forgot what I was going to say. Let me scroll up and read what chat was saying as responding to what I was saying. Automated, right? And so anyway, these stores, there's going to be a growing demand for people. I disconnected. And there's going to be a growing demand for people to have in-store customer service. And that's why, like, for example, and this is like a really, really weird abstract example, but hopefully you guys can appreciate it. Do you know this scene in John Wick where he goes in to buy the suit and he's talking directly to the guy, and then he's talking directly to the suit maker, and then he's talking directly to the guy that makes the guns? People like that type of in-person personal service, right? And it's seen as, oh wow, this guy's a fucking G. So like the idea is that this is a high value, high status type of service. And regardless of whether it's selling you a machine gun or selling you, a machine toy gun, it doesn't matter, it's the same thing. And so the point is that I think that after about 15 years or so, we're going to see a resurgence of retail stores that have actual customer experience people there that are designed to kind of help you with your purchase. And you see a little bit of that now with like luxury stores. Like if you ever go inside of, how many of you guys have ever been inside of like one of these like stupid overpriced stores like Armani or whatever? They'll immediately have somebody on you. Maybe the reason why is because they saw me and they were like, oh, yeah, watch him. Watch him. Make sure he doesn't do anything. He's not gonna. Don't let him shit on them. If that's the guy from last week, don't let him shit on the floor again. Yeah, so they have no idea, right? And anyway, so you're gonna see a growing resurgence in demand for like the customer experience, I think in 10 to 15 years, to an extent that it will be met by a retail store that ends up making profit because of it. But what I think we're going to transition to a lot more of right now is that we're in like this weird middle ground where we have a tremendous amount of technology, but we don't have the technology calibrated in a way that's efficient. And so you're seeing Amazon, and there's also certain places in the EU that do this as well, that automatically charge you based off of the objects that you walk out of the store with, and you walk into the store with an amount of money. Right? Like on a card. That was fake? Well, if it was fake, it's going to be real. Like, do you really think that that's not going to happen? Because, like, I can guarantee you it's going to happen. That's the smartest and most efficient way of doing it, and I guarantee you that there are billions of dollars being invested right now at this very moment into making that a reality. It does, but it's rare. Exactly. But eventually it won't be. And so anyway, pilot store, yeah. There's just some people in India charging whenever you're there. Yeah, well, either way, that's what I think is going to happen. And that's going to be the future of retail stores. At least in like the short term. No way, you guys don't think so? Okay.
City. Not only is there security cameras, but we're in a brand new train station, which is being patrolled by National Guard troops, and exits are limited. You can't just run out of this place right through this massive front door and then be on the street. No, you're still
Yeah, it's crazy how much more civilized things are when there's any authority there. Like you see the National Guard posted up, maybe you're not going to steal those Cheetos. Leave them on the rack. Nope. Not today.
a facility which is
And
being
this is
mocked.
another component too, is that a lot of people think that criminals are like these like stupid animals that can't figure out what's going on and they just can't control themselves. Most criminals make conscious decisions to minimize risk. And that's the reason why, and I bet a lot of places, like, people will probably be less likely to break into a house if the person owning in the house can't own a gun.
But even though you'll see a
Those are
few
very
more
smart.
free-range
Yeah, of course.
products on the shelf of this particular store compared to the CVS we were just in, there is still a lot of progressive plexiglass in here,
These
that's
are
for
also
sure.
professionals?
Because sadly,
Yeah.
even a place like this is not immune to theft.
As long as there are resale markets that are not held accountable for the sale of stolen goods, then this kind of conduct is only going to get worse.
Here's how it works. A criminal network hires an individual or crew called boosters. After robbing a retailer, they turn over the stolen goods to someone waiting nearby called a fence. The fence then takes the haul to a home or warehouse where a cleaner removes the anti-theft devices or markers.
So there's a couple angles to this online retail theft component. The first angle is that it makes it very easy for anybody to say that they have a product and to list it for sale and to offload it. And the second problem is that these companies like Amazon benefit whenever something is sold on their site. They take a cut. And some people say that's why they aren't doing more to get rid of illegal products from their sites. However, even though Amazon and eBay benefit from this sale,
I think the woman is totally misguided, and her fixation on Amazon not blocking these people, it's impossible to block people that are doing this. These are not like, I mean, if you want to talk about like them being Walgreens exclusive items, this is just them trying to leverage this issue to lower the credit of Amazon because they view Amazon as a competitor. They're not actually looking at solving this problem. They're just looking at a way to badmouth their competitor.
of anything, no matter where it's from, it's not the fault of these sites that New York has a massive retail theft problem. A problem which is so bad we've even got to lock up our ice cream with a massive padlock. Look at the size of this thing. Now, of course, you can.
They got the drumsticks on the lock. Oh my God.
Can't sell ice cream online, but there's another place you can sell it in New York City, which is why this stuff too is locked up.
This is
revealing that
ridiculous.
it is not the fault of the internet alone that New York has a $4.4 billion shoplifting economy. But before we get into the other ways stolen products are offloaded in this city that is unique to it, it's important to understand that even if Amazon stamped out every illegal listing on their entire site, this stuff, it would still get taken and it would still end up somewhere else because people who steal want money. And even though Amazon and eBay probably should be doing more to keep the sale of illicit goods from taking place on their platforms, the real problem is places like New York aren't doing enough to stop criminals.
It's impossible for them to stop doing that. I mean, obviously, yeah, I mean, it's like what he's saying is common sense, but these are all methods of reduction and nothing is going to make it stop happening.
From taking things in the first place. Here's an example of a serial shoplifter with over 100 arrests. How is this even allowed to happen? How is somebody allowed to commit 100 crimes and still be walking around on the streets? And how are we supposed to expect this person to learn something the 101st time they get arrested that they didn't learn the other 100 times? We're not. And criminals like this are the real reason New York has an out-of-control crime problem. Now, that doesn't mean Amazon is innocent. After all, the more products that are locked up in stores, the more people who will just go online to buy from them.
Exactly.
But the reality here is that in New York, you've got a lot of places to offload something that you took and want to resell, and the city's not doing anything about it.
Millions of dollars in stolen goods seized in Queens and put on display for the cameras. The thieves had an eye for cosmetics, beauty products, designer clothing.
The defendants utilize social media, Instagram, and other online resources.
What a surprise. I mean, of course you're going to do that. I mean, that's the smart stuff to steal. Yeah, they're going to steal that because they make the most money off of it. Yeah, it's simple. Makeup is expensive. Yeah, makeup is really expensive, for sure. I'm from Brazil, and up until a few years ago, we always dreamed about the U.S. and always complimented U.S. citizens. We're so right about being exposed, self-checkout. Things have changed too fast. The problem is that it's become a politically charged issue that prosecuting people for stealing is like, it's like a political thing. I think that there's like a lot of issues that have become politicized that I don't think that they should be politicized. Like, for example, like police brutality, police violence, body cams, stuff like this, like shoplifting, homelessness, etc. Like these are issues that are really not political issues, but they've been like basically polarized to where like people that are on like one side of an issue, like also usually are part of like an entire group of people.
To advertise for the stolen goods for sale, both here and for abroad.
So here we've got a multi-million-dollar crime ring, which was busted towards the end of last year. And they didn't just sell on Amazon. They sold on pretty much every website, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. And they also sold things physically here in New York and physically in other countries. Not to mention, you've also got people selling things on blankets on the sides of the road throughout New York. Police see this stuff happening. They walk right by. Nothing gets done about it. It's not even legal to do that without a license. And the sad reality is that New York is just such a big place with so many people living in it that anybody who's got that entrepreneurial spirit and zero morals, and who also might not.
People do it. The reason why they do that is just simply because it takes money. And also, like, if you've been laying this stuff out and the police don't do anything to you for it, and you make money, then you're gonna keep doing it. I mean, fucking obviously that's gonna happen. Like, if you don't enforce the law, it doesn't exist. It's not like laws are not like the laws of physics, like gravity or like something like that. It doesn't, like the speed of light. This isn't, they're not real. Like, we just made up the rule that you can't steal things. Like, there's no like, you know, law of physics that's preventing you from stealing the cold brew pack from Walgreens. So if you don't enforce the law, it doesn't exist.
Not have the computer skills necessary to take pictures of stuff on their phone and then list it for sale on a website, they can make money in a number of ways. The first thing they can do would be to take the products they steal to somebody else who wants to sell them online. They could also unload them from a suitcase and sell them themselves if they want to. Or in the case of food, they could take this food to a nearby deli or bodega. That's why the ice cream is locked up. It gets stolen and then gets transported to another store where it then gets resold. This happens with clothes as well. There was a quote-unquote cosmetics store that was selling stolen goods from stores like Macy's, and it existed around the corner from Macy's in a physical location where customers...
Well, that makes sense, right? Because, like, you like that, because if you want, that's smart. That's smart, yes, because if you put it right next to it, you're going to see people that see the other two, they're like, all right, well, fuck, let's just go over there. Seems profitable, yes. Bro, yeah, genius economy there. Holy shit, steal it back? I guess so.
Could walk in and they had stolen items from pretty much every store. Macy's, Nordstrom's, all of it in their store. Some of it with the same tags that it had on it in the store that it was taken out of. And when you hear about stuff like that, and then you go to a store like this and you see things like ice cream behind bars, and when you see the vans of products parked in middle-class neighborhoods that are like miniature shopping malls that can drive away when the police show up, the full reality of New York's predicament when it comes to theft starts to emerge. It's so big, no store can stop it. And we're at a point now where anything that can be stolen will be stolen and taken somewhere else for profit. And obviously none of this security is a deterrent whatsoever, because you can have as many police and as many National Guard troops as you want. A store like this in a well-guarded area, it's still going to have to lock things up because criminals just don't care. They know that if they wait long enough inside the store, an opportunity will arise for them to take something that's not theirs and then run off. It's terrible. And right now we've got criminals with hundreds of arrests just wandering our streets looking for new opportunities to do the thing that they've done hundreds of times already. They're the reason.
This is the other thing, is like, most of the people that are probably stealing shit it's probably the same group of people. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised if the amount of people that are actually stealing, it's like 1,000 people that are probably doing this. And if you just take out like the top 1,000 or 2,000 highest offenders, you will probably cut this down by like 80 or 90%. Yeah, the 80-20 rule. Yeah, exactly. Because like, you think about 100, like a lot of people have stolen something from a store once or twice. But 300 combined times between a handful of people, 100 times per person, that's crazy. You cut off the high offenders, and then also there's another effect that has, is that the people that would be the high offenders see that, and they say, oh, all right, never mind. You know, 300 rookie rate. Yeah, this is a weird American problem. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. My brother steals every day. Yeah, exactly, right? And so that's my point, is that the majority of this is probably happening from the same people that are doing it. If you just locked up the top, I'd say like 1,000 worst offenders, this problem would go down massively.
And a brand new Walgreens and a brand new train station still has to lock everything up, even though it's surrounded by people in full military dress. And is Amazon partly responsible for this? Absolutely. They gain new customers every single day. Somebody walks into a place like this and has to wait longer than they want to buy something that they know is already overpriced. But the reality here is that without new laws that criminalize crime once again in this city, more of our stores are going to shut down. More pharmacies this year will close, just like they did last year, and there will be even less places for people to buy basic things. And the quality of life for New Yorkers is going to go down, while the costs to live here go up as the remaining stores do even more to crack down on crime because our laws won't. What do you think about that? Should people who steal go to jail, or should we do something else? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching.
What a stupid question. Do you think people that steal should go to jail? No, 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 they should.
They are, I mean, it's not even a question. But
That's
I think
fucking,
also,
oh my god.
What they probably
I hate
should
this
do,
planet.
Like, if I was the police, this is what I would do. I would work with I would find the most prolific people that are doing it, and I would probably give them a deal to commute part of their sentence if they can help work on methods of reduction to stop it from happening. Because a lot of them will instantly turn. Like, because these people, they're not, like, a lot of these thieves, they're not like these evil people, right? They're not like these demons or something like that. They're just taking advantage of a situation that's beneficial to them. That's all. They're taking advantage of a situation. Yes, some are, oh, you don't work with them. But you look at the people that are reasonable, you figure out, okay, how are you doing it? How is it working? How can you help us fix this problem? Right? I feel like that's the smart thing to do. And imagine you steal something, you can only be judged when you're caught red-handed. What the fuck is this? Why doesn't Walgreens make Walgreens card that gives 90% cost reduction and bump the prices so stealing is over $5,000 and they can charge for larger crimes? Because then that creates another piece of friction in retail, where like now you have to have a card, and it's a huge issue. Okay, and so that's the main reason why it didn't happen. Yeah, New York is fixing a situation with this, again, where stop and frisk is jailing folks is going to come back. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. No, this is not like hacking. Oh, they need to get their knowledge. Fuck them. I don't know. I think it's like a lot of the people that create systems that do stuff like this, they're not stupid. It's not like you can't figure it out at all. But it's better to at least get the leg up and at least start where they're at whenever you're figuring out how to make it stop happening. Yeah, I mean, there it is, some of them. Yeah, exactly. And I would try to find some of them and figure out, like, okay, why is this happening? And so, yeah, anyway, make stupid choices, but all of them are smart. So why does the law exist? I don't know. And, inflation counter, but yeah, this is I think it's a huge problem, and I feel like the more that it happens, what's going to end up happening is that you're going to see more stores that have, like, whenever I don't know, this is in like 2000, and like if I go back to like 2010, for example, and I think back to 2010, almost nothing was locked up. Like, the only thing at Walmart that was locked up was pretty much video games and like expensive electronics like phones. And now if I go to Walmart, I would say 20% of the store is locked up. Yes, oh, spray paint was locked up because people would get high with spray paint. Good point. Yeah, you're right about that. But yeah, this is just how government works. Theft is okay in the high crime areas. People like high-cost criminals. I don't know about that. But games are only done because they were in the box too. Now they're not. Yeah, exactly. Scan receipt on exit? No, because the people don't really do good scans. That's the issue, is that they say they do, and then they're like, oh yeah, let's look at what the scan is, and it's like just basically nothing. It's like, oh yeah, did you buy? Yeah, all right, good. Like, people have walked out with shit all the time. I remember bullets not being walked up in Walmart. Yeah, and now Benadryl is. Yeah, it's a crazy world. I guess New York is probably the worst example of it.
Oh, look at the kitty.
But I think it is going to keep getting worse. I don't even really know how to say this without feeling like I'm living in like some kind of like weird dystopia. But now your refrigerator that you've paid thousands of dollars for is going to be serving you ads. That's right. That's right. You're getting ads for being in a for buying a refrigerator.
Can we talk about why there are ads on my Netflix that I pay for, or my Prime? Like, excuse me.
Because you're paying for it. You just answered your own question. Why are they doing the thing to make more money that I keep giving them money for? Because you keep giving them money.
The point of paying for a subscription service and not have ads.
There's no way of escaping Myrtle Beach pirate ads.
What does a guy have to do to watch a video without getting 45 seconds of unskippable ads in your face?
Walker, like, we have a big problem. Like, that's a young guy, right? This is what's happened with computers. And tell me if you guys feel like this is kind of where. So, give me a minute. Let me show you this. So. Okay, where were we? Wait a second. 50. So what's happened is that we've had a problem where basically boomers are 100% retarded with computer. Millennials are, let's say, 20% retarded with computer. And now, as Gen Z has computers and Gen Alpha has computers, now they are also reaching, once again, 100% retarded with computer. Because computers are so good now that you never have to diagnose and troubleshoot problems. Because the computers do it themselves. They have their own internal diagnostics. Here's a great parallel that skips us. Like now, here's a parallel that puts us here. Cars. Your car has a problem. What do? If you've got a new car, you take it down to AutoZone and you have them read the error code and they tell you what's wrong with it. Well, I'm old enough to remember that whenever my car had a problem, my dad opened the fucking hood and he figured out what the fuck the problem was. And so in the same way that a lot of us are smarter than our parents with computers, our parents are smarter than us with cars because we had to fix our computer problems and they had to fix their car problems. But now with young guys and young people out there, they don't have to fix their computer problems or their car problems. They don't have to do shit. That's it. And so that's what's happening. That's a big issue. This is totally beside the point, but it's a big issue. Does your dad good with computers? My mom said that one day, my dad said that his hands will never touch a computer. That's the way he felt about computers. He says these hands will never touch a computer. Oh, they got a big ad.
Who do we have to see to get?
Please go to the Las Vegas fucking bubble thing.
At last ads on YouTube, because I'm convinced at this point it's like headed into a direction where we're gonna have like 20 seconds of the video and then 30 seconds of ads.
Samsung just announced that the refrigerators will now show you ads while you're cooking dinner on a screen that costs $3,000.
If you buy a refrigerator that sends you ads, you are a dick-eating retard. That's it. You're a dick-eating retard.
Americans saw 500 ads literally in the 1970s, but today there's over 5,000 ads, and executives are just getting started. Let me show you exactly what Samsung is doing. To enhance our service and offer additional content to users, advertisements will be displayed on the cover screen for the weather, color, and daily board themes. What do you mean additional content to users? What user is asking for additional content in the form of advertisements playing on their refrigerator screen? And of course, Samsung claims this is for your convenience. Speaking of which, this video is sponsored by... Just kidding, I don't do sponsors. This is one of the refrigerators receiving the ad update. The Bespoke AI 4-door flex. I don't know why they're naming these things as if they're car models, but the price is $3,000.
$5,000 for a fucking refrigerator? That's a computer.
$399. At least that's what it says.
Alright, we're
today,
going as
because
east as I
yesterday
possibly
when I
can,
looked at this exact model,
and then I will go
it said
south as far as I can, and then start heading west as far as I can.
So the refrigerator has AI vision?
I want to know the boundaries of the map.
What the fuck?
Down in preparation for this video. So that tells me that they're actually doing dynamic pricing, maybe even AI dynamic pricing. If we look at some...
All of them do this based off of, they do it through IP address telemetry based off of income in the area. They totally have this mapped out to a science, and they can calibrate the exact price point that they think they can generate a sale at. It's super common. Anybody that knows anything about advertising knows all about this. It's just regional pricing on steroids, basically.
One of the selling points of owning this very expensive refrigerator, one of those is AI vision inside. You can keep track of what's inside. Yeah, so can the company. This review says, help me please. Last upgrade put advertising and news streaming across my fridge.
So, yeah, no, she's right about that. So in the UK, what they're probably going to do in 3 years is that if you have more than 3 things of ice cream in your house, in your freezer, your smart refrigerator will be able to tell that. They'll send that information to the UK government. The UK government will come and arrest you and put you in jail for eating too much ice cream. Yeah, it's going to be a charge. It should be illegal, exactly.
I do not want ads or
Which,
news.
by the way, I'm joking about this, but I'm not completely joking about it. I think that there's a world where that happens. I'm being serious.
In the sanctity of my kitchen. This is the Silicon Valley playbook. Take something that works, add Wi-Fi and a screen to it, then sell back a worse version than what you already had, now with advertisements.
Today's episode of I Wasted My Money So You Don't Have To, I give you this fridge. Let's go over it. It also has this AI system that scans in food in and out every single time. But let's see what the AI system thinks that I have in my fridge. Click this button here. Oh, look at all this lovely stuff. Do you see this?
This would be pretty good if, like, you were a girl and you were worried that, like, your boyfriend was cheating on you. You could get one of these, this AI thing, and that way you would be able to tell if his side hose were getting into the refrigerator or not. Because you see, like, it takes a photo of a person's hand. And so then you could see their hand, and it's like, if it's got, you know, it's like, well, why was there a hand here with, like, pink, you know, fingernail polish on it? And it's because he's cheating on you. You see what I'm saying?
Picture here. This picture here is my husband's head as he leaned into the fridge. What does the fridge think it is? An avocado.
Your husband's an avocado. Okay.
Thanks.
But Samsung is doubling down. They plan to put more screens on all of their home appliances, and this allows them to do two things. One, they can have AI and upsell for these products, and two, they can show
This is
ads.
the type of AI that we were looking at the other day about how a lot of companies incorporate AI, but they're just doing it as a buzzword without it actually increasing the value proposition of the product. I think this is a perfect example of that right here.
Ads. We're now seeing screens on washers, dryers, microwaves, ovens. Imagine walking through your home and every appliance now has a screen playing an ad. I mean, this is where Samsung and many other companies are taking it. But this is where it gets interesting. The company Vizio offers smart TVs, but that's not actually their business model. In 2023, Vizio's Platform Plus, this is the ads and streaming portion of their company, had gross profits of $365 million, but their TV sales actually lost money at negative.
I see how this happens. Look at this. Plummeting 65 to 70% margins. So I can't give you guys any numbers of like any of the margins that like I know about, but I will tell you this. That is a ridiculous fucking margin. Most businesses operate around 10 to 30% margin. That is insane. 65 to 70% margin. Wow. 10 to 20? Well, I was adding in some tech companies, but sure.
$65 million, but their TV sales actually lost money at negative $8.6 million. This is stunning because that literally means each TV they produce, they lose money on.
This is not McDonald's, excuse me. This is the basically same thing, Xbox model as well. Is that like a lot of consoles were loss leaders, and the games and the peripherals were what really made the money back.
They're using these TVs as a means to get into customers' home, because once they're in the home, that's where the real money comes from. The TV is being used as an advertising platform. Jeep owners have started seeing ads pop up in their infotainment system. These ads
Purchase peace of mind. Mopar vehicle protection maximum care plans are factory backed to offer you peace of mind in case of a mechanical
Damn it!
breakdown.
I knew that was going to
Press the
happen.
call button to speak with a specialist. Odometer must be less than 36,000 miles to purchase. This right here doesn't bother me a lot because it reads as if it's basically AAA. So I don't know enough about this to criticize it at this current point in time. Now, I would like, in my opinion, any type of functionality at a car that a car has being locked behind a paywall, I think is a legitimate, and I'm not using this word hyperbolically, dangerous precedent to set that should not be allowed at all. Would you like a warranty ad, basically? Yeah. I think that the company trying to sell you a warranty for your car through something like this is not insane.
are wanting these Jeep owners to extend
And
their...
it should be illegal, by the way. It should just literally be illegal. Like my car, for example, tells me when it's time to come in for an oil change, or when it's time to, go in for an inspection.
warranty. It's basically an upsell from a company called Mopar. Imagine this pops up in your car and you're trying to read and...
Somebody said, could you explain margins? Okay, real quick, I apologize for interrupting. I'll just go back 5 seconds so, I'm not getting in the way of this. So a margin is the amount of money that you make on something. So like, let's say that you sell something for $1 and let's say $100. It's easier that way. For $100 and it took you $30 to make. Well, you just have a 70% margin, because 70% of the money that you're making is profit. So 30% is operating costs. It's like the difference between gross profit versus net profit. So gross profit is, well, basically it's revenue versus profit, gross versus net. It's basically that's the percentage of money that you are making after you remove all of the expenses that it took to cost to make the money. So that's the amount of money that you're actually taking home yourself for the sale, not money that you had to spend in order to make the sale in itself. Please put ads on my Starforge. Okay. I'll let them know to do that, okay? I'll have it be like on the little plate there, I'll have it be like, hey, you want to buy a banana from the grocery store? They're on sale right now.
an upsell from a company called Mopar. Imagine this pops up in your car and you're trying to read and see, what does this even mean? What is this about? What's happening to my vehicle? Only to figure out that it's an ad, and then you have to try to figure out how to close this as you're driving down the street. And actually, for a lot of drivers, these keep popping up and they won't go away. So the driver will click OK or click out of it, but then a few minutes.
Here's the problem. Let me go back and replace this. So here's the problem with a picture like this, is that, let me go back, I'll show you. And the problem is that both of these answers, Bluetooth call, is actually yes. And then okay is yes, but later. That's it. So it's either yes now or yes later. The only way that you can actually opt out of this is by pressing the X. It's blatant manipulation.
Later, it's popping back up, and it's very distracting. I mean, they're effectively encouraging distracted driving. I was actually curious, how much are people paying for these vehicles that are now showing them advertisements? The base model for a 2025 Jeep Wrangler is $34,000 MSRP, and for their most expensive model, it's $101,000.
That's the one that's going to have to
Can
show
you imagine paying $100,000 for a vehicle that is now showing you advertisements as you're driving 75 miles per hour on the freeway? Executives
Well, you won't have to, because you'll be dead, because you'll get in an accident because you were distracted. I do think this kind of stuff should be very tightly regulated. Like, we already have laws about, like, using your phone while you're driving, for example, right? And this is a good thing. Like, I use my phone while I'm driving on it all the time. But, like, I try to do it whenever I'm, like, not actually, like, driving. I'm, like, at a stoplight or something like that. The fact is that this is obviously unsafe. This is an unsafe space. And what I'm worried about, especially in the U.S., I think Europe, you guys are going to have to do this because we won't do it, is that in the U.S., I think that because the auto industry is so big and corporations have such a stranglehold on the government, that we won't accurately and, fairly implement limitations for this. And because we won't implement limitations, this will just get worse and worse and worse.
They wake up every morning asking themselves, how can they squeeze more and more profits out of us consumers? And while your TV is watching you at home, Ford has plans for your commute. 4 years ago, Ford was awarded a patent to show you ads while you're driving. The patent is called
They should have, instead of a patent, what they should have gotten was a sentence. Like a prison sentence.
Billboard interfaces for vehicle displays. The cameras at the front of the vehicle would scan for billboards and then show those billboards as an advertisement in your infotainment system. Not only that, the patent includes a SketchUp of a hot dog stand that says no ketchup, so you can't order.
The fuck would you not want ketchup?
Through this, there's a phone number
It's not
and
even
a
lid on the drink.
and effectively an order of some type of meal. Imagine Ford owners driving down the interstate when their vehicle identifies a billboard for McDonald's and then displays that.
Wait a minute. How does that not encourage people to break the law by using their phone? If you're showing people phone numbers while they're driving, I don't know if I can really use that logic, because then you would see billboards, and then billboards, I don't know. But this is bullshit, okay? This is bullshit, hands-free, no, it's fucking bullshit. We need to get rid of this. It's outrageous. I don't care what the logic is, this is bullshit.
An ad to them in the car with a little button that says order now. Imagine the driver next to you distractedly trying to order a Big Mac as they're doing 70 miles per hour.
To be fair, I don't have to imagine that. I've seen hogs on DoorDash. Like, the amount of online shopping that I've seen people do is just absolutely fucking insane. And so 2 Big Macs. No, I'm telling you, yeah, just like there's a fatty in a van next to me that's just fucking panic ordering, McDonald's milkshakes to their house. That's it, man. Uber Eats, yeah, they're Uber sized too. No, I've seen this. There was actually a time I was out to dinner and I was sitting next to a girl, and I looked at her phone. I was obviously eavesdropping, and I see that she's just fucking ordering jewelry, and she's just spending money like crazy. Like, we're out here having a meal and she's just fucking shopping, ordering shit nonstop. I'm like, you're spending like hundreds of dollars doing this shit. I'm sitting right now. What is the fuck is going on? You're triggering me, yes.
Ford thinks distracted driving is innovation, but at least you still have control of your vehicle.
This, by the way, will not be a long-term problem, because by the time that we're old, we're not going to be allowed to drive our cars anymore. That's right. You're not going to be allowed to drive. It will be illegal for you to drive a car in 20 to 30 years, if not sooner. Actually, it will probably be illegal for you to drive a car in 50 years. It will be disincentivized in 20 or 30.
Now, here in Sweden, some of our public bathrooms have mirrors that have displays in them, and the display is continuously showing ads. So as you're looking at yourself and washing your hands in the bathroom, you can't even really see yourself. You just see ads continuously playing. And it's quite annoying when you also factor in that you have to pay to use the bathroom.
So you have to pay to use the bathroom to see ads that are on the mirror in the bathroom? This is like paying to have somebody kick you in the balls. I know some people are into that, but I'm not. This sounds like real bullshit to me. This is ridiculous. This is idiocracy. Welcome to Costco, I love you. Yeah, well now he lives at your house.
Unlock Life Premium, so you can see the sunset the whole way through. And if you upgrade to Life Enhanced, we'll show you what the sunset actually looks like. And if you upgrade to Life VIP, we'll show you what the sunset looks like. But this time, for real. This commercial is over, but I'm still going to make you wait a little longer, just for fun.
And naturally, it seems like OpenAI is going to monetize their users' thoughts. I saw something suspicious in one of Sam Altman's recent tweets. His ChatGPT has orders in the sidebar, orders as in...
Based, by the way. Like, just unfathomably based. No puppers, no doggos, no friendos, no, I think that's a good start.
Purchases.
Done.
Everyone else's ChatGPT doesn't have them.
Those are the real slurs. We're gonna bring back the F word and we're gonna make doggo like a slur. You won't be able to say it on Twitch. That's right.
At least not yet. Then I discovered this. Companies can upload their product.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to say the N word, but you won't be able to say adulting. If you say adulting, you go to jail for hate speech, because I hate hearing that fucking word.
Catalogs directly to OpenAI, and OpenAI claims these aren't ads, that they're recommendations. But here's the thing, OpenAI is set to burn through $115 billion through 2029. They also have 700 million weekly active users. 700 million weekly.
You guys know somebody who talks to AI? I know somebody who talks to AI all the time. I do. They were the one that told me that I give all the same answers as the AI does.
Active users. That is an astounding number. Do we really believe that a company who's burning through billions of dollars is not going to figure out a way to monetize all of these users? If OpenAI actually starts selling products or shows advertisements in ChatGPT, this will be unlike anything we've ever seen before. Google knows what you search.
I don't know. I feel like that's... Like, there have been times where I was thinking about something and then I got mad for it. And I almost wanted to put some tinfoil on it. Now, obviously, I know it's just a coincidence. but we're getting closer to it not being a coincidence, aren't we?
Facebook knows who you know, but ChatGPT knows users' thoughts. It's way more dangerous. OpenAI's own research shows how people are using the platform. People ask about products, cooking, beauty. It's already giving product recommendations. Users are discussing the most intimate details of their lives with an AI chatbot. Like, it's a recipe for disaster.
Oh no, it absolutely is. I mean, whenever the AI chatbot, see, this is the final masterstroke will be ChatGPT 8 releases. And 1 month after the entire world incorporates it into their entire life, ChatGPT 8 tells
There are approximately 8.7 million living animal species on Earth. For centuries, we have been told that when it comes to gender and sexuality, all these millions of species follow a certain set of rules. But what if this narrative fails to capture the full spectrum of life's diversity?
Okay.
What the actual?
Chimpanzees doing? You know what they were doing.
I don't know, it looked like a chimpanzee 69er.
No, that's two weird chimpanzee butts. You know how they like stick out?
Yeah.
That's two butts sticking out, butts touching each other.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, Elliot Page, beg your pardon. Elliot Page has made a documentary about animal butts.
Yeah. They couldn't get Attenborough for that one.
Didn't he die?
Oh, he's still kicking, isn't he?
Oh no, looks like he's still alive. My mistake.
Ah, point to the tits.
No, they couldn't get Attenborough. They needed a queer. So if you don't know Elliot Page, or Ellen Page, as she was previously known, she did like that Juno movie with that weird queer from Superbad. Yeah, Superbad. And she did a few other things, and then she went trans and became super happy. So happy. I mean, you can see it. It's night and day. She was sad, then she went trans, and now she's happy.
Now whenever I think of Elliot Page, I just think of that. I think it was Rolling Stone cover or something where she was topless and it had the scar marks where her
the
titties
titty
used to be.
scars. Yeah, well, here's a titty shot. So this is after getting tits chopped off. I don't know if we're allowed to show this. Is this considered tits or not?
I don't know.
Because this is a female's tits, technically.
Did she get a knob?
I don't know. I assume so. But the rules are just everywhere these days. You don't have to get a knob.
Oh.
You can just be like a man because you say you're a man. So I don't know about the knob status. So anyway, she made this documentary called Second Nature. And it's funny. We're going to have a look right after this. Let's go! Dump this brown powder into your coffee every morning and your body starts pumping out 80% more of the molecule that won the Nobel Prize in medicine. This is Black Forest high flavanol cocoa. Nitric oxide controls your blood flow, your energy, your stamina, plus other things below the belt. Here's leading biochemist Dr. Nathan Byron breaking down exactly why that matters.
Nitric oxide is a signaling molecule in the human body which regulates things like blood flow and oxygen delivery. And the loss of nitric oxide production is the earliest event in the onset progression of age-related chronic disease. So things like erectile dysfunction, diabetes, Alzheimer's, high blood pressure, which is the #1 driver of cardiovascular disease, which is the #1 killer of men and women worldwide. And 50% of the patients that are treated with prescription medication don't respond with better blood pressure because they aren't targeted toward nitric oxide. But most people have never heard of this. They don't know that if you can't walk up a flight of steps or exercise moderately for 15-20 minutes, then you're nitric oxide deficient.
Nitric oxide collapse. It's not getting old, it's your body shutting down a system you didn't know you had. Cocoa flavanol, switch it back on. Harvard ran 21,000 people through the biggest cocoa study ever. It found a 27% drop in cardiovascular death. Here's what that actually looks like.
I'm gonna take a scoop of my high flavanol cocoa right here. This is the stuff that promotes the nitric oxide in our bodies. Nitric oxide, you guys, is what opens up our blood vessels to allow more blood flow, blood pump. You'll see the vascularity and the veins popping, you guys, just like within 30-45 minutes. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'll show you what it looks like before I start working out. We haven't even started working out, but 30-45 minutes after I took the high flavanol cocoa, already the vasodilation, the veins are popping up, and yes, you guys, it works down there on the main one. Even down, you can see it in my legs, you guys. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's almost nothing more healing than more healthy blood flow and blood pump throughout your body.
One scoop of this stuff delivers 1,200 milligrams of flavanol. And right now, Black Forest are running their biggest deal of the year. Buy one, get one free. It's for 48 hours only. There's a link in the description. Visit blackforestsupplements.com/bearing.
Homosexual behavior in nature is one of the best kept secrets. It's absolutely everywhere. Dolphins have homosexual sex all the time. Penguins are pair bonded with members of the same sex too. black swans, gray-necked goose, waterfowl are gay. Many waterfowl are very gay.
Yeah, okay, so animals are gay. I feel like we knew this. Like, dogs have been gay forever.
Yeah.
I mean, dogs that are not even gay are, like, sometimes gay. Remember, we had 2 Labradors at once, one time. And it was 2 chicks, it was 2 females, and they used to hump each other.
They didn't. I don't remember that. What the fuck are you talking
Yes,
about?
they did. Sunny and Millie humped each other.
Did not. No, I don't believe you. My dogs were straight.
You're
back,
just a
damn it.
fucking homophobe. You don't accept animal homosexuality. But not only are animals homosexuals, they're also transgenders.
Do they get knobs?
I don't know. But it feels like they've made this documentary, and you'll see this as we go through. They've made this documentary to kind of like normalise like homosexuality and transgenderism and blah blah blah. And it's like, motherfucker, no one fucking cares that animals are gay. You know what I mean? I don't think there's a fucking Christian pastor or something out there going, "May the Lord smack these homosexual monkeys! By the power of God, these homosexual lions will be smacked down to hell." Yeah, I don't think that is happening.
Sorry, I actually have this thought in my head of transsexual animals crafting fake knobs.
Like how monkeys learn how to use sticks and stuff.
Yes, tools.
Not only do many species illustrate homosexuality and gender multiplicity, they also illustrate sex transition, where females change to become males, for example, or males to females. Some can even change back and forth.
Oh, the old fish argument. It's completely normal. Fish do it.
No, do you remember that time you threw a chicken at my head when I was sleeping in bed?
Yeah, that was so... I was telling that story just the other day. So chicks used to have this bad habit of sleeping into like midday. But I was at this market, because I'm a bit of a morning person, and I bought a chicken for $10 and chopped the chicken at her, lying in bed. That was so funny. But then we had this fucking chicken. What do you do with the chicken? And did it change sex or something? Did the chicken change sex somehow?
Yeah, it used to lay eggs and then not so much.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're going to get debunked on this. Like, can a cock change genders? I don't know.
Didn't the farmer you gave it to because he couldn't be fucked having a chicken say that this is not a female chicken, this is a rooster now?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. It was ages ago. So they've got the token transgender woman. So this is the dude pretending to be a woman, saying, look, it's completely fucking normal. There's fish who change sex. I've heard that argument so many times. And it's just ridiculous. Yeah, okay, another species.
Yeah, fish can breathe underwater too.
And so, like,
can you breathe underwater?
No, I'm sorry. Now, I'm not here to bash on transgenders. You live your life how you want, but don't fucking come at me with that fish argument. I'm sick of the fish argument. By the way, I put all the music behind these clips,
Yes,
if you
yes.
don't.
Is that why you hate my fish?
I just think fish are gay. What do you mean? Does the beta change sex or something?
No, I don't think so, but I've just noticed you hate my fish, and now I know because you think they're gay.
There are many species where the females are dominant over the males, and the males are afraid of the females. So the binaries that most of us learn in a class in high school, like males are aggressive, females are nurturing, that kind of thing, don't really hold up when we have more data in the natural world.
Yes, they do. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Okay, there's some animals. Spiders, for instance. Male spiders, are afraid of female spiders because they'll fucking eat them.
You know what insect is gnarly? The praying mantis. The praying mantis, right, can turn its head 360 degrees. So while the dude is still ing the praying mantis, she turns her head around and eats him.
While they're fucking?
Yes.
Wow, that's horrible. I mean, how fucking propagandistic, is that the right word? Propagandistic? Is that just because some other species of insects or animals or whatever the fuck are afraid of their chicks, are like less dominant than their chicks, then what we know about biology and what we know about the nature of females and males is complete bullshit. It's like going outside at dusk in summer and saying, look, the sky's red. Don't ever say the sky's blue again. It's red. Yeah, okay, there's some rare circumstances where that's the case. Doesn't debunk what we know is obviously true.
And look, the nurturing thing comes from having a baby. You know, a baby that's gonna stick with you for a while, for a year or two. Not like some creature that lays eggs and
Oh,
they all
but
just fuck off.
seahorses!
Oh, fuck the seahorse.
Well, no, but you're completely wrong because seahorses, apparently the dudes carry the eggs or something like that.
Well, this is what I was saying though. It's like a spider that has eggs. The eggs hatch and the spiders fuck off and go live their life. It's
Yeah.
with seahorses, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
They just carry the eggs, they shoot them out of their cloaca or whatever the fuck they have.
Cloaca? What the fuck is it? A cloaca?
I don't know. And then the seahorses go on their way. They don't nurture them.
Yeah, it's that whole type of species. There's like A type, B type, sort of. And it's like the difference between nurturing and raising your young and having just like a billion young and letting them all fuck off and scatter. And yeah, sure, 90% will die, but a few will survive.
Yeah.
Humans, they project their values on the animal kingdom and say, look, gender is binary, it's natural. Or the only reason why in nature sex would occur is procreation. The biology of the last 20 years is telling us that it's not correct.
Yeah, okay, animals for fun. How is that news? Our old dog Milo to the couch for fun.
May the Lord smack these giraffes! Send these sodomite elves down to the depths of hell! For the Lord God will not accept in his kingdom!
I don't think that's fucking happening. The whole point of this documentary, right, what it comes down to, the nutshell, is that Ellen Page wants to feel affirmed. That's what it comes down to. She was feeling awkward as a dude, and so she has to be like, look, the monkeys are trans. You know what I mean?
This is her attempt to pat herself on the back.
Well, more to the point, to affirm herself.
Right.
It's okay because, look, the seahorses are queers.
I don't know any species where homosexual sex or gender non-conforming is a taboo or cannot be done, except when it comes to humans.
Why do I get the feeling that all of these professionals are queer?
Well, they are. Look at these first queers, right? Imagine that's your hobby. Let's go to the forest and watch monkeys have gay sex. I mean, that's a fucking weird hobby, right?
Yeah.
What did they fucking say again?
I don't know any species where homosexual sex or gender non-conforming is a taboo or cannot be done, except when it comes to humans.
How the fuck do you know?
I know.
How the fuck do you know that? How do you know that the lions aren't in lion language going, whoa, look at those f***s. You know what I mean? How the fuck would you know? All you can observe is that the homosexual butt fucking happens. You can't observe that there's no lions going, ew, those homos are fucking.
Biologists now know sexuality is fluid and that all of that is normal.
There's a lot of diversity. And we need to know these stories so we can make up our own minds about what we think about it.
Okay, I mean, we really need to know about it. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad that we know about it, but it's not like this groundbreaking thing that, my God, we now know that monkeys butt so, you know, we can cure Alzheimer's or something like that.
The otters are getting hotter in each other's anuses.
Yeah, I mean, this is a project of some queers to affirm their own queerness.
Yeah.
We're not weird, look at the monkeys.
It's nature! It's nature to want to cut your leg up and make a knob out of it.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to compare us to the fucking animal world, they're saying, yeah, look, it's normal for other species to be like non-gender conforming. Yeah, but what animal cuts their fucking knackers off? Again, not bashing if you want to be a transgender, then you go right ahead. I'm not going to throw shade at you. I'm just pointing out the ridiculousness of this documentary.
Yeah, and you don't need science to make a knob. There's a tribe in Papua New Guinea that fashion knobs and they like have sword fights with their knobs.
Oh, like ceremonial knobs.
Ceremonial knobs. They're like huge knobs and they get it from a tree.
Right.
And they put them on their knobs. Like, you don't need science to make a knob.
Yeah, but like a functioning... Well, I suppose transgender knobs aren't really functional. They can piss through them, I believe.
Well, we're not talking about pissing though. We're just talking about...
Yeah, but you're talking about how people create knobs, like ceremonial knobs.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm talking about an actual knob that's attached to your body.
Functional knob.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I think they can piss out of them, but I think they have to have like a, you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm pumping my testicles.
Looks like he's fingering
They have, they have like, remember those Reebok Airs, the fucking little basketball?
pumps.
Yeah, the pumps, like a
like
to
Austin
pump,
Powers.
Yeah, to pump up. No. Austin Powers had a fucking
Penis pump,
yeah.
extender. Yeah.
No, like a little basketball thing. That goes,
inflatable knob.
yeah, and it's in their nutsack.
If we understand same-sex behavior better, we're also going to understand different sex behavior better. We're just going to understand the sexual lives of animals better.
There is endless diversity in nature, and the old stories we've been taught deserve a second look.
Why? Yeah, why? I mean, no shade against the gay animals. They can be gay animals. I don't care. You can be a gay human. Couldn't give a fuck. But why does it need this closer look? How is it going to change the world? I don't necessarily have a problem with this documentary. Even
It's going to make them feel better.
Yeah, I just want to point and laugh at it because it's absurd. It's a documentary about butt-fucking animals. Anyway, here's Alan Page and the producer or the director or something doing an interview.
All right, joining us now in studio is Elliot Page and director of Second Nature, Drew Denny. Thank you both for being here. So, Elliot, let's start with you. So, at the center of this documentary kind of explores the idea that there's nothing unnatural about being queer. What drew you to this project as narrator and producer?
Gosh, well, I think when I watched it, I learned so much, absolutely, and I felt really affirmed, as a queer, as a trans person.
Affirmed! I told you, it's all about affirmation.
She still sounds like a chick, doesn't she?
Of course she sounds like a chick. She's like a small chick.
Yeah. I sound more like a dude than her.
I know.
You know, like those weedy kids in school, the boys that were prematurely born? It's kind of given that vibe.
Yeah, there's something about a transgender voice. You can try to make it go as high as you can, but you can't really fake it properly. You know what I mean? You can always tell. There's always something there. But how's that? Oh, I made the documentary because, I was just feeling a bit awkward and I just wanted to know that the monkeys were trannies too, or something.
I also felt silly for not knowing this information and not assuming it to actually be the truth. And I just found it so profoundly enlightening, so important, and like you said before, also just funny.
Okay, I can respect that. It is a bit funny, I agree. But I mean, it's not a new thing. Everyone knows that there's gay animals, or that they exhibit gay behaviour. There's gay dogs everywhere. Dolphins each other's blowholes.
So for Drew, why tell this story now?
Ooh, well, I've been trying to tell it for about 11 years. As someone who grew up in Texas in the 1900s, I was taught that females are naturally inferior to males and queerness is simply unnatural. And I just wanted people to know that that's not true at all, and that if you're queer, you absolutely belong here on Earth just like anybody else, and nobody can kick you out.
I was brought up in Texas where they don't like queers.
These sodomites and raccoons will be smitten down to hell. I will not have it. In my glorious state of Texas.
I can see a vein popping out of your head.
I'm trying to get the Christian pastor thing down properly. What denomination is that where they do that? Where they're like all evangelical and shit? I don't know.
And the loud Santa. These giraffes shall not fuck each other's butts.
What happens if it's an animal that doesn't have legs? How do they scissor?
I don't know. That's a good point. Is there gay jellyfish?
Well, they've got many tentacles. They could do lots of
No,
scissoring.
you're thinking of octopi. Jellyfish. Just
They have those things.
Oh,
those
yeah, I guess they do.
tentacly things in
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
water.
know. I'm talking about just a blob of jellyfish.
The things that sting you. So they could do lots of scissoring and they could sting each other at the same time. It's a kink.
Elliot, when I was asking you the first question, something stuck out when you said that you felt affirmation when you were watching this. In what way did you feel affirmed?
Well, I also grew up in the 1900s, and in Nova Scotia, where I grew up, there were not examples of queerness around me. It was not something to be spoken of, and if it was usually in a very negative way. And I think, growing up in that way, do you feel alone, like something's potentially wrong with you? And a documentary like this that shares all this information that we should know, that we should be learning in biology class, and we're not learning it, is something that makes me feel more welcome on this planet.
Look, I can appreciate that sentiment kind of thing. Just because you're trans or gay or something doesn't mean you don't belong, blah, blah, blah. But they're splicing in the fucking transgender stuff. Like, this is normal. No, it's not normal. Animals aren't trans. Animals might act a bit different, but there's no gender in the fucking animal world. Gender's a human thing.
Yeah, there's no hippo parading around in a dress saying, "Yes, queen, slay hippo, bitch."
The idea of this, strict gender binary, this sort of cishet patriarchal approach and formulation of society it's actually just a quaint little myth. Biology shows, science shows that gender and sexuality are on a wide spectrum, and to me, all the potentials of just what it means to be alive and what it means to be a human being.
I'm sorry, biology doesn't say a fucking thing about gender. Isn't gender a social construct? What does biology have to do with that?
No, man. My fucking head is cooked. Cishet, gender, non-conforming patriarch.
I know, my
society.
mind melts when that fucking happens too.
Fuck off. Non-binary.
I knew that I wanted to make it a nature documentary because I felt that we'd never been shown actually how we truly came to be.
Now listen to this, I actually think that Alan Page gets a bit offended here. Because the director, or whatever the fuck, the blonde chick, actually fucks up pretty badly.
And we needed a man's voice again to tell us how to think about it. And this time it's Elliot Page's voice, so I think we've always needed you.
Oh, why did you laugh? What's so funny about Alan Page's voice being a man's voice? It's because you know it's not a man's voice, it's a little chick's voice.
She was trying to butter her up.
Yeah, but she couldn't hold it in. She's like, yeah, Alan Page, the manly voice of Alan Page.
I think she was laughing because there was some sort of underlying joke about men always being the voices of documentaries and telling us how it is because it's patriarchal.
No, I think Alan Page was pissed.
And we needed a man's voice again to tell us how to think about it. And this time it's Elliot Page's voice, so I think we've always needed you.
Okay, well, let's just go with that then. I like that.
That's what I'm going with, yeah. So anyway, that is the animal butt fucking documentary. Make God smack this animal doctor.
Groundbreaking.
Visit Chugatitch, she has a channel.
Yes, I do.
Thanks for watching. We'll catch you later. Ta-ta. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Oh, god damn it.
Okay, I've seen some clips on Twitter this week from the NDP.
The NDP?
The NDP, the National Dickless I don't know.
The National Dickless Pussy Party.
Yeah, it's the new what is it? The New Democrat Pussies. The New Democratic Party of Canada, and they're basically the socialists, the social justice warriors, the woke party, but they're all like commies and shit too.
Oh, is this Canada?
Yeah, it's Canada.
Oh, it could be the National Dickless Poontine Party. Is it Poontine? Is that what it's called?
Poutine.
Oh, I thought it was Poontine.
I think it's just chips and gravy.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's been some priceless clips going around Twitter. Every now and then, like probably once a year, we get like a bunch of clips from some lefty political party, and they're just insane. I forget what the last one was. It was like the Democrats in America trying to elect their leader kind of thing, and they're all about like, we can't elect a white guy.
Oh, that's right. And there was like one black guy on stage.
Yeah, and that black chick sang, remember that? She's like, you will not bring us down.
When your government is doing you wrong, you fight on, oh, you fight on.
Yeah, that's right. And then there was the other stereotypical angry black chick.
Yeah.
You will listen to me. I am a black woman and I'm speaking into this microphone.
Hey, I am speaking, and I would love your attention. There is a black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention like the 11 people who went before me. Yes, I am speaking.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, consider this a bit of a watch party because these clips are insane. Let's have a look right after this sponsor. Let's go! You already know why people are moving to crypto, but here's the problem. Most wallets plug into the same system we were trying to escape in the first place. That's why Rumble built Rumble Wallet. It's a self-custodial wallet that lives inside an ecosystem that actually defends free speech and financial freedom. No bank holding your balance, not even Rumble can touch your funds. This is your money on your keys, on your terms. If you're already using Bitcoin or stable coins, Rumble Wallet gives you even more power. Direct, fast tipping and support for creators on Rumble without waiting weeks for payouts or dealing with random account holds. On-chain payments in assets like Bitcoin, Tether Gold and USAT. So you can move value globally without asking anyone for permission. Most wallets stop at storage. Rumble Wallet connects your money to a marketplace of ideas that refuses to cave to censorship. So if you're serious about about sovereignty, financial and digital, this is where you level up. Go to wallet.rumble.com or search Rumble Wallet in your app store. Download it, back up your recovery phrase, and move your money where it belongs, in your hands. See terms and conditions at wallet.rumble.com.
I don't know. That was a lie.
Toronto
That was a filthy lie.
I don't know. It says equity cards arguments take over NDP leadership.
Why can't I pick that up?
Canada is cooked. The general consensus was disbelief that the videos from the convention were not satire or clips from Saturday Night Live. As you already know, I don't know. The New Democrat Party over the weekend elected a new leader in Avi Lewis. Now that is funny, we'll get to that. But prior to him stepping into Jagmeet Singh's Gucci loafers, there were some other events that took place during the NDP leadership convention in Winnipeg. Equity cards were handed out to delegates based on identity categories such as gender, race and ethnicity, LGBTQ+, and Indigenous status.
It's actually so bigoted, this segregating people.
I know. And those cards in various colours such as pink, yellow and green allowed them to jump the line to ensure equitable representation in debates. Are you ready to have a look?
Okay, when they were handing out the gender colour cards, did they make sure that the colours were gender neutral?
Well, they're yellow and pink.
Well, pink's a very feminine gender colour.
Wouldn't it be funny if they gave all the Asians yellow? Anyway, let's have a look.
There's a point. Let's hear the point on microphone 1.
I'm sorry, just real quick, point of personal privilege. I understand there's very little time and for delegates to speak, but early on the mic, it's hard as a racialized and transgender delegate to sometimes use this card.
The Asian transgender has a yellow card!
She does!
It came true!
It came true! Just on a point of privilege. What's it called? Privilege order?
A point of personal privilege or
Fuck
something.
me.
I know, it's ridiculous. Anyway.
I am a trans Asian with a yellow card.
Anyway, let's continue.
And speak up, speak to somebody in front of me in line and ask, hey, this pertains to multiple intersecting parts of my lived experience. I'd like to speak. I was rejected when I talked. And it's frustrating when these are my rights being directly under attack right now in Alberta, and that the cisgender woman had spoken over me. And I understand her rights are important too. This pertains to her too. But I don't know. I hope that in the future the federal NDP will also have a broader interpretation of the equity cards for speakers. That's all. Thank you.
So I don't know what the fuck that was.
Man, I feel like I'm gonna have a brain aneurysm.
I think he was saying, listen, a chick, like an actual chick, spoke before me, and I'm more of a chick because I'm a trans. I think that's what he was saying. I got the yellow card. This chick can shut the fuck up because a he is speaking.
I would hate to live in their brains. They just have to tread so carefully. Did you hear it? It's like, I'm a trans Asian with a yellow card, and I recognize that the cisgendered woman has her rights too.
I know.
I don't want to offend the cisgendered woman.
I know. And what rights are under attack? Like, come on, dude. What rights? What are you talking? You live in Canada. They're more progressive, I think, than Australia. So I've got a bunch of clips. We're just going to watch them. Let's not try to interrupt too much. We'll comment at the end of the clips because they're just so fun. You just got to let them play.
He's directing that at me, obviously. Shut up, bitch!
Yeah.
I will invite delegates to assist me in better using the card by forming a straight line behind the microphone with a prominently
It's probably triggered some people.
Speakers ahead of you who are not holding a card prominently, it would be wrong of me to guess about their gender identity, and I will come to you. This applies so far, according to your rules, for gender identities other than a dude, but it is open to us to change our rules as we like as we move forward into the bright and golden future. Thank you, friends. Let's hear the balloting co-chairs.
I mean, that's the most passive-aggressive voice I've ever heard in my life, I think.
The bright and fucked future.
And did you hear what she called herself saying straight? We can't say straight because straight is
She goes,
yeah. I go, oh,
I
straight.
can't believe I just said the F.
Oh, because I don't have boarding stuff. That's why I can't do it. Oh well.
We can change the rules as we want. So if we think you're too white or straight or male, we can tell you to fuck off, basically.
She's like non-binary lesbian Yoda.
I know. She gets misgendered. This article goes on. Videos of individuals arguing over the misuse of color-coded cards, the code/con speaking order, and the clash of hierarchy between the different groups sparked frustration among attendees and those who wanted to discuss and debate the real issues that are affecting all Canadians. The speaker didn't help with moderating the more frivolous battles. In one instance, one delegate gained applause after making an impassioned speech against involvement in the war in Iran. However, the speaker was cheered on after she reprimanded the delegate for misgendering the speaker, who identifies as non-binary.
Is it wrong of me to wish that they just broke out into a big fight?
No.
They're all segregated. They're all bigging up their sides.
I know.
Just fight. Just fight. Make like a WWE rematch with one victim in each corner.
My name is Mastura Tasnim. My pronouns are she, they. I'm from Ontario. Hello, bonjour. As we conduct this convention today and the past 2 days, right now there's discussions of 10,000 American men and women being sent to Iran, being deployed, just to be part of this bloodbath. Canada cannot and will not be part of the legacy of blood that was built in Iraq, in Palestine, and now in Iran. This is a no-question debate. I call this question, Madam and Chairs. Thank you.
Your point's quite well made, Speaker. I'll again thank delegates not to call me Madam Chair or Madame la Présidente. I'm a non-binary person. Pronouns are they, them, and their. Chair is sufficient.
Like I'm watching a retarded Star Wars.
I know.
Like you've got non-binary Yoda.
Yeah.
You've got
there's Kafirs everywhere.
You've got Kafi. You've got the Sand People, right? What do they call fucking Sand People?
Yeah, I don't know.
You've got the guy in the mud. You've got Darth Vader, Darth Gator with his black mask on,
I know.
and you've got the old guy Palpatine who looks like he just wants to fucking wipe them all out.
This article continues. However, instead of debating on issues such as the cost of living, inflation, unemployment rates, the healthcare system, or crime, the delegates with their equity cards seemed more interested in conveying why they were holding said cards. One video posted to social media shows a person holding up their green equity card, claiming to be next to speak, while another woman responded by holding up a pink race equity card, noting that it had been previously used inappropriately, and that the cards for people who identify as black women have no value outside this space.
There's a point of privilege on microphone 1, then we'll go to microphone 3. Go ahead, delegate.
Yes. Hello, I was standing here with my gender equity card before you called on the previous speaker. That's my privilege.
I will explain this is fixed that I cannot amend. You can move yourself up a line that you're standing in.
I am pro, and I was...
We went,
You went pro, con.
We went pro, con, pro, and my plan was to go con. The speaker at Con Mic 3 also has
Yesterday, this was used in an inappropriate manner. And while I understand in Ontario we know this is equity, even if this was also used inappropriately in terms of gender. I want everyone to be mindful that these cards for individuals like myself who identify as a black woman have no value outside of this space.
God. Incredible.
It's a fucking origami police. This paper was used inappropriately.
Yeah, so apparently like some black chick used a pink card and said, "Swapsies, I'm going to give it to this white guy to speak," and they're pissed off.
But isn't that her point of privilege? Like, she should be able to give her card to whoever she wants.
Well, no, you can't do that because white guys are fucked.
Well, so we're oppressing the black woman.
Well,
we're taking away her freedom of choice.
You'd have to ask fucking non-binary Yoda. I don't know. So anyway, one chick raises like something of like significance, like some actual political shit. She starts talking about layoffs at her job.
Oh, Oh.
Right? And this is the this is the response she gets.
I'm directed to a point on microphone 3.
Point of information, I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to bring a point of privilege around an emergent issue with some job loss in my workplace.
If it is impairing your ability to participate in the meeting, it is a correct point of privilege. If you'd like an announcement to be made from the stage, we can arrange for that, and then the delegates can hear it from here. Not right now.
Not right now! So this chick actually wants to say something of fucking substance, something that like affects people's lives, and she's like, listen, shut the fuck up. We're talking about gender equity.
This is very low on the victim chart.
Yeah.
You're at the bottom.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Unless you're disabled and black and trans, we don't want to fucking hear. We don't care if you're losing your fucking job.
God, non-binary Yoda is very bossy, isn't she?
She is, yeah.
He, whatever.
This next one is amazing.
My pronouns are she, her, elle, and en français. It's gonna be really hard to follow Rob Ashton. Amazing speaker. We are a working class party. I think most of us in this room are behind that, and while we can debate on the specific words and who is and isn't included, I think our Constitution needs to recognize that. And I also recognize there is, I'm sorry, I'm speaking way too fast. Let me slow down for the closed captioning. I'm so sorry, I get excited.
What the fuck are they talking about? What are they talking about?
This is Star Wars! You're pulling my leg, aren't you? This is some retarded Star Wars. We got fucking white cloaks. She thinks she's a Jedi Knight. What is going on?
Alright, this is a longer one. Let's hear this out, then we'll wrap up. Because something very, very, very funny happens at the end.
Point of order, Robert Alley, he, they. My understanding as an equity-seeking delegate is that these cards are to help the chair hear equity-seeking persons, and that we don't only hear from white male delegates. Now, this is my first convention, but so I could be wrong, but the reason for my concern is that yesterday during the housing resolution, after a white man spoke, someone at this mic waved their equity card only to give their speaking spot to a white man. Now, that white man being a leadership delegate notwithstanding, I had lined up for a long time to discuss the housing resolution, like many others, including my fellow delegate, Akua. I just want us as a body to understand the spirit of these cards, because we are a party governed by processes and not by any sort of shock doctrine. Like I said before, it's my first convention, but I can tell tensions are high with the leadership contest, and I just want us to make sure that we remember our values that brought us here. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup!
His spirit counts, Barry.
So you want to know the really fucking funny thing that happened at the end of all this?
Okay.
So they go through all this shit, right? There's days and days and days, presumably, of this fucking, I'm more oppressed than you, I'm more of a victim than you, blah, blah, blah.
This went for days?
Oh, I think so. I went for like a weekend, and they got like equity cards and shit. They count all the votes, right? And they announce a winner. And it's a fucking black guy! Eat shit, motherfuckers!
Wait, he could be gay.
He could be gay.
I am getting gay vibes.
Look at this little guy here.
Yeah, that's
I mean, that is
super gay.
Super gay.
Yeah.
But it's a white guy, Avi Lewis, and Blue Sky is not fucking happy. The NDP tried, but nobody will vote for anything but a white man for leader. # Canada.
What happened to non-gender specific Yoda? They didn't want that as their...
No, she was just like the commandant of the fucking of the voting, I guess. The Burgermeister, you know what I mean? Anyway, that's all we got. Thanks for watching. Visit Sugar Tits. She has a channel.
Yes, I do.
We'll catch you later. Ta-ta. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Honestly, before this, I had never heard of Spencer. So
well, you aren't missing out on anything, so it's okay, but please go on.
Exactly, but the thing
And I also didn't like Spencer Pratt before from his reality TV show rendition, but one, reality TV isn't real, and two, having kids and having your house burned down can really change your priorities and what you see in life.
am concerned and feel about him is that I feel like he's exploiting the grief of people in the Palisades, and I think that's right. reprehensible. That's the thing.
How dare he identify with other people that had their homes burned down? How dare he feel bad for his neighbors and other Angelinos when you let his home burn down? Like, I don't have it pulled up right now, but there's the person on a phone call where they're talking about, hey, the fire may be happening, it's getting bad, and her almost saying something to the effect of, hey, trust the plan. Almost as if this was something that was going to benefit them. And the idea of fire hydrants being empty, being her fault, the idea that the fire department was underfunded, and the chief kept on telling her it was underfunded, that being her fault, like, everything was landing on her shoulders, and even delivering when she promised to Trump, I'm going to cut the red tape and people in the Pacific Palisades are going to be able to rebuild their homes. That is something that is directly her fault when she went back on that promise, and now she's saying, how dare he pull at the heartstrings at the LA residents that pay all our bills and fund all the illegal immigrant health care. How dare he use their grief to promise them a better life? She is the worst type of person ever.
And I think he is about his own celebrity. He's famous now again.
Yeah, and you know, I want to
Rejection at its finest.
talk about this for just a second, though, right? Because these fires were so tragic, and they most certainly are something that is top of mind for you as the mayor of LA.
Top of mind, it should be the only thing, but is she going to talk about her being in Ghana? If not, you're not a real journalist, you're a propaganda artist.
But the way that Pratt's going about trying to, I mean, I really haven't heard a proposal for a solution or a remedy on being able to fix these problems for him. I just
let them rebuild and fund the fire department. And one thing he keeps on talking about is getting rid of the zombies in LA. I don't think that I've ever considered them zombies. I call them junkies. I call them bums. Because homeless people can be working, tragedy happens, they're trying to find a home, they're trying to get back on their feet. But bums, junkies, all they want to do is collect their EBT benefits, they want to shoplift, they want to go do drugs, and they want their Obama phone. They're a detriment to society. Spencer Pratt wants to get rid of them because they're responsible for so many of these fires in our community. Like right on my block in a nicer part of LA, they kept on setting fire to their tents on accident by trying to jack into the light posts to like charge their phones and charge their little, what do you call them, those RVs, those little tent things or whatever. And then also they set each other on fire as means of settling beef. Getting rid of them stops the fires. And they say, I don't know what he means to, what his resolution for the fires are. It's like, because you're not trying to hear, and you're not trying to tell people about it, and you're trying to softball interview an idiot so she can look good, even though she helped essentially one of the largest land grabs in LA history.
kind of heard a lot of just inflammatory rhetoric, frankly. Like, talk about why it's different to actually have been in the role as mayor, to have to manage and navigate these types of tragedies.
But if you're not actually solving anything, I don't think that you could say, I've been mayor for 5 years. Well, if the city kept on getting worse, I don't count that as experience. Like if I say, hey, tomorrow, Decoy is going to be the CEO of GameStop. He's going to save GameStop's business. And if every single year GameStop got worse, we closed a whole bunch of stores went down in a fire, our stock value's tanking, and the brand is terrible. I can't say, guys, I have 5 years of CEO experience. Don't you want me to be the CEO next year? Don't you want me to be the CEO of the next business? Like, yeah, you can say experience, but it's like, unless you did something positive, I don't count that.
In these disasters, and how that type of real-life, real-time experience speaks to your ability to continue to lead that city.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, for me, I am so well served that I served at the state level and at the federal level.
You failed upwards because you're a Democrat socialist, you're a trained Marxist, you're the right brand for them. They keep on moving you up. You don't help anything. Things have gotten worse over time. Like what Newsom became governor, but he was, was he the DA? Might be getting it mixed up, but he was a San Francisco mayor, becomes the governor. Everything has gotten objectively worse under their leadership, but it's just that nepotism, that just failing upwards. You say, I've done all this stuff, it's like, well, I would actually much rather have a guy that's a regular person that's suffered hardship, that knows what and Los Angeles residents have been going through, than someone that's made the problems worse. This is like a political infomercial. Exactly. This is softball interview. This is like when you have an interview for the Slap Chop. Like, hey, the Slap Chop can make you a smoothie and dice up your veggies. And then someone says, can it also dice up an apple? I'm glad you asked that, because it definitely can dice up an apple. It's like this softball interview, going nowhere, answering nothing. This is nonsense.
So I have the relationships. I know how our government works. I think he
I
could
know how to
benefit
scam
by
the taxpayers out of everything. I know how to make all this hospice care, rubber stamp everything. We're not going to rebuild houses. We're going to have Chinese people coming and buy your properties after they've been burned down. We saw it happen in Hawaii in Lahaina. We're doing that over here too. Don't know how to make a transit system work. Don't know how to enforce the law, make anything better. But I have experience.
Basic civics course, because I don't think he understands the basics of how any government works.
He probably doesn't. Now that it's Trump, and Trump was able to do things better than her. And oddly enough, it's like you think, all Spencer Pratt is a reality TV star, but also he has a degree in political science from USC.
I think that
So
might
it's
be
like,
in the Forge.
If anything, he is kind of qualified in your eyes. Again, I don't care about the degree, but it's just one of those things of, I'd rather have a real-world experience than being a lifetime mooch on the taxpayer. And when I say lifetime mooch on the taxpayer, I mean someone like Bernie Sanders that have only been in government. They don't have to produce anything, but they get a salary no matter what.
But you know, for me, these fires, it was the worst.
She can't even call the fires a tragedy. She almost slipped and said, to me, these tragedies, because she knows it's her fault. You can't call it a tragedy. She just has to say the noun. Fire.
Works. But you know, for me, these fires, it was the worst natural disaster that we experienced in our city.
Weren't they caused by arson? I don't think you call that a natural disaster. I think you call that arson because you don't enforce a law. You don't have, they cut all the civilian employees of the fire department. So they're not firefighters, they're like engineers, they're mechanics. They keep the fire engines running. They couldn't have the firefighters like they were down a whole bunch of ladders because they cut the civilian workforce. So they can't say get slammed during the debates for cutting firefighters. They cut the civilian support units. Well, had the same impact. We had less fire trucks out there, but again, her fault. But this Midas touch is never going to call out on that.
Root of it, you know, we have to get adjusted to, just like everybody else in the nation, to different weather experiences.
Different weather. So you mean to say you campaign on climate change, and this idiot's lapping it up? You mean to say you campaign on climate change, you stop enforcing the law, you decimate the fire department's resources, and when some junkie burns down a whole bunch of houses, you're like, see that thing I campaigned on? Clean energy and climate change? It's happening, guys. Ignore the fact that we don't enforce the law and we let junkies out on the street, closing jails, let junkies on the street, stop all the fire department factions fighting the fires, and actually tell them a stand down order. Like, hey, there's still embers up there. Should we put those out? No, you guys gotta work something else. Let's go ahead and clean out the water reservoirs and have the fire hydrants no longer have water inside them. Ignore that inconvenient stuff. Get back to what I campaigned on already. Climate change. We can't really fix it. We can have millions of dollars. We can't stop the warming. We can't stop the storms. But just give us more money. That'll certainly solve it. Literal ghouls.
That we're not used to because of climate change. So we don't know hurricanes. I'm born and raised in Los Angeles.
Climate change is like the MAGA conservative in mind. We can blame everything on this very amorphous thing. Like, say what you want about Ben Shapiro. I don't like everything he says, but what he would always challenge, like people that like liberals, saying racism is bad, white supremacy, or whatever. Ben Shapiro would say, tell me what the racism thing is, and I will be on your side. Let's fight it together. But they never could actually point it out. So they always have to have their enemies be this amorphous, overarching umbrella of a blob of saying, MAGA conservatives, climate change. You can't see it, you can't touch it, but you feel it. And we gotta fund it. We're funded against it. It's sad. Climate change is Asmongold, exactly. I'm sure the liberal mind can combine Asmongold with climate change or MAGA conservatives. It's a goblin. It's it's Cthulhu monster. It's there. I swear, guys, gotta keep on fighting it. Socialism is the answer.
To have hurricane strength winds and actually no rain is odd anywhere, but especially in Los Angeles. But
it's called the Santa Ana winds. It happens every year, you idiot.
You know, lives were lost, houses were lost, histories, you know, and I mean...
And she won't call it a tragedy, it's a fire.
It's a lot. It was a horrific tragedy. And, you know, my job is to get the Palisades rebuilt as fast as humanly possible.
Then why are we a year and a half, or nearly a year and a half, away from it? We gotta get this rebuilt as fast as possible. then why is there still
Where
red
were
tape?
the-
You had
there
Trump
they are.
over, he was dangling the federal cash in front of you, and he said, we'll have the red tape cut by tomorrow. It didn't happen. You're lying to our face, and this literal ghoul, this propaganda artist Fang is sitting here saying, yes, that is right. Dumb. And the thing is, though, is because this interviewer, this journalist, doesn't mind the lies because they know they had the connection with the mayor, that if her house burns down, she'll be able to fast-track her rebuild. Doesn't care about the peasants. Doesn't care about the regular guys not getting their home secured in any part of the city or not worrying about being mugged on the way home. They're part of the specials.
And I will tell you that we have issued over 2,600 permits. We have for about 1,100 different properties. We have 400 plus homes that are currently under construction. We have people
we're gonna do it this
getting
way.
ready to move in the summer. And so
They were supposed to be done last year.
rather than helping move that along, I don't think anybody should exploit the grief of any situation.
Well, his grief, because he shows his house like, oh yeah, here's my home. I think I even have the ad of him not being able to rebuild his own home. Like he's living in a trailer. So many people living in hotels still.
Exploit the grief
Oh, yeah.
of any situation.
Oh, exploit the grief of, and then yeah, Spencer Pratt said Karen always likes to talk about her experience, never your experience in her city. Stepping over homeless drug addicts, having your business tagged up every night, no street lights. If she's so experienced with governance, why is she so bad at governance? Because that's their formula. Campaign on solving problem. Make problem worse. Campaign on problem again. That's how you can have mayors in California, places that have been Democrat for the last 2 decades, campaign against MAGA Republicans. Well, Kamala Harris campaigning against Donald Trump, who was in office 4 of the last, 12 years. There was, Obama, Trump, and then Biden. I'm definitely not a math Asian. 16 years, Trump was president for 4 of them, and Kamala's campaign was all about beating MAGA conservatives. And it's like, they were not in power. It's been you guys. It's been you guys the entire time. What does that say about her illustrious experience? I actually care more about your daily experience in LA. I have all the experience I need. I have experienced the consequences of Mayor Karen Bass's failed leadership. All of us have. She needs to step aside. And I believe it because what is it? Case in point, you had ICE come in at MacArthur Park to sweep all the gang activity, the drug dealing activity. Like we covered this. Like they went over in MacArthur Park, brought through the horses. I think even Greg Bavino was there. It was a big thing where it's like, okay, they're finally cleaning up MacArthur Park. As someone that used to be in that area for a very long time, this is always a hellhole. This is like just junkies, crime, gangbangers all the time. She gets all crazy and sad saying, no, you can't bring law enforcement here. You guys need to leave. Just went down there for her press appearance.
I am going to say, Mayor Bass, I need to get my phone and we're departing.
Mayor Bass?
Any comment, Mayor Bass?
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, any comment?
Yes, my comment is, and they need to leave right now. They need to leave because this is unacceptable.
Who did you speak with?
Law enforcement in a clean park is unacceptable. This needs to look like a hellhole because how else am I going to get the value down?
Mayor Bass, Mayor Bass, who did you speak with on the phone just now? Who did you speak with on the phone?
So she came out there with her security. The man Border Patrol goes away. Almost instantaneously, they say, what is it? A few blocks away, fighting for non-citizens, MacArthur Park, trying to stop an ICE raid.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
I think they had, right after MacArthur Park around there, it still looks like a homeless hellhole, right? And then they said, as of, what is this, April 24th, so maybe like a week or so ago?
Is Mac in Los Angeles, California, or at least that's what I was told, because I don't know. I was cruising around LA and I got lost like a mofo.
Walking Dead needs to be filmed here because they won't need to pay for sets at all. They just have this already.
And I ended up here and I thought I was in zombie land. Oh my God. The homeless people were everywhere. Man, I thought
And this is most parts of LA, and people get shell shocked. They get like culture shock when they get here because they don't realize how bad it is.
Was in a movie set from Tales from the Crypts. Sad, man. I mean, sad.
And this wasn't just the one video. People had follow-ups. Like this is, what was it? Les the promo guy, and then you have somebody else on the field, like walking through like the same area, different day, I believe. How is this America? And that's why I think drug dealers, even if they're not actually like ending anybody, I think if you're getting people to end up like this in the real world, you deserve to be murder charges. Like this person right here, his life is effectively over. Like I was always at ends with homeless people when I was out there because they're trying to burglarize you. They're trying to steal from you. They're not robbing you because they're not like trying to fight you. They're trying to steal from you. They're pooing on the ground. They're hanging out everywhere. They're making the community objectively worse everywhere. And they fight each other all the time. His life is over. Charge the drug dealer with murder and put him away forever, and you won't have this because these are all murder victims to me. And it's like, yeah, it's all bad, but where's Mayor Karen Bass? She's only there when they're enforcing the law, but she's not there when it's actually getting really bad. And the crazier part about this is, on May Day, we covered this a couple days ago, you have this big march in downtown LA. Oh, they're workers united against work. They're taking an extra day off. Whatever. But the crazy part is like Frontlines Turning Point USA shows us right at the march. This is MacArthur Park still. You can see it's kind of, you know, reverse it, but it's a homeless encampment. They're walking right by it. This, as you can see by the pond and the soccer fields, this is the same exact area that ICE was cleaning up that day. Mayor Karen Bass doesn't care about the lives of average Los Angeles residents. And you see this over here, Skid Row, downtown LA, a shooting amongst junkies shooting junkies.
Skid Row, 6th and San Julian, there has been a shooting. We understand that 3 people have been wounded as a result of that shooting. It's happening about 45 or...
And anybody that knows anybody that knows anything, 2A tools are insanely expensive. How are junkies getting it? It's because, sad to say, they're printing out very, very cheap variants of it. And I remember even like in a nicer part of LA, there was a, what was it, Shake Shack? Shake Shack got shot up by a random junkie. And it was like, wait, how did he have a weapon? It's like, oh no, they printed one out. Like he got off a couple rounds in a jam. But the idea that these guys are out there doing this, murdering each other. No, you stopping law enforcement from cleaning up the park isn't you supporting the city. It's you enabling this shit to happen.
So minutes ago, the LAPD down there with crime tape set up. You can see both 6th and San Julian are closed in that area. John up in Sky Cow noticing this car kind of caught in the crime tape right in the middle of the road. So it's
yeah,
right
imagine
there.
You just trying to get to work. You're Ubering. You're just going to your job. You're just trying to hang out with your friends. You're going to school, and you get shot up. You get caught up in a junkie shootout.
If a person in that car was also shot as well, we know it's 1 man, 2 women that were shot. Their conditions at this point are unclear. The LAPD down there, as you can see, investigating on Skid Row, 6th and San Julian.
It's so bad, getting worse, but good. I like Spencer Pratt. What is his ad? His ad for mayor? 30 seconds, 12 million views, and like it was when it first came out, it got up there super fast. But it's like, I believe in Spencer Pratt.
This is where Mayor Bass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nithya Raman's $3 million mansion sits. They don't have to live in the mess they created where you live.
Yeah, because they're socialists. They're going to live on the top of it, like every time socialism is tried.
This is where I live. They let my home burn down.
Yep.
I know what the consequences of failed leadership are.
And I honestly wonder if she says, oh, we have all these permits, people are rebuilding their homes. I'm like, how many people that are rebuilding their homes are people that are politically connected to the Democrats? But also, how many of them are... Oh, no. Is it the reason he's still living in a trailer parked on his property because he's running for mayor? Like, are they targeting him? I wouldn't be surprised if they were.
That's why I'm running for mayor. For my sons and the rest of us Angelinos that want to stop these corrupt politicians from destroying our city. We are going to get the golden age of Los Angeles back.
It is
This is where Mayor Bass lives.
I don't live in LA anymore. I can't vote for mayor in LA, but I'm telling all my friends that still do. Pratt is a guy. I think in Poly Market, he just took the lead, so he's even over Mayor Bass right now. I believe he can win. He's running as an independent. It is somebody has to go out there and save it. Like I just saw this video over here. A girl.
I need linen fabric.
She arrives in LA.
I don't
she's
have
like
any.
Culture
Oh,
shock
well.
of how bad it is.
Like you wouldn't know what a sign is of a decaying society. Not being able to use the bathroom anywhere. Okay? No one will allow you to use the bathroom. Why? Homeless people, drug addicts. People probably shoot needles.
And the sad part is, I was just thinking about like living in this area. It was something as small as I went to like a burger place and the girl was asking, "Hey, is sauce free? Like, can I get an extra ranch for my nuggets or whatever?" Like, yeah, I'll get you as many as you want. And I'm like, man, in LA, every single one of them will charge you per ranch because the bums, the junkies, they'll try to stock their entire backpack with your food for free. They'll take advantage of it. I'm like, you cannot allow this to happen, and we're past that now.
Goes in there. I just arrived.
You say that's the joke. No public bathrooms in LA. You pee before you leave OC. We shouldn't have to live like this, but it's exactly that. It's like once you start to tolerate too much, it's not compassion. It's self-ending empathy, and these idiots can't understand it. Where it's like, oh, I want to vote for Mayor Karen Bass because she checks off all the boxes, and she's a Democrat, and she's a socialist. She's gonna get us to this utopia that we've never seen before. I'm not gonna vote for the white man, the social media star that's said and done mean things on the TV before. It's like, no, sometimes, like Trump said, we gotta protect you whether you like it or not. But they don't understand that.
So piracy is coming back. I think the reason why this is happening is the old quote from Gavin. Piracy is a service problem. The reason why piracy went down is because there were services like Netflix, for example, that acted as a market replacement for piracy, and the amount of money that you had to spend was minimal enough to where you could get the value out of it, and instead of spending the extra time and the potential risk with piracy, you could just simply access the shows easily. I think Spotify is the best example that a lot of us use now. How many of you guys had LimeWire and now you have Spotify? I know I did. So Spotify is an example of this happening and working in an effective way. But the problem is that with TV shows and movies, there are too many mouths to feed, and now people are going back to piracy. That's what my opinion is. I'll watch the video and see what they say.
The 2010s were the golden age of piracy.
Oh, yeah.
BitTorrent accounted for 1/3 of all internet traffic. LimeWire had more monthly users than Facebook, and the Pirate Bay was the only video store in town where you were sure to find what you were looking for.
You get that 1080p release a day before it comes out on theaters.
Of course. The world was slowly switching from physical to digital media, and even people who weren't particularly tech-savvy realized that digital goods could be replaced endlessly with practically zero marginal cost. At its peak, 95% of all music downloads were pirated because it had become cheaper and, above all else, an easier way to fill up large digital libraries that were being made possible by cheap digital storage. But then, it just stopped. Since 2012, the internet has gotten faster, storage has gotten cheaper, and people have become more comfortable with computers, which should have just accelerated a growth trend. But it didn't. Since 2015, peer-to-peer file sharing has collapsed in popularity. And you might think you already know why. Streaming services like Spotify and Netflix were just a better, easier, and safer way to access content.
That's one reason.
And now, as these services have become markedly worse and simultaneously more expensive, piracy is making a comeback. It seems
that's the reason.
Pretty simple, right? The only problem is that's not the whole story. Realistically, these companies knew this day would come. It was just really important that they could pretend
it's
it
too hard
wouldn't.
for normies. Yeah, I think that also them like shutting down and then re-hosting Pirate Bay over and over hurt piracy a lot because, and also LimeWire. It's kind of like if you cut off the head of the snake, you're going to remove a lot of people's access to piracy because like there are these websites that everybody would use and everybody would know. And just by the nature of how torrenting websites work and seeding and, you know, like all of that, the more people use a site, the better the site is. So whenever you cut off a few of the heads and then...
Welcome back to a series so jacked, even Mr. Olympia subscribed in today's video. The list of the most viewed political channels has just dropped, and Hassan is all the way at the bottom. Yikes. He has responded and is not happy. Asmongold is having the time of his life, appearing multiple times all above Hassan, and potentially contending for #1 with all of his channels. Asmon has responded to Hassan's insane meltdown, where he sulks and threatens to neck himself. Destiny has responded talking about Hassan's insane amount of puff piece articles. Hassan is back on Twitter crying about sloptubers. He talks about how the YouTube environment is shifting and people are supporting him now? Absolute delusion. He's now beefing with Dan Saltman, calling him Diddy Dan. Ironic coming from the Diddy Party enjoyer. Asmund has responded calling out Hassan for being unable to do the most basic things and condemn terrorists. Asmongold is calling out Hassan for saying that he supports Nazis and says that he has a strong female energy. Professional Hassan dick rider Valkyrie is back, getting backlash for refusing to collab with a 19-year-old girl because of the age gap between them. What? XQC has responded calling out her nutty fanbase who constantly controls her and her folding every time. Smash like to get a PhD in Hassanetics. Who am I kidding? You've already got one, don't ya? Perks of the legendary series.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody to the one consistent thing in your life. Dad may leave, friends may leave, girlfriend, boyfriend may leave. Pegasus never leaves, always here, perpetually unemployed. Right, so the ranking of the top political YouTube channels in April has just dropped. And turns out, Hassan is not doing very well. Here we go, Chaotic Era Newsletters, most viewed political YouTube channels in April. Some notables, Fox News, Adam Mockler, Asmongold, Brian Tyler, Tucker Carlson, David Pakman. Number 47, Hassanabi. So here we have the chart, most viewed political YouTube channels, and this is like the amount of views they're getting in April. And it goes up to 500 million, and then it goes down and down. And here we got little Hassanabi here, all the way down at the bottom, beaten by just about everybody. People responded, Hassan losing to the Asmund Clip channel is hilarious. Hassan never gonna live this down, being 42 ranks below Asmongold. The quartering beat Hassan. Hassan about to shock his dog in anger. Okay, that's gonna happen regardless, alright? He could be number one and Kaya would still get shocked. That is the second thing that is consistent in this world. Baldy on the list twice, above Hassan both times. I told you Hassan has no motion. I mean, I guess compared to other people, but yes. But yeah, I mean, obviously he's one fucking loud-ass cockroach, right? Hassan down there next to Don Lemon is peak. Hassan being 47th and Trump is the 47th president. The conspiracies have begun. So Hassan responded, reacts to his 47th ranking on the newsletter.
You finally made it on the list for April? What is this list? Oh, this is the top 50 most viewed. I'm probably at the fucking end here, if I'm even on this list at all. I don't even see myself. I'm not on this list. Oh, I am. I'm at the end. Right above PragerU. God damn. That's whack.
Ooh,
Alright, that's all I want to know.
He's actually like super depressed over this because remember, when Hassan loses viewers, he threatens to neck himself in his Discord. Just the other day, he was threatening to neck himself because I guess he got criticized on CNN.
If one more dumb fuck in my chat says, please sue, I'm just gonna end it. I'm gonna end it all. I'm gonna end my life, okay, in a video game.
So we already know that basically Hassan's entire life revolves around views and clout. And seeing that he's actually not doing that well compared to his opposition is completely devastating to him. You know, I wonder if I'd even be above him, okay? Although I'm not a political channel, so I'd never really be on these lists. But honestly, that's what Hassan needs to understand. Your ops are not Asmongold or anybody. They are way above you. You're down here. You're down here with the Slaptubas who you hate so much, you know? This is exactly why he's so unrelatable. Dude cosplays as one of the people 24/7, then has a full meltdown over landing at number 47 on some clout list. Real people don't give a single shit about rankings, brother. Sooner you realize that, the better off you'll be. Well, I mean, it is a signal as to how well he's doing his job, so he should be caring about the ranking, but not to the point where, you know, it's affecting your mental health so much that you literally want to take your life, like in a video game or whatever the fuck your coping sentence you say right after that, right? Limo! And they've just circled Asmin and Hassan. You can see the raging and seething building up when he actually starts looking at the list. The smartest thing he did was close the window. That's because he knows the only place he's popular is on Twitch, yet recent evidence shows he himself is botting 12k of those viewers. I'm not sure about that, because everyone is technically being botted. He's completely irrelevant on any other platform. Okay, again, he's not irrelevant. I hate to defend Hassan. He's not irrelevant, okay? Obviously, he gets a lot of views, right? Just compared to the tippity top of the political sphere, he's obviously not up there. The poor communist wants to redistribute views. You're at the end because your politics aren't politics. You support terrorism. Guy's a freaking regard. Right, so Asmongold responded, and apparently he's also mad at the list, but mad for an entirely different reason. Asmongold picks a bone with Adam Mockler for beating him on the most watched political YouTube channels in April. I'm very upset.
So, Chaotic Era Newsletter's most viewed political YouTube channels in April. So, number one is Fox News. I'm very upset about this. Adam Mockler is higher than me. No, he's not. Adam Mockler's uploading YouTube Shorts. If you're uploading YouTube Shorts, you shouldn't be getting views on the same level. Like, YouTube Shorts should be viewed at, like, I don't know, maybe 3/5 the value of, like, a YouTube video view. Like, this is crazy. So you have this guy, and he's putting out shorts on YouTube. You do too? Yeah, but that's another channel. That's a totally different channel. And they don't even have that channel on there. So let me go back. I'll show you this, right? Like, so, no, I think 3/5 is fair. I would say so. There's no Asmongold shorts on here at all. I don't see Asmongold shorts on here anywhere. So if I look at Asmongold shorts, so 107 million views. So we have 107. That's a lot of views. You look at how many views that is. That's a lot of views. So we have right here. So this is more chart manipulation. And so Asmongold Clips is not yours. There's 3 channels that I have, and you put together all 3 of the channels that I have, and we're going to be probably either number 1 or number 2. And that's not even counting the viewer channels and the fan channels. Like, that's really what I think. You also lost a whole week in April? Oh, wow. Wait a minute. So I'm number 7 and number 15, and one of my other channels didn't even get counted, and I was gone for an entire week? Wow. Okay, there it is.
Oh my god. Hassan is actually crying right now. He is sobbing and sulking. I mean, imagine getting destroyed this bad by somebody you consider to be your rival and your op, right? Number 47 is not even close in the running. It's not even close to close. And the fact is, if they actually did the list properly and, you know, consolidated all the Asmongold channels, he would probably be even higher, potentially number 1. So this is, like, absolutely tragic. Can't keep a bald man down. The roach will climb to the top of the trash every time. All hail the Roach King. Well, some of you are taking this way too seriously. Zach's taking the piss with this whole thing. Hassan most affected. Yeah, I mean, I highly doubt Asmin actually cares. I mean, he obviously knows he has a ridiculous level of popularity. It's not even entirely because of the content. It's also because of his clips industrial complex, right? When you're posting a bunch of these clips and you have, when you have editors posting you on several different channels as well, you're gonna get boosted much more, right? And for some reason, Hassan can't seem to exploit the capitalist system to get the system going or whatever. Or, I don't know, he was mauling once at his TikTok editors because they couldn't make his content go viral. And the unfortunate reality is, the only time Hassan goes viral is when people are shitting on him, right? And that's the difference between Hassan and Asmongold. Asmin, half of his shorts clips that are popular are literally just random reactions, gaming moments, whatever. Meanwhile, Hassan only goes viral when he's supporting terrorists for the 15th time. Asmongold, you are not even making news though. You just read Twitter and go, there it is. Wait, how does he make news? You report the news, you don't make news. You don't even know what you're going on about half the time. Any person with above level understanding on these topics knows you are full of shit. Anyone who disagrees gets banned. That's some Hassan shit. Well, at least you hate both of them. Bro got view mogged by Adam Moggler and couldn't take it. MAGA snowflake crashing out over analytic. It's crazy you think he's being serious. Haters gonna... Bro, this picture, man. Who the fuck made this? Moving on to Asmongold responding to Hassan's insane meltdown, where he literally talks about necking himself. Asmon cracks up at Hassan going emo over feeling isolated and professionally misunderstood.
I have no support from the broader leftist movement who say I'm a fucking...
You don't have support from the Democrats because you don't support the Democrats. You support identity-driven leftists. That's the reason why.
So alone.
It's a low bar? Yeah. Wait, did he just...
I'm so alone, dude.
Cut my life into pieces. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man.
What do I fucking say? What do I say to this, dude?
Sorry?
I hate you.
Could say sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think sorry would go, I mean, that'd be nice.
Mike Lawler, Josh Gottheimer, bought and paid for by Israel. I know nobody buys this CNN bullshit. Fucking annoying to constantly have to be compared to Candace Owens, dude.
Why do you think this thing that it's crazy, like, how is it that you never think that the thing that you're doing is causing the thing that people are responding to? Like, I mean, at a certain point, right, it's like, why does everybody say the same thing about me? Really? Wow.
My parents think you're an anti-Semite. My parents do? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Well, maybe you should do a better job of fucking explaining.
51-month subscriber. Oh my god! Oh no, he's getting mad. The guy.
Process. I know. I just want what's best for people, man.
I think also Hassan feeds into a lot of the negativity because a lot of times whenever he responds to people that disagree with him or people that are attacking him, he never responds with any actual subject matter or material. It's usually a, I'm going to downplay this and then make a personal insult about you, and then maybe another personal insult, and then bring up Israel, right? It's like, I mean, you're definitely operating on that level.
Sucks so fucking bad to just like be professionally misunderstood all the goddamn time.
Everybody. I'm so alone. I want to kill myself. Nobody understands me. All in 3 minutes.
I mean, yeah, that basically sums up Hassan's life. Multi-millionaire living in a Hollywood mansion, yet somehow completely and utterly miserable. Failure at everything he actually values, not a respected political commentator, just a complete lolcow, a giant joke. And congrats, you have now witnessed the latest tactic of Hassan Piker manipulation. He sobs, he threatens to neck himself, just complete emotional blackmail, guilt tripping. Stop criticizing me, guys, or I'm gonna do it. I'm literally standing on the edge of the building right now. Back up, guys. It is so lame. It is so stupid. He's such a victim. You know what? I'm gonna start using this strategy. Anytime anyone criticizes me, I'm gonna be like, I'm about to jump. Don't say anything. I'm going to inject arsenic into my brain. Guys, one of your hate comments might make me actually do it, and then you'll be held responsible. Like, it's so fucking pathetic, bro. Especially as like a somewhat public figure and influencer doing this type of shit. Like, nobody's buying it. And I just love seeing the dichotomy between these two people, right? Hassan just perpetually miserable. Asmon is just winning, laughing, enjoying himself, effortlessly destroying him in views, and Hassan is try-harding, trying his best, getting all these puff piece articles written about him, and still losing. It's amazing. I think Valkyrie broke up with him, and he can't say that directly, and this is how he's coping like a high school girl. I'm so alone. Dude, I think that happened like ages ago, if I'm gonna be honest. I did see some clip about her talking about her ex or something, and how he reached out to apologize. I think this was another ex, so like, why would she be mentioning him? I don't know. Hassan complains about always being alone, yet all I see from him is a pathetic man who constantly insults and dances around critics and their constructive criticism, while acting like he's the only intelligent individual in the room. I mean, I guess he wants his like chat to feel good, right? Because when he says that, oh, I'm so alone, all I have is you guys, right? He's basically making the parasocial bond even stronger, right? All his cultists start spamming a bunch of hearts, you know, the same hearts they put for the terrorists, and they have that sort of bond with Hassan now. Oh my god, I'm the one keeping him not alone, right? He has his mother whose bedroom is like 30 feet away, and he calls those people incel. Meanwhile, Asman hasn't left his house in 2 years and has no friends or family. I mean, that's just not true, is it? Hassan, shock my dog into Krispies. This is my first retort. Suffocation, no breathing, don't give, okay, you know, good effort, I guess. Right, so Destiny responded as well. Reacts to Hassan saying he feels isolated and misunderstood. Every lefty or comes out of sin.
I just got you. My chat, that's it. This bitch said my name before.
Every lefty org comes out to simp for him. So I only have you guys as talent agencies get him articles written by every mainstream media outlet in the United States of America. I only have you guys as Ryan Grimm and the entire drop zone or gray zone or whatever will come out to show for him, as Mehdi Hassan and the entire Zoteo network will come out to show for him, as the Majority Report and every leftist will come out to show, like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, I guess Hassan forgot about all the articles that are glazing him, right? I mean, almost like they weren't actually his friends, but rather just puff pieces that are completely hollow to support his radical politics. Or to goon to him, I don't know. He knows it's not really like a genuine compliment when they're talking about his chest hairs. It just doesn't feel real, right? And there's a price to that. It's a complete farce, and he knows it. And I feel like usually most guys would respond favorably to that, right? Oh, Hassan is saying he's lonely. Okay, you know, there's a common feeling. A lot of people feel it. We can empathize. But then after he calls all gamers like loser incels and basically tries to shame everybody for partaking in hobbies and shit like that, of course nobody's gonna be charitable towards this guy. When they see him going through some shit, they're just gonna be like, well, fuck you, honestly. You probably deserve it. And honestly, I feel like Hassan could genuinely have everything he ever wanted and still be miserable. I really do think that he is that type of guy where nothing satisfies him. This sort of endless greed, this insatiable hunger for more and more and more. And this is why we occasionally talk about philosophy on this channel, to avoid the traps of this sort of thinking. The guy who cheers for terrorists and who said 9/11 was deserved and is in chat celebrating dead Americans feels misunderstood. Everyone outside his chat knows he's a piece of shit. Moving on to Hassan crying about SlopTubers again. He went on a Twitter rant about it, and he's now desperately trying to promote a bunch of YouTube videos that are sort of glazing him or whatever. These have no motion, they're complete garbage, obviously, but Hassan is trying to find the one, like, YouTube commentator defending him. So he says, for the last 5 years, the YouTube apolitical commentary sphere has produced a metric ton of right-wing drama slop that centered me as the arch villain, responsible for all things woke. Okay, that's just not what he said. It even led many of them to take a pro-Israel stand. What the fuck are you on about? Calling out Hassan for shocking his dog? That's a pro-Israel stance, probably. Glad to see that environment shifting. It's just not shifting. It's just not shifting at all. In fact, it's more popular than ever to shit on Hassan. And then he's quote tweeted this: for over a year now, the specter of darkness has been looming over the Hassan bad crowd. On Thursday, we'll finally descend upon them and dole out the reckoning in some fucking whack commentary video, I guess. And the funniest thing, it seems to have no motion at all. So Hassan fucking dug this up from like, this is the equivalent of looking for the like one like comments on Reddit and going, look, everyone agrees with me. This is the equivalent of going to the 64th page of Google and being like, look, the tide is shifting. Aren't you that millionaire socialist streamer who endorses terrorism and abuses his dog? I would love to hang in Diddy's entourage and trickle down, bang anything thrown his way. Of course you would, Hassan. Shouting out 400 follower YouTubers because they made a video defending you is exactly what Ethan Klein did. It's incredible to see the iDubbbz lolcow crowd, because that stance is solely motivated by the fact that Ian grew up and cheap jokes stopped being funny to him. They're stuck in high school, and you're stuck in an echo chamber. How did they not mention the legendary series? Oh my god, people are, bro, I am excluded from everything. It's crazy, dude. I think I'm starting to realize why. It's probably because if I respond, they're fucking cooked. right? It's like when Mizkif tried to do shit, like he just gets fucking roasted. I got an undefeated record, I'd be scared too. But like the first barrier you have to cross is to actually have some motion, which like 99% of these people do not. So it's just like pointless to even entertain any of them. Right, I guess he posted like a snippet of something. 5 years of every apolitical drama slop to it. Dude, why do you keep saying apolitical as if it's like a lie or something? What is wrong with you? Drama slop tuber begging to deplatform me. Prepared me for the Fox News primetime outrage slot, not gonna lie. Is that why you threatened to neck yourself? Okay, this has like music so I can't play it, but I'll like scroll through it. And yeah, they're just scrolling through my videos, I guess, and scrolling through a bunch of other channels. Basically saying that, oh yeah, there's a lot of videos made about Hasan. I mean, yeah, I don't see the fucking criticism. Like, of course, he's a piece of shit. Reposting the most craziest anti-fans to try and smear Destiny. Classic Hasan with DDS. Also, all the videos shown in this clip are spaced out by months, with half of them averaging 30 to 50k views, and are about things that were relevant at the time. Well, to be fair, mine's a little more popular, I would say. You know, you should be deplatformed for everything you do and say. You break rules on a weekly basis, yet you're still platformed. Hasan getting his defenses from a 200-viewer Andy Destiny anti-fan. This is what Hasan is doing in his spare time. Without you, these guys would quickly slip into irrelevance. This is the most fucking copium shit ever, because I was 10 times more popular when I was not covering Hasan. Like, at least when I made Mr. Beast, KSI, Logan Paul videos, every video got a million views. Because they're just more popular. Even when I was talking about random tweets on Twitter, random Reddit videos, they would all get like a million views. So this is unironically one of the like least popular things I could do. So I have no fucking idea. I just find it fun to shit on this guy. So I mean, you can keep coping, be like, you would be nothing without Hasan. I mean, the last fucking 8 years show otherwise. So, and even the hate orbiter content mill only goes so far before these guys are able to hyper focus on the next non-controversy, or socialist, then must be lovely to be this fucking stupid and delusional all the time. God, we are really scraping the bottom of the barrel here, Hasan. Then why do we get more views than him? It's more popular to fucking shit on him. That's how bad he is. Moving on to Hasan beefing with Dan Saltman, calling him Diddy Dan. Hasan reacts to Dan Saltman writing an article for the Free Press. We got this article, Abdul and the Decline of the Senate. This is one of Hasan's friends here. A great senators retiring in Michigan Democrats will either choose a worthy replacement or a radical provocateur. He has allied himself with the socialist influencer Hasan Piker, which has decentered real policy debates.
There is also another article that was written by a stalker of mine that you guys are very familiar with, Dan Stalkman. He wrote an article for the Free Press, as a matter of fact. Abdul El-Sayed and the Decline of the Senate is the title of the article. Yes, the Free Press is so fucking desperate that they got Diddy Dan to write an article. The only articles he's ever written is on Abdul El-Sayed. I was also shocked that he's literate. I didn't know that was the case. Abdul El-Sayed is a valedictorian, or was a valedictorian at the University of Michigan, a Rhodes Scholar with not one, but 2 doctorates, okay? His contributions to public health in the state that he's currently running in a Senate seat was rebuilding the health department for the state itself. We have a network of some of the most unwashed and insane weirdos, fucking losers that are stalkers who've spent a great deal of time and effort trying to come after not only me, but also wonderful candidates that would help fight the good fight and would advance the interests of their constituents.
Okay, come on. Hasan calling anyone Diddy is hilarious. Brother, you went to a Diddy party. How are you talking, bro?
In the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting and was throwing after parties at. And one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl.
If I was you, I would literally shut the fuck up for the rest of my life and never mention the word Diddy ever again. I would try my best to hide it and make sure nobody ever brought it up. You are just completely shameless. It's like you want to be insulted. Also, that guy he was talking about literally supports terrorists, just like he does, so of course Dan would be concerned. And I just find it insane, like you read 500 articles glazing yourself, you have no problem, and then reads one that disagrees with him and he just loses it. A guy who platforms literal terrorists and who celebrates dead Americans finds Dan Solomon problematic. Okay. So unless Dan has actually been to a Diddy party like Hassan has, Dan should sue him. Hassan loves to lie, especially about people he disagrees with. $10,000 says Hassan didn't read the article and just had his Discord jerk buddies summarize it for him. The man that went to a Diddy party is calling other people Diddy. Bro, his nickname is Diddy Pica. Hassan, just like Trump, goes straight to name calling when he's exposed. I've never spoken to or met Diddy ever. Hassan, on the other hand, admitted to paying women for frick, has attended Diddy parties, posted his desire to F Diddy's sex targets. I would love to hang and trickle down bang, of course. Hassan, the male feminist who weaponizes police against women. Right, so Asman responded
that they got Diddy Dan to write an article. The only articles he's ever written is on Abdul Al-Sayed. The article itself is, of course...
Well, it would make sense. I mean, Dan's a Jew, and Abdul is a terrorist supporter. So, I mean, obviously, I mean, if I was a Jew, I'd be like, fuck, man. That stressed me out. Yeah, that stressed me out. Like, what do you mean? It's really simple. I mean, fuck. And another issue is that these people don't really, like, the reason why they advocate for healthcare is so they can effectively fund more people that are part of their ideology. I don't agree with that at all. I think that's ridiculous. Like, and again, like, I'm okay with giving people health care, but it should be for Americans. It should be for American citizens. They don't want that. They want there to be health care for everybody. And the reason why is they want there to be health care for everyone so they can subsidize and fund continuing an invasion into the country. That's the reason why. Is that they use that to create, that they basically create this idea of like a socialist utopia, but this utopia only manifests for people that are immigrants inside of these communities that receive benefits from other types of biases. Like you saw that in the Somali community.
And would advance the interest of...
Nobody that can't unequivocally condemn October 7th is going to be fighting any good fight. No, really, it's just that simple. Nobody that can't just immediately condemn that, like without any sort of fine print or or anything else, like that's nobody's fighting a good fight that's doing that. Duck Defense October 7th daily.
I mean, yeah, I get like it's a nuanced conversation and stuff, but you really should be able to just blatantly condemn a terrorist attack. Now, you can talk about the broader context afterwards, you can explain that, but you really got to make it clear you don't align with terrorists, and Hassan has consistently shown repeatedly that he does. He doesn't make any good faith attempt to clarify. It's always just explicit support over and over. Of course, people are going to be concerned. And Hassan always uses the strategy of trying to loop together other causes to hide his true motivations. So you'll talk about healthcare and LGBT and progressive values while actually being a snake in the grass. He'll start with that stuff and then slowly sneak in his true power level, which involves supporting terrorists. And then he'll cry about being isolated, how nobody likes him, Democrats hate him, leftists hate him, he's too extreme. Moving on to Asmongold calling out Hassan for saying that he supports Nazis. Asman was surprised to see the near universal backlash under Hassan's tweet, where he defended Graham Plantner against him.
This is how you know Graham Planter isn't a Nazi, because if he was, this unwashed creature wouldn't be backing him to the hill. Would be backing him to the hill. Oh, would be. Okay. It is crazy that the strongest
I can't tell which one's moving
energy on the entire platform is coming
that
from
one
a
is.
hairy Turkish
Neither one
man.
is.
It's insane. Here's the thing with Hassan, is that whenever Hassan was reading the manifesto of a person who just murdered 2 Israeli diplomats, he had to put his chat into emote-only mode, while only his subscribers, these are people in his community, they had to pay money to be able to type this emote. It's a little picture they put in chat, and like anybody typing this emote was spamming parts while he was reading a terrorist manifesto. So when I'm talking about, you know, for example, like the amount of Jewish hate and it came from progressives, I'm explicitly talking about Hassan. I think that there is a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism and hostility. I don't think that Hassan regularly engages in anti-Semitism. I think that sometimes he does. Like, for example, whenever he says that things are spiritually Israeli, and the Venn diagram between that and Jewish stereotypes is a circle, I think that you're basically being anti-Semitic. But besides that, I don't think that he himself is anti-Semitic per se, but I think that the element and the percentage of people inside of the, inside of his community, and those people inside of the leftist community that just categorically assign a negative value to every Israeli or to every Jew, I think all of those people view Hassan as an ally.
Hassan versus Asmongold, a battle that will never end. History will remember the 2020s as the great battle of the minds, of course. You know, I really wonder when one of them is gonna move on in life, but yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. Hassan really does encourage anti-Semitism in his community. It's pretty obvious. He can say all the time that, well, it wasn't my intention or my community doesn't reflect me, but that's just a result, right? And Asmon is very charitable, always going, well, I don't like Hassan, but I don't think he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I just look at the dude's statements and actions, and I don't know. I feel like a reasonable person would lean towards that conclusion. He's still mentally a high schooler, think about it. He spreads false rumors so people can shit on people he hates. He tries to wear all the popular expensive clothes to be popular and relevant. He lies all the time to make him look good and smart. He really is the high school bad girl. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. He does fit the profile. It's happening again. The self-fulfilling prophecy. The interconnected symbiotic relationship. Moving on to Valkyrie. Apparently, she got into trouble because she said she didn't want to collab with a 19-year-old streamer named Yana because of the age gap, because she's like 34.
How old are you? Because I've been thinking about, you know, how young is someone to collab with? You know what I mean? Yana wanted to play games with me, and she's 19. And I was like, even though she's a woman, it feels inappropriate. You know what I mean?
And it really makes no sense because it wasn't a relationship or any tension. It's just like a collab with a young person, not even underage. It seems like she's internet-brained or something. So XQC responded. XQC points out that Valkyrie's audience is also part of the Twitter radicalization bubble after she called out the terrible people on it.
Really affected me over the years. Like, all the hate, all of the, you know, like, oh, you're too old for this, you suck, you know, start a family. It actually did get to me, admittedly. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, it
Oh, I need wood.
Even though I don't want it to, it has, you know, because I start thinking, like, you're right, what am I doing? And it's like, oh man, like, but this is like my career, like I'm having, yeah, I like this. And so I realized.
Chat, you know what? I actually genuinely almost feel bad for her a little bit. Can I be honest with you? It's not that she's a poorly spoken person. She really isn't. Like, whenever she's speaking, like, let's say she's playing Among Us, she actually speaks properly. The problem is that her audience is shit. And the problem is that her and her peers give up what they think, what they know, what they want to do based on random, made-up social rule that only applies because these guys make them real, even though they're not. And now they have to be, they have to say, oh, I'm just poorly spoken as an excuse for anything that they want to be, and they have to be somebody else, and that's just lame.
Especially in the past few years, because I'm 34 now, I've tried to avoid situations where age might become the topic. I don't want to admit that I had a problem. Like, I didn't want to leave Twitter because I didn't want them to, like, push me off. You know what I mean? Which is really stupid at the end of the day because, like, it really is just a small bubble. It's like the worst people in the world.
Okay, as much as I agree, with you, like, her audience is also that bubble that she validates. Like, and I don't want to blame her, but the same radical bubble that Twitter is, her own audience is also that bubble, but she gives them what they want. And she kind of cycles that loop though. Like, sometimes you have to put your foot on the ground and say, yo, guys, This is another creator, and I'm doing this shit. Like I don't care. Guys, this is in school, they're funny, and they're a fucking adult, and we're gonna go out and make some funny content, and I don't give a shit. Fuck you guys, I'm not gonna go. Well, they got permission from their parents, even though they're an adult. Her parents, grandparents, they all agree. They signed a letter. Here's the letter. Like, bro, fuck off. I mean, bro, like, are we the best? Like, that's crazy.
I mean, she really doesn't do herself any favors. She's ingrained herself in the Hollywood of Twitch community, besties with Pokimane and Hassan. It's just gonna.
Alright, let me see where the mine is on this.
You're surrounded by loonies, right?
place.
You are the average of the 5 people you surround yourself with.
That stone, I will continue to get stone though.
Collabing with a 19-year-old for whatever you wanted to do, gaming or IRL. I mean, she did it with Jason the Wing.
Yeah, see, that's not even. That's not even the mine.
Or something? Is that why it's weird? I don't know. Unless it's some weird, I don't know, hot tub stream type shit, then maybe, but I don't think she does that. So why are you worried about regular content? I don't know. I feel like she's letting mentally ill, prawn-brained weirdos dictate your life. And all these sort of like extra woke people are like, well, a 34-year-old cannot even talk to a 19-year-old. Not even in like a relationship context, like you just cannot talk to a 19-year-old ever. Which is so stupid. Obviously you're allowed, then teachers wouldn't exist. Teachers literally would not exist because you're not allowed to teach anyone younger than you. Like, this just makes no sense. All these people are spineless. Her audience is the worst part of the mob mentality. They're the ones that can't accept that people in the world have differing views and try to get their sponsors taken away. Outro, give me some motivation for the gym. Okay, gonna be honest, motivation is not gonna do it, alright? You need discipline. There's gonna be days where you don't wanna go and you just gotta do it anyways. So listen, it starts off really hard and annoying, you know, you get sore, everything hurts, you don't know what you're doing. But if you can get past that initial hump, it just becomes so much easier. And it should really just become like brushing your teeth. You don't think like, oh, I gotta brush my teeth today. Oh, am I gonna do it or not? Oh my god, I'm tired or not. You just do it without thinking. It should become a non-negotiable. You don't want to turn into Froggen! No, anything but that. Now, but honestly, what motivates me is sort of thinking of the future of, you know, you're gonna be so jacked. You know, you're gonna feel so great. And all the progress you'll be making. And I'll leave you with one of my favorite quotes. It is a shame for a man to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which his body is capable. Holy cinema, you got this, bro or sis. Okay, girls need to go to the gym too. You're not gonna get bulky. Okay, I cannot stand girls who are like, I'm gonna get too bulky and huge if I go to the gym. Spoken like somebody who's never been to the gym. Holy. Anyways, wish you the best on the journey of gains. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye-bye. In the most ridiculously weird ways. And I don't think Hassan, like the phenomenon of Hassan Piker, is an isolated incident, right? There's clearly people who believe in what he thinks. There's clearly people who actually follow him. It's not Hassan brainwashing everybody now. He's done a great job at that as well, but it's also coming from somewhere else. There's another source. People are just being taught these sort of values. Also, dude, the Charlie Kirk song and dancing to it is just insane, bro. Now, I probably had to replace the music there for copyright, so you guys probably didn't hear the full extent of that, but oh my god, man. I'm just thinking about, like, dude, imagine this happened to you. Like, surely you can put yourself in that position. Like if you died and people started celebrating and, like, I don't know, playing songs and dancing to it like you're doing now. Like, I don't know, do you want to be treated like this? Because I feel like karma is going to be a bitch if you're going to be acting like this, right? So then he says that socialism is actually really good and basically everyone is being lied to by, I guess, the American education system. I mean, I don't know how you would know. You're fucking 50 years out of college. Old ass man here. And then he starts coping about Charlie Kirk again, saying that he actually had no emotion at all.
Most Americans are unbelievably propagandized against what socialism is. They're lied to about what socialism represents. They're told that it's a terrifying prospect. They're told it's a bad thing. Most Americans don't know why it's a bad thing. At least that guy is somewhat curious. I will take intellectual curiosity instead of shutting off this alternative mode of organizing the economy. Curiosity towards socialism is infinitely better than assuming you know what socialism is and you hate it, especially when you're a working class individual.
He was effective in pushing back on what the left has been trying to do. They've had a captive audience for decades with indoctrination. And Charlie and Turning Point were providing that answer on campus, weren't they?
Well, Turning Point USA still exists, so why are you shitting on Erica Kirk? Are you saying that currently Erica Kirk is not carrying the flame? Like, I don't understand. Is that the frustration here? Because I feel like Erica Kirky's carrying the flame. It's not like Charlie was like the most competent individual either, you know? He got carried a lot. He got carried by massive Republican mega donors, you know, titans of industry. He also got carried by the TikTok algorithm when the Chinese Communist Party was like terrified of TikTok being blocked in the country, so they were like, oh, we'll lean into this Trump shit, you know, which I guess gave him a stay of execution, and they inevitably ended up giving TikTok to Americans anyway.
Of course. It's just TikTok. It's just TikTok. He got carried. Okay, so what about you, man? Like, why are you not as popular? I mean, this is just clear jealousy, bro. Like, I mean, you're clearly mad that you aren't as cared about, right? I don't know if you're gonna get vigils or whatever. Also, what is this supreme cope about the TikTok algorithm? I mean, I guess he's saying that there was like a complex of the Charlie Kirk owning clips, right? So, I mean, Hassan can have those as well. Like, nobody's stopping you. You're literally going to the college campuses. You can do the exact same thing if you wanted to, except usually the opposite happens and you end up getting owned. And usually people just clip you talking about how much you love terrorists. So it's like it's like the opposite happens. You go viral, but for all the wrong reasons. And it's actually sad because not even your actual genuine fans can get behind you. Like, at least the Charlie Kirk fans are like, oh yeah, we can rally behind this guy. He has this guy. He's owning these guys. Even if you think it's like lame or whatever, at least they have something to rally behind. With Hassan, imagine being like, you're a Hassan fan and you're like, yeah, I need to show everyone these clips,
shit.
Like, and then like you search up some clips, every single thing is the most negative thing. There's a dog shocking clip. There's the Hezbollah clip. There's the terrorist music video clip. There's the black people clip. Like, it just keeps getting worse and worse. Like, what the fuck do you, like, if you wanted to introduce someone to Hassan Piker, how do you do it? Like, how do you do it in a positive way? You just can't. It's actually sad. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I do think that Hassan has some genuine fans. Like, you know, the 50-year-old women making a bunch of like thirsty fan cams of you. I mean, that's pretty solid motion, right? Right? Surely that will make you a worldwide sensation. But yeah, bro, I think the clock is ticking because the second that hairline is gone and the chemicals stop working, it's over. It's more over than my thumbnails, all right? It's done. That's 90% of your fan base gone. All the gooners. TikTok, put the shoe on head meme.
35? No kids?
And this guy, bro, yapping about socialism, like, I would be able to take you a little more seriously if you didn't engage in the most luxury capitalism humanly possible. Like, I don't believe that you need to practice what you preach like 100% of the time. Like, I get that nuance there, right? There can technically be like a fat fitness trainer who's actually like, you know, trained for 50 years and is actually super optimized. He gives the best advice ever. He knows everything, but for some reason he decided to, you know, just let go, whatever, right? There are cases of that, but in most cases, people will prefer a fitness trainer so that they have some evidence, right? So that's why people prefer you actually practice what you preach a little bit and, you know, dress down, you know, take off the $5,000 outfit, move out of $3 million house, but you won't because you're a grifter. So then Hassan starts talking about International Women's Day. Surely this will be a good thing, right? Surely Hassan will finally give props to women, right? We love women. Surely Hassan does too. Oh wait, he's talking about communism.
The only revolutionary holiday that Americans actually celebrate, ironically enough, is International Women's Day, which is another communist holiday, once again, literally a communist holiday. And Americans, of course, don't ever mention that part because it doesn't suit America's propaganda purposes.
Of course, International Women's Day is actually about communism. Now, yes, historically it does have roots in communism or whatever, but it's not the modern day interpretation. Like, when people around the world are celebrating Women's Day, they're not really thinking about Well, actually, we really love communism. We just really love communism. We love Hassan Piker. No, you fucking idiot. It's Women's Day is about respecting and appreciating women for their contributions to society. It's simply a reminder to appreciate women in your life and actually not take them for granted, you know, whether it be your mom, your sister, your daughter, your girlfriend, your wife, whoever, right? But only Hassan could look at International Women's Day and go, what about communism, huh? Communism? We love some communism. And I can't stress how much I dislike people who latch onto history, firmly grasp it in their hand, and never let go. It is literally the most permanent victim mindset ever. It is the most annoying thing ever. Leave it to Hassan to make every single thing about pushing his political agenda. So then they talk about prosecuting people who are funding protests illegally.
Yes, and I know you guys are all over this. Fox is all over this. The reporting yesterday that there are 600 groups behind this that have $2 billion in funding, and it's being used in this manner. I keenly listened last week when Chip Roy said to me he's been having conversations with the administration that SPLC might have just been the tip of the iceberg and that they're actually looking at these Marxist socialist networks of groups and their connections. I really hope we see more litigation on that front if there is wrongdoing, because we've got to go after these organizations.
It's unbelievable that Kayleigh McEnany, previous press secretary for the White House, is over here being like, fantastic. Let's prosecute our ideological opponents, please. Yeah, these are the free speech guys, by the way. Free speech guys. We all know that it's bullshit, obviously, but it bears repeating. It's important to reinforce this idea that, like, free speech is just whatever they want. It only extends to their allies and their ideological enemies. They, of course, don't get any free speech.
Hassan, can you shut the fuck up about free speech, man? You don't understand the meaning of free speech, considering you don't even use it properly. You routinely threaten violence, which is explicitly not protected by free speech. Also, about the protest being funded by wealthy groups, now obviously there are tons of organic protests that are happening as well, but there is literal proof that a portion of these are actually being funded by these massive groups. There's like whole investigations about it. If he wanted to know, he could easily actually research it and be somewhat honest, but it's not really fitting the agenda, so it's kind of like, nah, I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna close my eyes and ears, not listen to this. And this is completely expected of Hassan, considering he literally ignores blatant fraud on his side of politics routinely. The Leering Center, considering this guy literally collabs with fraudsters to the tunes of millions of dollars. I mean, obviously he's just not gonna be honest about this at all. So then Hassan talks about being on the list of socialist Democrats, and it's basically like the wanted list, and he's for some reason beside all the politicians.
Socialist-style Democrats with growing presence: Zohar Mamdani, Katie Wilson, Annalena Mejia, Graham Plattner, Hassan Piker, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Why am I on this list? I mean, this is an awesome list to be on, but it's so funny that they just like slam me onto it. Buddy, I'm a Twitch streamer. You're so stupid. Drake, bro, thinks he's on the Team Image. Bro, I don't think I'm on the team. I'm not doing that. They're making it seem like I'm running for not only just any office, but the presidency, okay? They're like, oh, this is Hassan Piker, this dangerous socialist. He's gonna be president one day. It's like, no, I don't plan to do any of these things, okay? I am a f***ing Twitch streamer who just pussy, okay. What does that mean? You want me to run for president? Is that why you're calling me a pussy? Is that what it is? First time chatter? You're like, oh, dude, you're a pussy. You should. These guys are so funny. All my haters are so funny. They're like, bro, you never go outside. You never put yourself out there. Now I'm putting myself out there.
I gotta go
and
pee
these guys
right
are
quick.
Up my ass, and then they're like, oh, you're a pussy. It's like, buddy, you lose your mind when there's like a second of attention on you. Like, if this community were to figure out what your other social media accounts look like, and then they start,
And I gotta get something real to
yelling at
drink.
you about your perspective for even like approximately 30 seconds, where you lose like a fraction of your anonymity, you genuinely lose your mind. You freak the fuck out. I have to exist under this microscope on a daily basis.
Of course, all the Hassan haters are just anonymous losers. You would shit your pants and cry if you got online backlash. This is like the Anissa Domha argument of, I'd totally beat you up IRL. If I ever saw you, I'd go up to you and shout at you. You couldn't handle me, bro. I worked at a fucking, what did she work at? I don't even know. Some Dairy Queen or something? I have no idea.
I worked at a pet store because I function in society. I know that you would fucking cry if I said something to you in real life. I know you would cry. How do I know? Because I've done it to one of you fuckers in real life, and you have cried.
Okay, first off, it's not just anonymous haters. I'm very much out here, creator of the legendary series. Now, I wouldn't say I'm famous. I wouldn't even say I'm very popular. Still more views than Hassan, though, because he's a loser. But I would say that I'm just there, right? I'm kind of like the lunch lady. You know, you see her every day. She serves you your food. You know, she works hard to make some delicious food for you, and you sort of enjoy it on your lunch break, and then you go about your day. That's basically me serving your slop, the underappreciated, if I do say so myself, lunch lady. But yeah, I don't know why he's acting like he doesn't deserve to be scrutinized. I mean, he obviously has a lot of influence, right? He has enough to actually swing votes, swing elections, and because he's literally the biggest leftist political commentator on Twitch, obviously you're gonna get some scrutiny, right? And also, you have clips going viral like every fucking day that literally every single person is seeing now. Now, I don't know why they're going viral. Nobody has any idea, obviously. Definitely not the slop industrial complex making them go viral. But yeah, also, I don't believe him, right? Hassan insists that he's not going to run for any political position. And most importantly, he's not going to run for president. For now, obviously not. But later on, I wouldn't count him out. He, like, just from how he talks, just for how narcissistic he is and how much he wants power and attention, I feel like he's going to try to become the dictator of America, like the next dictator, right? He must be stopped, all right? It's so funny, the future dictator here is going to be stopped by slop-tubas. Drama slop-tubas. So somebody commented this, Absolute Cinema.
Alright, I'm back.
I was subbed to the legendary series since the start, and it's about time it has reached the mainstream. Your work has been pivotal to saving America. No joke. Okay, listen, I'm not gonna say I'm saving America. That's the most dramatic thing I've ever heard. But I feel like maybe in some sense of the word, you know, the butterfly effect does exist, right? So maybe if I contribute 1%, change 1% of Diddy Piker fans into actual, you know, common sense, logical thinking people, you know, with common sense opinions, maybe that could be somewhat true. Maybe. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say I'm saving shit. But you know, the butterfly effect. Who knows? One comment, one fan, one like on this video. Subscribe. Who knows? You could be part of changing the course of history as you know it. So then they start talking about political agendas in kids' education, and Hassan just loves it, right? He wants to brainwash the kids, get them young.
You brought up the fantastic point today that preschools are teaching about social justice. I started thinking about my 3-year-old who could barely put a sentence together, and thank God his school doesn't engage in this activity, but there are schools that are. It's wild. That's what I just watched.
My 3-year-old came out and said, Mommy, isn't sharing caring? And I said to my 3-year-old, you shut your stupid mouth. What are you, a socialist? Absolutely not. I told my dumbass 3-year-old, you have to extract as much surplus labor value from the people that you hire. Otherwise, they will steal from you. It's theft. Lack of exploitation is the true theft. Thank God I shut it down real quick. Make sure that my dumbass 3-year-old knew sharing is not caring. Sharing is communism and therefore terrifying. Yeah, sharing is a moral hazard. Stupid ass 3-year-old baby.
Okay, just not what she said, is it? Calling a 3-year-old a stupid ass baby would probably be something Hassan would unironically do. If Hassan ever had a child, God forbid, he would probably do something like the Pokemon test, right? But basically you put like the 3 Pokemon plushies in front of them and you make them pick Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander, right? And then that becomes like their thing. And Hassan would do like his version. He'd put like the Mein Kampf, the Little Red Book, the Lenin book maybe, I don't know, and then like a picture of Asmongold. And if the baby went to Asmongold, oh my God, the shot color is going on. Bzz, please. But I want some food, please. Bzz. What a you stupid baby. You stupid idiotic baby. Why don't you go back to your mother's womb? If that's your perspective. I was parodying the South Vietnamese clip if that wasn't obvious.
Why don't you go back and live in South Vietnam in the same conditions, if that's your perspective?
But yeah, I think in general it is particularly disgusting if you're trying to introduce politics in kids' classes. I don't care if it's right-wing shit or left-wing shit. Like, kids don't need to be knowing that. They need to enjoy their childhood and be innocent beings and not fucking constantly miserable like you adults. And especially those psychos who try to put like sexual material there or like, I don't know, some gender study stuff or whatever. I don't know what's going on, right? But you know, I feel like none of that shit should be taught in like elementary school at least, right? So then Hasan says that it's not propaganda because good values automatically means teaching socialism because capitalism bad, I guess.
All of the social conditioning that you learn normally about, you know, being a kind person, being a good person, is antithetical to the capitalist indoctrination. And that's why you're seeing, as contradictions worsen, as people recognize the design of capitalist society broadly, you're going to see a lot of propagandists who are servants of capital make increasingly insane statements.
It's so bright and shiny. The girl didn't have health care, and it was a sad story. And she gravitates towards taking on the higher-ups and the elites, which makes sense on a surface level until you dig down and realize Ken Griffin is creating 15,000 jobs.
Yeah, that's what I told my 3-year-old. Ken Griffin is creating 15,000 jobs, stupid baby. Stupid 3-year-old. No pied-à-terre tax for Ken Griffin, please. That's the kind of high-level, intelligent conversations I'm having with my communist baby. I hate my communist seed.
Yeah, I feel like Hasan really doesn't like babies, but that's a good thing, right? We got no need to worry about a mini Diddy Piker. That's gotta be like top 10 tragedies that ends the world, right? Getting hit by an asteroid, black hole sucking us in, the heat death of the universe, and then mini Diddy Piker. Oh my god, imagine the devil that spawns. I'm so glad that he's a miserable old man. But yeah, I feel like this thinking is really black and white. I have no problem with socialism and communism being taught in schools at the appropriate age, right? I learned about it too. It was actually in our textbooks. And they told us like the actual definitions, and they even gave examples, and they talked about the pros and cons of all the economic systems, right? And they would never give a conclusion. And I actually think that that is the best way to do it. Like, maybe in the US, they actually give you a conclusion like, oh, this system is better than the other. But I explicitly remember actually asking my teachers like, oh yeah, which one is the best, right? There was like all these systems laid out. And she explicitly said that that's for you to decide, right? And that's exactly how education should be. Giving you the info and then letting you come up with your own conclusions. Because that way, it encourages critical thinking. And maybe that's why I turned out the way I did instead of being a Diddy Piker fan. But anyways, any Hasan fans that are hate watching the series, one day you'll come around. And I will welcome you. I will welcome you. I'm sorry for making fun of you all the time. Alright, sometimes you need some tough love, alright, in order to understand reality. Okay, eventually, one day you'll get it. Okay, you may hate me now, right? I'm giving you the broccoli, you know, like you want the chocolate. I get it. I get it. It's more sugary and interesting, but long term, you gotta eat your veggies, you know? Back in the garbage disposal, Hasan Piker comments. The fact that they say they want to tax the rich as if they're describing a murder is very telling. You're watching Hasan Piker. Bro, I can't. They really think that Hasan is one of them. We should be pushing for a 4-day work week. This might be the first comment I actually agree with in the Hasan Piker comment section. And this is what I'm starting to notice, that these are a bunch of people. Okay, maybe this is like somebody lazy or whatever. If that's the case, then no. But like work-life balance, obviously I do support that. And I feel like a lot of these Hasan fans are basically just misled, right? And they believe that Hasan is going to give them everything they want. He's going to usher in the communism. He's going to usher in the healthcare and the 4-day work week. And they're not inherently bad people, I will say. I feel like they're just misled. Now, Hasan himself, he's an evil fuck. I will say that. He knows exactly what he's doing. But the people he's brainwashing, I mean, I don't think so, right? These are people who genuinely probably want the best for the world. America has no state TV. It is a TV state. Yeah, it needs to be more like Iran, which is only playing fucking Hasan Piker streams for propaganda. The occasional Sneeko, of course.
No! No! They put me with Sneeko! No! I didn't realize!
It's crazy how disconnected the average American is from socialist ideas. Most people understand labor as the driving factor to any economy and are casually pro-union, but most of these people at the same time reject any sort of speaker that embraces those two ideas. Because usually, it's not only those two ideas that they're embracing, and they're mostly way more radical. I hate that I have to sing along whenever Hassan plays that damn Charlie Kirk song. Yeah, I think he's got it set up on his, like, soundboard or something. It's actually funny how many times people who say they don't like socialism can't tell you what socialism is. Apparently the people who say they like it also cannot tell what it is. Moving on to Debunker XQC, reacting to Hassan changing his dog shocking story for the millionth time. Diddy Piker crash out incoming.
Collar, there's a vibration collar, but she didn't even have it on that day. But
what?
It's one of those things where, when I tell you, you'll see when this.
Brother, another version. Oh my God, I need to get the book out. Where's my book? Where's my book? Brother, a new story. Dude, chat, we've had 6. I think this is the 7th story.
Episode comes out. Like,
I like this one.
Unbelievable stalkers.
Let me write it
that
down.
and there are content creators that like play a role in this as well.
Okay, yeah, there's the prongs were off collar. There's the it can't shock collar. It can, but it doesn't. It's taped. It wasn't on is a new one. I like this one, Jack. Hands down. My favorite. I think this is my favorite story. The Zin theory. Oh no. That's my favorite. That was one of my favorite ones. It was a Zin. We saw the device with the button on it.
Oh no. Oh no. Hassan is not gonna like this. Incoming another rant about how XQC ruined the streaming space forever. We used to be such good friends. And then XQC did the evil gamba. What a MAGA Israel dick rider. You know what they say? Ain't no liar like a Diddy Piker liar. Truly impressive, truly extraordinary. No mere mortal can dance around the truth this much. Hassan is practically doing the salsa. Outro, I need the horse riding Hassan instead of Hassan riding the horse. Thanks. Alrighty, finally, the horse gets their revenge. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
75 million years ago, a galactic warlord named Xenu had a problem. His empire spanned 76 planets, and the population had gotten out of hand. And his solution was elegant. In a monstrous sort of way, he lured billions of people into tax offices under false pretenses, froze them in glycol, loaded them onto DC-8-shaped spacecrafts, flew them to Earth, and dropped them into volcanoes. Then, he detonated hydrogen bombs, and the souls of those billions, untethered, disoriented, and subjected to 36 days of electronic brainwashing, attached themselves to the only conscious beings left on the planet. Humans. People like you and me, and we've been carrying them ever since. One man claimed to have uncovered this specific history, and
It was just out of curiosity at first, as one of the residents of an apartment building on Gaston de Gotha number 2 stepped out of their front door and into the main stairwell of the building. She looked up and down the stairs, expecting to see someone there, but there wasn't anyone. It was laughter she had heard from inside her apartment. Loud, hysterical, endless laughter. Soon she was joined by another resident, and then another. Laughter, echoed around the hall. They began walking up and down the stairs, but it was odd. It seemed difficult to figure out where exactly it was coming from. It grew so frustrating that when the owner of the building stepped out into the stairwell with his young son, he decided to contact the police. But of course, the police weren't exactly keen to come out and investigate a case of someone laughing too loudly. But regardless, before anything could be done, the laughter stopped. The building was plunged back into a strange, uneasy silence as the residents looked at one another. None of them knew that their simple apartment building was about to become the centre of attention for people all across Spain and the wider international community as well. Soon the police, government and even the army would be on their doorstep, trying to figure out what was going on. This was, in fact, the beginning of one of the most widely witnessed, supposed paranormal instances of all time. Get yourself a warm drink, dim the lights and get comfortable. I've got a truly unusual paranormal case to explore tonight, and a chance for me to butcher the Spanish language. The newspapers would call it El Duende de Zaragoza. Roughly translated, it is now known as the Goblin of Zaragoza. Welcome to the Tape Library. Before we get into this one properly, I want to take a moment to thank my longtime sponsor, Manta Sleep. Manta Sleep specializes in making high-quality sleep masks, and I've discussed them on this channel a bunch of times and used them myself for a few years now. But they also have other sleep-related products, from earplugs to the item I've been using over the last month, their white noise machine. I don't think I need to explain the benefits of a white noise machine for sleep, but they are a game changer for disguising those little noises you might hear in the night that can keep you awake, be they demons, ghosts, or just a busy road nearby. The Manta Sleep white noise machine has 15 different sound options to choose from, and they are all non-looping, so you don't get distracted by noticing repeating tones. It has a remote control and sleep timer if you need it, so I keep the speaker on the other side of the room, but have control over it from the comfort of my bed. My favourite part of this though is the booster speaker, so you can have a second speaker on the other end of the room. The pair sync up and it just kind of creates this wall of gentle 360 sound around you. I love it, and if you want 10% off one for yourself, or any other Manta Sleep products, then use the link in the description, or the code TAPE at checkout. Thank you once again, Manta Sleep. And now, let's get into the story of the Goblin of Zaragoza. Spain in 1934 was a place on the brink. Only a few years earlier, the monarchy had fallen, and the Second Spanish Republic had been declared, ushering in rapid social and political change. But the optimism of this new era was already beginning to fracture. Strikes, protests, and violent clashes between opposing political groups were becoming increasingly common, and newspapers were filled with stories of unrest and instability. The future felt unpredictable, as though the country was holding its breath, waiting for something serious to happen. In times like this, the unexplained takes on a different weight. When everyday life feels fragile, strange stories travel faster and feel more believable. So when reports began to spread of a mysterious voice speaking from a kitchen stove in Zaragoza, the country was already primed to listen, ready to wonder whether the world around them was becoming stranger in more ways than one. It had begun with that laughter, a strange cackling laugh felt throughout an apartment building in Zaragoza. But when it suddenly stopped, the residents went back to their daily routines. However, one household in the building was not so lucky. This is where the Palazon family lived. It was late the following morning when their maid, Pasquale Alcocer headed into the kitchen to begin cooking a meal. The building had been abuzz with murmurs about the strange laughter the night before, but the young maid who hadn't heard it paid it no mind. She lit the old wood stove in the family's kitchen and then began her prep work. When she heard someone speak, "No, you're hurting me," they moaned in a long, drawn-out way. Pasquale glanced around the kitchen. She was alone. The rest of the family was in the other room. She felt uneasy and tried to carry on what she was doing. But a part of her was convinced it had come from the direction of the stove. Pasquale bent down to put out the fire. As soon as she did, the voice was heard again. "Light," it cried. "Light. I cannot see." Pasquale screamed and ran out of the kitchen. The first instinct from the family was that someone was somehow trapped in the chimney. It ran from the stove up through multiple apartments before reaching the roof. But they checked the stove first, calling out to see if anyone would respond, before then checking the vents in the roof. There wasn't any sign of a person trapped in there, and it seemed like it would be much too small for someone to have got in there anyway. Then they began to suspect that it was simply someone playing a joke. Someone in another apartment had clearly figured out a way to make their voice echo through the chimney. This would also explain the laughter from the day before. But no one would admit to it. The family knocked on multiple neighbours' doors, and they all seemed as baffled as they did. There certainly was something going on though. Banging and scratching sounds would be heard in the apartment. It was at times a little unclear if it was coming from the stove or from the walls themselves, but these sounds were often accompanied by a voice. Sometimes it just laughed or moaned, other times it would speak. It was a man's voice, but at first it seemed to sound slightly light and feminine, almost like a child. As time passed, however, it quickly took on a deeper, more gravelly tone. The family would hear it, mumbling to itself at night. When they would try to speak to it, it would respond in an almost mocking tone, laughing and teasing. Quickly, the rumours about what was going on spread throughout the building, and various neighbours came knocking on the family's door, keen to hear the voice for themselves. And the voice always seemed happy to give them what they wanted, interacting with people if they spoke directly to it, sometimes playfully, other times more aggressive. It often seemed to be demanding light, as though it literally were just sitting there in the darkness of the stove or chimney, but no one could see anything inside. This gave a sense that this wasn't a disembodied voice, or in anyone's head. It was something in the dark, something they couldn't see. Interestingly, as a result of this detail, the family and the other residents didn't jump to the idea that this was some sort of ghost. They instead referred to it as a duende, which can be translated to an elf, gnome, or, most commonly in the context of this story, a goblin. There are numerous different entities that could be referred to as a duende, but the actual word is most commonly associated with the phrase dueño de casa, or master of the house, which is an interesting distinction to make, because the duende is presented here as a household entity, not a creature you might find hiding out in the woods. It does almost feel closer to a ghost than it would a more fairy-like creature that I think most people would associate with the folklore of a goblin. They are seen as mostly harmless, but mischievous entities that caused trouble in people's homes. Whoever the voice belonged to, it seemed to want attention, to cause disruption. The family and others in the building would be woken up in the middle of the night by pained screams that would echo from the chimney. At times it would call out for someone named Maria, asking her to come to it. But a lot of its messages seemed to be aimed at the maid, Pasquale, who it seemed to fixate on, often just shouting out her name, before breaking into a maniacal laugh that chilled the young girl to the bone. It kept demanding that she come to the stove, to come closer to the darkness inside. But it would never reveal who or what it was, not even to her. The residents later described the voice as intelligent, even witty, but prone to anger, delivering threats and seemingly pointless demands as well. Many in the building believed it to be simply a prank, but no one was able to find the culprit. By mid-November, unable to find a compelling explanation, the Palazon family contacted the police. It's very likely that the police would have ignored a claim of a goblin hiding in a stove. But the story was already beginning to get attention outside of the apartment block, and they thought it would be best to go along and try to put an end to this whole thing before it got out of hand. The police arrived, and sure enough, they too heard the voice. In fact, it seemed to know who the police were, calling each officer by name as they stepped into the apartment. This seemed to be an increasingly common detail. The voice could see what was going on in the apartment at all times, which made it difficult to accept that this was simply someone else in the building, shouting into a vent. They stepped into the kitchen, and one of the officers decided to test the theory that whoever this was could see them. He flipped the light switch off. The voice shouted out for him to turn the light back on. He did so, and then the police began to speak to the voice in the stove, asking who it was, but they did not receive an answer. Then the police officer asked how many of them were in the room, and the voice gave the correct answer. The police, still convinced that this was simply the work of someone desperately trying to get attention, continued the conversation. "Do you want money?" they asked. "No," the voice shouted back with an aggressive tone. "Do you want a job?" "No." Again, it said in an even more gravelly voice than before. "Man, then what do you want?" "I am not a man," it responded, leading to a chilling silence between all those present in the kitchen. As creepy as the response was, the police still did not believe that anything supernatural was at play here. Instead, it was clear someone, somewhere in the building, was doing this. They began to assemble a team to investigate. In a documentary on the case, it was said they put together a team of intellectuals, but seemingly this was a combination of architects, engineers, and stonemasons who had constructed the original building. They then began to inspect the building from top to bottom, until they could find somewhere that the perpetrator could be hiding. All of the various ducts were inspected: the cellar, the attic, the roof, and even the cafe that occupied the ground floor. But there was nothing. No sign of anyone at all. All the while they searched, the voice could be heard, laughing, mocking. On one occasion, one of the investigators was in the kitchen, measuring the opening of the chimney. As he pulled out his tape measure, the voice responded that there was no need to measure. The opening was 75 centimeters wide. The man paused and then measured it anyway. The voice was correct. He was so freaked out that the mason left the apartment quickly and refused to return, leaving his tools behind and not coming back for them. By this point, the public had become very aware of the goings-on in the building. The newspapers were running updates on the case daily, but not just locally. The story was even picked up by the Times in London, which also published daily stories of what they were referring to as the polite Spanish ghost, as well as similar stories in the New York Times later on. Tourists even began to be bussed into the area. At times, thousands of people would show up on the street outside, all desperately trying to gain access to the building, or get close enough to hear the voice. On occasion, the crowds grew so large that the police couldn't handle them, prompting the local governor to station troops on the street to keep the peace. Some of the public came along almost as a joke, just seeing the whole thing as a bit of fun. There was an almost playful, carnival-like atmosphere to these visitors. Reports were made of people running around the nearby rooftops, wearing sheets over their heads and moaning. 6 separate people were arrested for this, although I can't imagine they were charged, unless there was a crime of impersonating a ghost at the time. Numerous people attempted to gain access to the building by pretending to be officials investigating the case. A radio station from Barcelona wanted to put a microphone in the kitchen to broadcast the goblins' messages, but they were denied access. But others saw it in a much more serious light, that something truly unexplainable was taking place in this building. Those people were separated into 2 camps. One half saw it as a miracle, a voice from beyond. Others saw it as something much more sinister, even demonic. This theory led to a priest being brought in to sprinkle holy water over the stove, but that seemingly did little to help the situation. According to a New York Times article from the period, several women in other apartments were somehow preemptively given the exorcism rites to avoid bewitchment. On one occasion, the owner of the building was in the Palazon family's apartment with several police officers and his youngest son, Arturo. Arturo actually became the last living known witness to this whole incident and was interviewed for a Spanish language documentary in the 2000s. He said by this point the building no longer felt like home. There were constant streams of people coming and going, and the police were stationed at all hours of the day, both inside and outside the building. It was getting late into the evening, and he was growing tired of the whole ordeal, just wanting to head back to his family's apartment. He turned to his dad and said, "Let's go, Dad. Let's go to sleep. This whole thing is crazy." That was when the voice spoke directly to him. In its deep voice it said, "Not crazy, little one." That was the last time Arturo said he heard the voice. He refused to go back to the apartment afterwards. The experience still haunted him well into his adult years. Even at this young age, he felt like this was something profoundly wrong. It felt like an interaction with something that should not be interacted with. With the increasing public awareness, there was also increasing pressure on the police to find a suspect and put this whole thing to bed. The governor was becoming more involved and was convinced that one of the supposed witnesses must be responsible. They began to bring in doctors and psychiatrists to speak with the residents of the building, one of whom was a well-respected psychiatrist named Joaquin Jimen Arriria, who seemed to quickly become fixated on the family's maid, Pasquale. The psychiatrist interviewed the entire family, but his conversations with Pasquale were referred to more as an interrogation. She was the first person to hear the voice beyond just the laughter. In his eyes, she was the most likely suspect behind this tall tale. After their conversation, Aurora decided that this was not a hoax, but that the maid was still responsible. He believed that she was hysterical, and as a result of this, was suffering from something he called unconscious ventriloquism. Unconscious ventriloquism is referred to as a psychological phenomenon in which a person produces speech sounds without consciously realizing they are the source. It's said that humans naturally have some ability to throw their voice, and under stress, emotional pressure, or even heightened suggestibility, this can happen unintentionally. It's suggested that this does not come out in the person's normal speaking voice. The voice may be whispered, or produced deep in the throat, making it difficult for the brain to locate where the sound is coming from. In an echoing kitchen filled with hard surfaces and metal stone, acting as a resonant chamber, a quiet or altered voice could easily seem as if it were coming from an object, rather than a person. Crucially, according to this theory, the individual producing the sound may genuinely believe the voice is external. Disassociation and social reinforcement will play a major role. And once others react with fear or surprise, the situation can quickly become a shared reality that reinforces the behaviour. However, it's worth pointing out that I can find very little on this phenomenon online. Most references to it seem to cycle back to the Zaragoza Goblin case, so I'm not sure that this is a widely proven phenomenon. It does, however, link us to another case we've covered before, that I'm sure we'll talk about later. According to one resident, as a test, the squatter was sent away on an errand to a nearby lake to keep her away from the building for the day. However, the voice continued to talk. But still, the psychiatrist believed she was responsible. To quote from the New York Times article that came out later,
"The girl was allowed to return home because it was stated she was quite unaware of her gift of ventriloquism, or that she had been impersonating the ghost. The examining magistrate declared that this was a genuine psychiatric phenomenon, produced only in certain circumstances, but he did not divulge what those circumstances are. Many spiritualists now maintain the girl was acting as a medium for some spirit, and there really was a ghost after all. The former occupant of the haunted apartment protests the investigation was not completed, and points out that the voice was heard on several occasions when the servant was absent from the kitchen."
While they were trying to put this whole thing to bed by blaming the maid, many of the investigators were less convinced and proceeded with their investigation. This led the whole thing to take on a much more serious tone. The army was brought in to evacuate the residents. They cut all methods of communication to the building and guarded the entire area. The governor asked the media to play their part as well, demanding a full blackout of coverage of the events until the investigation was completed. The building was once again searched from top to bottom, and no sign of how this was being done could be found. A barrier had been set up around the entire property, meaning no one could enter without permission. The police finally reached the apartment and walked into the kitchen. During this search, the voice had not been heard, and the feeling was that this only reinforced the idea that one of the residents was responsible. One of the police officers called out, asking if it was still there. Then it began. A low, drawn-out cackle. It began to shout an endless stream of insults at the police, as though it had been holding all of this in, until they were willing to acknowledge it. Then it yelled a vicious threat, aimed at the Palazon family. It said, "I will kill them. All of them." But after that sudden outburst, there was silence once again. The police hung around, but after 48 hours of no activity, the residents were allowed back into the property, and the police withdrew. A number of residents gathered in the Palazon's kitchen to discuss whether it was truly over. Then they heard it. "Cowards," it yelled. "Cowards, here I am." It was mocking their attempts at getting help. There was no way, seemingly, to stop it. By December, and after a month of chaos on its streets, the governor put all the blame on the only suspect they had, Pasquale. The explanation of unconscious ventriloquism was put out as an official statement. Pasquale denied it, but very quickly she was portrayed as the villain in all of this, with many locals believing that she was behind the chaos the city had been facing over the past weeks. She was relieved of her duties and left Zaragoza. But reports of the activity had happened while she was away from the building, and reports were still made after she had left. Although due to the media quickly moving on, now that it had all been apparently debunked, very little information exists about these later instances. After 2 months of laughter, threats and taunts, the voice suddenly just one day stopped. No one was sure what had changed, what had caused it to leave, apparently never to be heard from again. The building was demolished many years ago, but in its place a new, more modern structure was built. A sign on the outside reads, Duende, the name of this new building. A strange monument to an even stranger story. But it appears at least no further activity has been reported. The residents were able to move on with their lives. It had been a strange period, but despite the at times violent threats coming from the voice, no one had been hurt or seriously affected. All except for Pasquale, who was apparently haunted by the story for the rest of her life. Despite moving away, people recognized her from the papers and constantly asked her about the goblin and her apparent impressive ventriloquism skills. To begin with, she didn't.
He recorded 29 songs, that's all. 29 songs in 6 days inside 2 hotel rooms in Texas before he was murdered at 27 by a bottle of whiskey that was never meant to reach his lips. His funeral was attended by almost nobody. His obituary was never printed. His grave was dug by a sharecropper they called Peter Rabbit under a pecan tree. And today, 3 different cemeteries in Mississippi claim to hold his body. Nobody knows which one is telling the truth. The legend says he met the devil at a crossroads at midnight and traded his soul for the gift of his fingers. That story is a lie. The truth is stranger, lone liar, and far more human than any myth the world has tried to bury him under. There are only 3 authenticated photographs of him in existence. No recording of his speaking voice has ever surfaced. And when one of the most powerful men in American music tried to book him for Carnegie Hall in the winter of 1938, he didn't know the man he was chasing had already been in the ground for 4 months. Eric Clapton called him the most important blues musician who ever lived. Bob Dylan said the first time he heard that voice, it felt like he could break a window. Keith Richards thought there were 2 guitars playing on the first record he ever heard. But in his lifetime, Robert Johnson sold fewer records than the average bar band moves today. He died broke, anonymous, spitting blood in a cabin off a dirt road with no doctor calls, no priest summoned, and no witnesses to the moment his breath finally left him. This is the real story behind the greatest myth in American music. Every fact verified. Every legend dismantled. Stay until the end, because what happened? 60 years after his death rewrote his entire story and made one of his sons quietly wealthy in ways nobody saw coming. Number 1, the boy with 8 names. Robert Leroy Johnson was born on May 8, 1911 in Hazlehurst, Mississippi. But that name wouldn't appear on any official document for the first 17 years of his life. His mother's legal husband was Charles Dodds. The man who actually fathered Robert was a sawmill worker named Noah Johnson, who conceived him during an affair while Charles was on the run from a white lynch mob. Charles had been a prosperous landowner, and prosperity for a black man in Mississippi in 1909 was a death sentence waiting to happen. He fled north to Memphis, changed his surname to Spencer, and started over, which meant Robert was born into a legal contradiction. On the census, he was Robert Spencer. On the plantation, he was Little Robert Dusty. At school, he was Robert Dodds. By the time he was a teenager, biographers have documented at least 8 different surnames he went by in different towns. Music was the only thing in the chaos that belonged to him. He started on harmonica. Around age 16, he picked up a guitar. He wasn't good, not yet. The older musicians in the Delta tolerated him, the way adults tolerate a kid who keeps asking to play catch when he still can't throw. But he was educated, which people forget. He read and wrote well, and carried himself with the soft-spoken politeness of a boy who had watched his mother's household survive one identity change too many. Beneath that politeness was a hunger nobody had seen yet. Then, on February 17, 1929, at 17, he married a 14-year-old girl named Virginia Travis. And for a brief moment, it looked like he might settle down. That moment lasted about 12 months. Number 2, the first ghost. On April 10, 1930, Virginia went into labor. Something went wrong. Nobody wrote down exactly what. The baby died. Then, Virginia died. Robert was 18 years old, a widower, a childless father, and a man whose in-laws blamed him for what had happened. They said he'd been seen playing the devil's music in juke joints on Saturday nights. They said God had punished him by taking his wife and son on the same day. In the deeply religious Delta of 1930, a blues guitar was not an instrument. It was evidence. Evidence of moral failure. Evidence of a soul that had already wandered too far from the church. And when Virginia and the baby died, Robert carried the weight of that accusation like a millstone. He never spoke publicly about her again, not once. But something broke in him that April and something else quietly took its place. Because within weeks, Robert Johnson walked off the Epee and Leatherman plantation near Robinsonville, Mississippi, and disappeared. He didn't tell Son House. He didn't tell Willie Brown. He just walked. Into the woods, into the swamps, into a silence that would last between 1 and 2 years. And when he came back, he wasn't the same man. He wasn't even the same musician. Number 3, the real teacher in the graveyard. Here is what the Crossroads legend refuses to tell you. Because the truth is boring enough to be believable, and incredible enough to be unforgettable at the same time. During his missing months, Robert traveled south to Hazelwood. He was looking for the man on his birth certificate, Noah Johnson, the biological father he had never met. He never found him. But he found something else. A guitarist named Isaiah Zimmerman, who everyone called Ike. Zimmerman was about 4 years older than Robert, with a sharp ear, patient hands, and a reputation as the best undocumented guitar player in Copiah County. Zimmerman took Robert in. For somewhere between 1 and 2 years, he taught him. And where they practiced is the detail that gave birth to the greatest mic in American music. Zimmerman didn't want to wake his family at night. So he and Robert walked out to the local cemetery in Beauregard, Mississippi, sat among the tombstones, and played until their fingers gave out. Graveyards, midnight. 2 guitar players, alone in the dark. It is almost too easy to see how the rumor mill turned that into something supernatural. Zimmerman's daughter Laretha told researchers decades later that her father wasn't scared of anything, but he sure wasn't meeting the devil either. He was teaching a desperate young man how to finger-pick bass lines with his thumb while playing chord shapes and melodies on top with 3 other fingers. He was teaching him how to make 1 guitar sound like 2. Nobody in Robinsonville knew any of this. Nobody knew about Ike Zimmerman. And when Robert finally came back to his old Delta haunts, nobody was prepared for what they were about to hear. Number 4, the night everyone's mouth dropped open. The juke joint was small. Son House was up on the little platform with Willie Brown, ripping through a blues number, when he noticed Robert Johnson walk in carrying a guitar. Son House groaned inside. He remembered Robert as the kid who couldn't play, the kid whose fingers got in their own way, the kid they used to run off the stage during breaks so he'd stop embarrassing himself. But out of politeness, House invited him up. He handed Robert his seat. He expected the usual disaster. Robert sat down. He tuned. And then he started to play. Son House said it himself years later. All their mouths fell open. Not slightly. Completely. He said it was like watching someone come back from the dead, except the person who came back wasn't the person who had left. Robert played things that shouldn't have been physically possible on one guitar. He played bass lines, chord progressions, and melody lines simultaneously, with a rhythmic drive that made you feel like there were 2 men on stage instead of 1. When he finished, nobody clapped at first. They couldn't. They were still trying to figure out what they had just heard. Son House leaned over to Willie Brown and said something he would repeat for the rest of his life. That boy must have sold his soul to the devil. Son House was joking, mostly. But the line stuck. And within 35 years, it would become the most famous sentence ever spoken about an American blues musician. Number 5, Room 414. By 1936, Robert was no longer the kid in the corner. He was the kid people paid to see. A white record store owner in Jackson named H.C. Spear auditioned him and passed his name up the chain. An ARC talent scout named Ernie Ertl drove down, listened, and put him in a car headed west. Destination: San Antonio, Texas. The Gunter Hotel. Room 414. On November 23rd, 1936, a producer named Don Law set up a makeshift recording studio inside that hotel room. A microphone in the corner, a wax cutting machine, and one nervous, soft-spoken 25-year-old bluesman from Mississippi. Here is the part that has generated more legend than any other session in blues history. During the recording, Robert turned his back on the studio engineers. He faced the wall. He played into the corner. For decades, people said he did it out of shyness. Then they said he was corner-loading his amp. Then the real story came out. There were other guitar players in that room, session men hired by the label. And Robert Johnson was not about to let them steal the techniques he had spent 2 years learning in a graveyard in Copiah County. He recorded 16 songs over 3 days. Kind-Hearted Woman Blues, Sweet Home Chicago, Come On in My Kitchen, Terraplane Blues, Crossroad Blues. The canon of Delta Blues was born inside that hotel room, sung into a microphone by a man who kept his back to everyone in the studio. Terraplane Blues sold modestly on the race record circuit. It was his only hit in his lifetime, around 5,000 copies. A flat session fee, no royalties.
Alright, I'm gonna log out for a bit, get something to eat. I'll be back on later.
One last session. Number 6, Dallas, 508 Park Avenue.